The Stand, written by Stephen King. Book 1, Chapter 1. Hapscom's Texaco sat on number 93 just north of Ornate, a peasant four-street burg about 110 miles from Houston. Tonight the regulars were there, sitting by the cash register, drinking beer, talking idle, watching the bugs fly into the big lighted sign. It was Bill Hapscom's station, so the others deferred to him even though he was a pure fool. They would have expected the same deferral if they had been gathered together in one of their business establishments. Except they had none. In Ornate, it was hard times. In 1980 the town had had two industries, a factory that made paper products for picnics and barbecues, mostly, and a plant that made electronic calculators. Now the paper factory was shut down and the calculator plant was ailing. They could make them a lot cheaper in Taiwan, it turned out. Just like those portable TVS and transistor radios. Norman Brute and Tommy Wanamaker, who had both worked in the paper factory, were on relief, having run out of unemployment some time ago. Henry Carmichael and Stu Redman both worked at the calculator plant but rarely got more than 30 hours a week. Victor Palfrey was retired and smoked stinking home-rolled cigarettes, which were all he could afford. Now what I say is this, Hop told them, putting his hands on his knees and leaning forward. They just gotta say screw this inflation shit. Screw this national debt shit. We got the presses and we got the paper. We're gonna run off $50 million bills and hump them right to Christ into circulation. Palfrey, who had been a machinist until 1984, was the only one present with sufficient self-respect to point out Hop's most obvious damn fool statements. Now, rolling another of his shitty-smelling cigarettes, he said, that wouldn't get us nowhere. If they do that, it'll be just like Richmond in the last 2 years of the States War. In those days, when you wanted a piece of gingerbread, you gave the baker a Confederate dollar. He'd put it on the gingerbread and cut out a piece just that size. Money's just paper. You know, I know some people don't agree with you, Hop said sourly. He picked up a greasy red plastic paper holder from his desk. I owe these people, and they're starting to get pretty itchy about it. Stuart Redman, who was perhaps the quietest man in Ornate, was sitting in one of the cracked plastic Wilco chairs, a can of Pabst in his hand, looking out the big service station window at number 93 Stu knew about poor. He had grown up that way right here in town, the son of a dentist who had died when Stu was 7, leaving his wife and 2 other children besides Stu. His mother had gotten work at the Red Bull truck stop just outside of Ornate. Stu could have seen it from where he sat right now if it hadn't burned down in 1979. It had been enough to keep the 4 of them eating, but that was all. At the age of 9, Stu had gone to work, first for Raj Tucker, who owned the Red Bull, helping to unload trucks after school for 35 cents an hour, and then at the stockyards in the neighboring town of Braintree, lying about his age to get 20 back-breaking hours of labor a week at the minimum wage. Now, listening to Hop and Vic Palfrey argue on about money and the mysterious way it had of drying up, he thought about the way his hands had bled at first from pulling the endless hand trucks of hides and guts. He had tried to keep that from his mother, but she had seen. Less than a week after he started, she wept over them a little, and she hadn't been a woman who wept easily. But she hadn't asked him to quit the job. She knew what the situation was. She was a realist. Some of the silence in him came from the fact that he had never had friends, or the time for them. There was school, and there was work. His youngest brother, Dev, had died of pneumonia the year he began at the yards, and Stu had never quite gotten over that. Guilt, he supposed. He had loved Dev the best ... But his passing had also meant there was one less mouth to feed. In high school he had found football, and that was something his mother had encouraged even though it cut into his work hours. You play, she said. If you got a ticket out of here, it's football, Stuart, you play. Remember Edith Warfield? Edith Warfield was a local hero. He had come from a family even poorer than Stu's own, had covered himself with glory as quarterback of the regional high school team, had gone on to Texas armed with an athletic scholarship. and had played for 10 years with the Green Bay Packers, mostly as a second-string quarterback but on several memorable occasions as the starter. Ed now owned a string of fast food restaurants across the West and Southwest, and in Arnate he was an enduring figure of myth. In Arnate, when you said success, you meant Ed Warfield. Stu was no quarterback, and he was no Ed Warfield. But it did seem to him as he began his junior year in high school that there was at least a fighting chance for him to get a small athletic scholarship. And then there were work-study programs. And the school's guidance counselor had told him about the NDA loan program. Then his mother had gotten sick, had become unable to work. It was cancer. 2 months before he graduated from high school, she had died, leaving Stu with his brother Bryce to support. Stu had turned down the athletic scholarship and had gone to work in the calculator factory. And finally it was Bryce, 3 years Stu's junior, who had made it out. He was now in Minnesota, a systems analyst for IBM. He didn't write often, and the last time he had seen Bryce was at the funeral, after Stu's wife had died of exactly the same sort of cancer that had killed his mother. He thought that Bryce might have his own guilt to carry. And that Bryce might be a little ashamed of the fact that his brother had turned into just another good old boy in a dying Texas town, spending his days doing time in the calculator plant, and his nights either down at Hops or over at the Indian Head drinking Lone Star beer. The marriage had been the best time, and it had only lasted 18 months. The womb of his young wife had borne a single dark and malignant child. That had been 4 years ago, since he had thought of leaving Arnate, searching for something better, but small-town inertia held him the low siren song of familiar places and familiar faces. He was well-liked in Arnate, and Vic Palfrey had once paid him the ultimate compliment of calling him old-time tough. As Vic and Hop chewed it out, there was still a little dusk left in the sky, but the land was in shadow. Cars didn't go by on 93 much now, which was one reason that Hop had so many unpaid bills. But there was a car coming now, Stu saw. It was still a quarter of a mile distant, the day's last light putting a dusty shine on what little chrome was left to it. Stu's eyes were sharp, and he made it as a very old Chevrolet, maybe a '75 Chevy, no lights on, doing no more than 15 miles an hour, weaving all over the road. No one had seen it yet but him. "Now let's say you got a mortgage payment on this station," Vic was saying. "And let's say it's $50 a month. It's a hell of a lot more than that. Well, for the sake of the argument, let's say 50. And let's say the Federals went ahead and printed you a whole carload of money. Well, then those bank people would turn round and want 150. You'd be just as poorly off." "That's right," Henry Carmichael added. Hop looked at him, irritated. He happened to know that Hank had gotten in the habit of taking cokes out of the machine without paying the deposit, and furthermore, Hank knew he knew, and if Hank wanted to come in on any side it ought to be his. "That ain't necessarily how it would be," Hop said weightily from the depths of his 9th-grade education. He went on to explain why Stu, who only understood that they were in a hell of a pinch, tuned Hop's voice down to a meaningless drone and watched the Chevy pitch and yaw its way on up the road. The way it was going, Stu didn't think it was going to make it much farther. It crossed the white line and its left-hand tires spumed up dust from the left shoulder. Now it lurched back, held its own lane briefly, then nearly pitched off into the ditch. Then, as if the driver had picked out the big lighted Texaco station sign as a beacon, it arrowed toward the tarmac like a projectile whose velocity is very nearly spent. Stu could hear the worn-out thump of its engine now, the steady gurgle and wheeze of a dying carb and a loose set of valves. It missed the lower entrance and bumped up over the curb. The fluorescent bars over the pumps were reflecting off the Chevy's dirt-streaked windshield, so it was hard to see what was inside. But Stu saw the vague shape of the driver roll loosely with the bump. The car showed no sign of slowing from its relentless 15. "So I say with more money in circulation you'd be better turn off your pumps, Hop," Stu said mildly. "The pumps? What?" Norm Brute had turned to look out the window. "Christ on a pony," he said. Stu got out of his chair, leaned over Tommy Wanamaker and Hank Carmichael, and flicked off all 8 switches at once, 4 with each hand. So he was the only one who didn't see the Chevy as it hit the gas pumps on the upper island and sheared them off. It plowed into them with a slowness that seemed implacable and somehow grand. Tommy Wanamaker swore in the Indian Head the next day that the taillights never flashed once. The Chevy just kept coming at a steady 15 or so, like the pace car in the Tournament of Roses parade. The undercarriage screeched over the concrete island, and when the wheels hit it, everyone but Stu saw the driver's head swing limply and strike the windshield, starring the glass. The Chevy jumped like an old dog that had been kicked and plowed away the high-test pump. It snapped off and rolled away, spilling a few dribbles of gas. The nozzle came unhooked and lay glittering under the fluorescence. They all saw the sparks produced by the Chevy's exhaust pipe grating across the cement, and Hop, who had seen a gas station explosion in Mexico, instinctively shielded his eyes against the fireball he expected. Instead, the Chevy's rear end flirted around and fell off the pump island on the station side. The front end smashed into the low-lead pump, knocking it off with a hollow bang, almost deliberately. The Chevrolet finished its 360-degree turn, hitting the island again, broadside this time. The rear end popped up on the island and knocked the regular gas pump asprawl. And there the Chevy came to rest, trailing its rusty exhaust pipe behind it. It had destroyed all 3 of the gas pumps on that island nearest the highway. The motor continued to run choppily for a few seconds and then quit. The silence was so loud it was alarming. "Holy moly," Tommy Wanamaker said breathlessly. "Will she blow, Hop, if it was gonna?" "It already woulda," Hop said, getting up. His shoulder bumped the map case, scattering Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona every which way. Hop felt a cautious sort of jubilation. His pumps were insured, and the insurance was paid up. Mary had harped on the insurance ahead of everything. "Guy must have been pretty drunk," Norm said. "I seen his taillights," Tommy said, his voice high with excitement. "They never flashed once. Holy moly, if he'd have been doing 60, we'd all be dead now." They hurried out of the office, Hop first and Stu bringing up the rear. Hop, Tommy, and Norm reached the car together. They could smell gas and hear the slow, clock-like tick of the Chevy's cooling engine. Hop opened the driver's side door and the man behind the wheel spilled out like an old laundry sack. "God damn," Norm Brute shouted, almost screamed. He turned away, clutched his ample belly, and was sick. It wasn't the man who had fallen out. Hop had caught him neatly before he could thump to the pavement, but the smell that was issuing from the car, a sick stench compounded of blood, fecal matter, vomit, and human decay. It was a ghastly rich sick dead smell. A moment later Hop turned away, dragging the driver by the armpits. Tommy hastily grabbed the dragging feet and he and Hop carried him into the office. In the glow of the overhead fluorescence their faces were cheesy-looking and revolted. Hop had forgotten about his insurance money. The others looked into the car and then Hank turned away, one hand over his mouth, little finger sticking off like a man who has just raised his wine glass to make a toast. He trotted to the north end of the station's lot and let his supper come up. Vic and Stu looked into the car for some time, looked at each other, and then looked back in. On the passenger side was a young woman, her shift dress hiked up high on her thighs. Leaning against her was a boy or girl, about 3 years old. They were both dead. Their necks had swelled up like inner tubes, and the flesh there was a purple-black color, like a bruise. The flesh was puffed up under their eyes, too. They looked, Vic later said, like those baseball players who put lampblack under their eyes to cut the glare. Their eyes bulged sightlessly. The woman was holding the child's hand. Thick mucus had run from their noses and was now clotted there. Flies buzzed around them, lighting in the mucus, crawling in and out of their open mouths. Stu had been in the war, but he had never seen anything so terribly pitiful as this. His eyes were constantly drawn back to those linked hands. He and Vic backed away together and looked blankly at each other. Then they turned to the station. They could see Hop, jawing frantically into the payphone. Norm was walking toward the station behind them, throwing glances at the wreck over his shoulder. The Chevy's driver's side door stood solidly open. There was a pair of baby shoes dangling from the rearview mirror. Hank was standing by the door, rubbing his mouth with a dirty handkerchief. "Jesus, Stu," he said unhappily, and Stu nodded. Hop hung up the phone. The Chevy's driver was lying on the floor. "Ambulance will be here in 10 minutes. Do you figure there?" He jerked his thumb at the Chevy. "They're dead, okay," Vic nodded. His lined face was yellow pale, and he was sprinkling tobacco all over the floor as he tried to make one of his shitty-smelling cigarettes. "They're the 2 deadest people I've ever seen." He looked at Stu and Stu nodded, putting his hands in his pockets. He had the butterflies. The man on the floor moaned thickly in his throat, and they all looked down at him after a moment. When it became obvious that the man was speaking or trying very hard to speak, Hop knelt beside him. It was, after all, his station. Whatever had been wrong with the woman and child in the car was also wrong with this man. His nose was running freely, and his respiration had a peculiar undersea sound, a churning from somewhere in his chest. The flesh beneath his eyes was puffing, not black yet, but a bruised purple. His neck looked too thick, and the flesh had pushed up in a column to give him 2 extra chins. He was running a high fever. Being close to him was like squatting on the edge of an open barbecue pit where good coals have been laid. "The dog," he muttered. "Did you put him out?" "Mister," Hop said, shaking him gently. "I called the ambulance. You're going to be all right." Clock went red. The man on the floor grunted, and then began to cough, racking chain-like explosions that sent heavy mucus spraying from his mouth in long and ropey splatters. Hop leaned backward, grimacing desperately. "Better roll him over," Vic said. "He's goin' choke on it." But before they could, the coughing tapered off into bellows, uneven breathing again. His eyes blinked slowly, and he looked at the men gathered above him. "Where's ... this?" "Arnate," Hop said. "Bill Hapscom's Texaco." "You crashed out some of my pumps," and then, hastily, he added, "That's okay." They was insured. The man on the floor tried to sit up and was unable. He had to settle for putting a hand on Hop's arm. "My wife ... my little girl ... double quotes." "They're fine," Hop said, grinning a foolish dog grin. "Seems like I'm awful sick," the man said. Breath came in and out of him in a thick, soft roar. "They were sick, too, since we got up 2 days ago. Salt Lake City ... double quotes." His eyes flickered, slowly closed. "Sick. Guess we didn't move quick enough after all ... Far off but getting closer, they could hear the whoop of the ornate volunteer ambulance. "Man," Tommy Wanamaker said, "oh man." The sick man's eyes fluttered open again, and now they were filled with an intense, sharp concern. He struggled again to sit up. Sweat ran down his face. He grabbed Hop. "Are Sally and baby Levin all right?" he demanded. Spittle flew from his lips, and Hop could feel the man's burning heat radiating outward. The man was sick, half crazy. He stank. Hop was reminded of the smell an old dog blanket gets sometimes. "They're all right," he insisted, a little frantically. "You just ... lay down and take it easy, okay?" The man lay back down. His breathing was rougher now. Hop and Hank helped roll him over on his side, and his respiration seemed to ease a trifle. "I felt pretty good until last night," he said, coughing, "but all right. Woke up with it in the night. Didn't get away quick enough. Is baby Levin okay?" The last trailed off into something none of them could make out. The ambulance siren warbled closer and closer. Stu went over to the window to watch for it. The others remained in a circle around the man on the floor. "What's he got, Vic? Any idea?" Hop asked. Vic shook his head. "Dunno. Might have been something they ate," Norm Brute said. "That car's got a California plate. They was probably eatin' at a lot of roadside stands. You know, maybe they got a poison hamburger." It happens. The ambulance pulled in and skirted the wrecked Chevy to stop between it and the station door. The red light on top made crazy sweeping circles. It was full dark now. "Gimme your hand and I'll pull you up out of there." The man on the floor cried suddenly, and then was silent. "Food poisoning," Vic said. "Yeah, that could be." "I hope so, because what?" Hank asked. "Because otherwise it might be something catching." Vic looked at them with troubled eyes. "I seen cholera back in 1958, down near Nogales, and it looked something like this." 3 men came in, wheeling a stretcher. "Hop," one of them said. "You're lucky you didn't get your scraggy ass blown to kingdom come. This guy, huh?" They broke apart to let them through. Billy Vereker, Monty Sullivan, Carlos Ortega, men they all knew. "There's 2 folks in that car," Hop said, drawing Monty aside, "woman and a little girl. Both dead. Holy crow, you sure?" "Yeah, this guy, he don't know. You going to take him to Braintree?" "I guess." Monty looked at him, bewildered. "What do I do with the 2 in the car?" "I don't know how to handle this, Hop. Stu can call the state patrol." "You mind if I ride in with you?" "Hell no." They got the man onto the stretcher, and while they ran him out, Hop went over to Stu. "I'm gonna ride into Braintree with that guy. Would you call the state patrol?" "Sure, and Mary, too. Call and tell her what happened." "Okay." Hop trotted out to the ambulance and climbed in. Billy Vereker shut the doors behind him and then called the other 2. They had been staring into the wrecked Chevy with dread fascination. A few moments later the ambulance pulled out, siren warbling, red dome-like pulsing blood shadows across the gas station's tarmac. Stu went to the phone and put a quarter in. The man from the Chevy died 20 miles from the hospital. He drew one final bubbling gasp, let it out, hitched in a smaller one, and just quit. Hop got the man's wallet out of his hip pocket and looked at it. There were $17 in cash. A California driver's license identified him as Charles D. Campion. There was an army card, and pictures of his wife and daughter encased in plastic. Hop didn't want to look at the pictures. He stuffed the wallet back into the dead man's pocket and told Carlos to turn off the siren. It was 10 after 9, Chapter 2. There was a long rock pier running out into the Atlantic Ocean from the Ogunquit, Maine, town beach. Today it reminded her of an accusatory gray finger. And when Franny Goldsmith parked her car in the public lot, she could see Jess sitting out at the end of it, just a silhouette in the afternoon sunlight. Gulls wheeled and cried above him. A New England portrait drawn in real life, and she doubted if any gull would dare spoil it by dropping a splat of white doo-doo on Jess Ryder's immaculate blue chambray workshirt. After all, he was a practicing poet. She knew it was just because his 10-speed was bolted to the iron railing that ran behind the parking attendant's building. Gus, a balding, paunchy town fixture, was coming out to meet her. The fee for visitors was $1 a car, but he knew Franny lived in town without bothering to look at the residence sticker on the cover of her Volvo's windshield. "Fran came here a lot." "Sure I do," Fran thought. "In fact, I got pregnant right down there on the beach, just about 12 feet above the high tide line. Dear lump, you were conceived on the scenic coast of Maine, 12 feet above the high tide line and 20 yards east of the seawall." X marks the spot. Gus raised his hand toward her, making a peace sign. "Your fella's out on the end of the pier, Miss Goldsmith." "Thanks, Gus. How's business?" He waved smilingly at the parking lot. There were maybe a dozen cars in all, and she could see blue and white residence stickers on most of them. "Not much trade this early," he said. It was June 17th. "Wait 2 weeks and we'll make the town some money, I'll bet. If you don't embezzle it all." Gus laughed and went back inside. Franny leaned one hand against the warm metal of her car, took off her sneakers, and put on a pair of rubber thongs. She was a tall girl with chestnut hair that fell halfway down the back of the buff-colored shift she was wearing. Good figure, long legs that got appreciative glances. Prime stuff was the correct frat house term, she believed. Looky, here comes Nookie, Miss College Girl, 1990. Then she had to laugh at herself, and the laugh was a trifle bitter. "You're carrying on," she told herself, as if this was the news of the world. Chapter 6. Hester Preen brings the news of Pearl's impending arrival to Rev. Dimsdale, he wasn't. He was Jess Ryder, age 20, 1 year younger than our heroine, Little Fran. He was a practicing college student undergraduate poet. You could tell by his immaculate blue chambray work shirt. She paused at the edge of the sand, feeling the good heat baking the solace of her feet even through the rubber thongs. The silhouette at the far end of the pier was still tossing small rocks into the water. Her thought was partly amusing but mostly dismaying. He knows what he looks like out there, she thought. Lord Byron, lonely but unafraid, sitting in lonely solitude and surveying the sea which leads back to where England lies. But I, an exile, may never, oh bulls. It wasn't so much the thought that disturbed her as what it indicated about her own state of mind. The young man she assumed she loved was sitting out there, and she was standing here caricaturing him behind his back. She began to walk out along the pier, picking her way with careful grace over the rocks and crevices. It was an old pier, once part of a breakwater. Now most of the boats tied up on the southern end of town, where there were 3 marinas and 7 honky-tonk motels that boomed all summer long. She walked slowly, trying her best to cope with the thought that she might have fallen out of love with him in the space of the 11 days that she had known she was a little bit preggers, in the words of Amy Lauder. Well, he had gotten her into that condition, hadn't he? But not alone, that was for sure, and she had been on the pill. That had been the simplest thing in the world. She'd gone to the campus infirmary, told the doctor she was having painful menstruation and all sorts of embarrassing eructations on her skin, and the doctor had written her a prescription. In fact, he had given her a month of freebies. She stopped again, out over the water now, the waves beginning to break toward the beach on her right and left. It occurred to her that the infirmary doctors probably heard about painful menstruation and too many pimples about as often as druggists heard about how I gotta buy these condoms for my brother Evening. Or often in this day and age, she could just as easily have gone to him and said, "Gimme the pill. I'm gonna fuck." She was of age. Why be coy? She looked at Jessie's back and sighed. Because coyness gets to be a way of life. She began to walk again anyway. The pill hadn't worked. Somebody in the quality control department at the jolly old Overall factory had been asleep at the switch. Either that or she had forgotten a pill and then had forgotten she'd forgotten. She walked softly up behind him and laid both hands on his shoulders. Jess, who had been holding his rocks in his left hand and plunking them into Mother Atlantic with his right, let out a scream and lurched to his feet. Pebbles scattered everywhere, and he almost knocked Franny off the side and into the water. He almost went in himself, head first. She started to giggle helplessly and backed away with her hands over her mouth as he turned furiously around, a well-built young man with black hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and regular features which, to Jess's eternal discomfort, would never quite reflect the sensitivity inside him. "You scared the hell out of me," he roared. "Oh, Jess," she giggled. "Oh, Jess, I'm sorry, but that was funny." "It really was. We almost fell in the water," he said, taking a resentful step toward her. She took a step backward to compensate, tripped over a rock, and sat down hard. Her jaws clicked together hard with her tongue between them, exquisite pain. And she stopped giggling as if the sound had been cut off with a knife. The very fact of her sudden silence you turned me off. I'm a radio seemed funniest of all, and she began to giggle again, in spite of the fact that her tongue was bleeding and tears of pain were streaming from her eyes. "Are you okay, Franny?" He knelt beside her, concerned. "I do love him," she thought with some relief. "Good thing for me. Did you hurt yourself, friend?" "Only my pride," she said, letting him help her up. "And I bet my tongue, see." She ran it out for him, expecting to get a smile as a reward, but he frowned. "Jesus, Fran, you're really bleeding." He pulled a handkerchief out of his back pocket and looked at it doubtfully, then he put it back. The image of the two of them walking hand in hand back to the parking lot came to her. Young lovers under a summer sun, her with his handkerchief stuffed in her mouth. She raises her hand to the smiling, benevolent attendant and says, "Hung hagur." She began to giggle again, even though her tongue did hurt and there was a bloody taste in her mouth that was a little nauseating. "Look the other way," she said primly. "I'm going to be unladylike," smiling a little. He theatrically covered his eyes, propped on one arm. She stuck her head off the side of the pier and spat bright red uck again and again. At last her mouth seemed to clear and she looked around to see him peeking through his fingers. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm such an asshole." "No," Jessie said, obviously meaning yes. "Could we go get ice cream?" She asked. "You drive, I'll buy." "That's a deal." He got to his feet and helped her up. She spat over the side again, bright red. Apprehensively, Fran asked him, "I didn't bite any of it off, did I?" "I don't know," Jess answered pleasantly. "Did you swallow a lump?" She put a revolted hand to her mouth. "That's not funny." "No, I'm sorry, you just bit it." "Franny, are there any arteries in a person's tongue?" They were walking back along the pier now, hand in hand. She paused every now and then to spit over the side, bright red. She wasn't going to swallow any of that stuff. No way. "Nope, good." She squeezed his hand and smiled at him reassuringly. "I'm pregnant, really. That's good. Do you know who I saw in port?" He stopped and looked at her, his face suddenly inflexible and very, very careful. It broke her heart a little to see the wariness there. "What did you say?" "I'm pregnant." She smiled at him brightly and then spat over the side of the pier. "Bright red, big joke, Franny," he said uncertainly. "No joke." He kept looking at her. After a while they started walking again. As they crossed the parking lot, Gus came out and waved to them. Franny waved back, so did Jess. They stopped at the Dairy Queen on US 1. Jess got a Coke and sat sipping it thoughtfully behind the Volvo's wheel. Fran made him get her a banana boat supreme and she sat against her door to feed a seat between them, spooning up nuts and pineapple sauce and ersatz Dairy Queen ice cream. "You know," she said, "DQ ice cream is mostly bubbles. Did you know that? Lots of people don't." Jess looked at her and said nothing. "Truth," she said. "Those ice cream machines are really nothing but giant bubble machines. That's how Dairy Queen can sell their ice cream so cheap. We had an off-print about it in business theory. There are many ways to defer a feline." Jess looked at her and said nothing. "Now if you want real ice cream, you have to go to some place like a Deering ice cream shop, and that's—" She burst into tears. He slid across the seat to her and put his arms around her neck. "Franny, don't do that, please. My banana boat is dripping on me," she said, still weeping. His handkerchief came out again and he mopped her off. By then her tears had trailed off to sniffles. "Banana boat supreme with blood sauce," she said, looking at him with red eyes. "I guess I can't eat any more. I'm sorry, Jess. Would you throw it away?" "Sure," he said stiffly. He took it from her, got out, and tossed it in the waste can. He was walking funny, Fran thought, as if he had been hit hard down low where it hurts boys. In a way she supposed that was just where he had been hit. But if you wanted to look at it another way, well, that was just about the way she had walked after he had taken her virginity on the beach. She had felt like she had a bad case of diaper rash. Only diaper rash didn't make you preggers. He came back and got in. "Are you really, friend?" He asked abruptly. "I am really. How did it happen?" "I thought you were on the pill." "Well, what I figure is somebody in the quality control department of the jolly old Overall factory was asleep at the switch when my batch of pills went by on the conveyor belt, or two. They are feeding you boys something in the UNH mess hall that builds up sperm, or three. I forgot to take a pill and have since forgotten that I forgot." She offered him a hard, thin, sunny smile that he recoiled from just a bit. "What are you mad about, Fran? I just asked." "Well, to answer your question in a different way, on a warm night in April, it must have been the 12th, 13th, or 14th, you put your penis into my vagina and had an orgasm, thus ejaculating sperm by the millions." "Stop it," he said sharply. "You don't have to." "To what?" Outwardly stony. She was dismayed inside. In all her imaginings of how the scene might play, she had never seen it quite like this. "To be so mad," he said lamely. "I'm not going to run out on you, no," she said more softly. At this point she could have plucked one of his hands off the wheel, held it, and healed the breach entirely. But she couldn't make herself do it. He had no business wanting to be comforted, no matter how tacit or unconscious his wanting was. She suddenly realized that one way or another, the laughs and the good times were over for a while. That made her want to cry again, and she staved the tears off grimly. She was Franny Goldsmith, Peter Goldsmith's daughter, and she wasn't going to sit in the parking lot of the Algonquin Dairy Queen crying her damn stupid eyes out. "What do you want to do?" Jess asked, getting out his cigarettes. "What do you want to do?" He struck a light, and for just a moment as cigarette smoke rafted up she clearly saw a man and a boy fighting for control of the same face. "Oh hell," he said, "the choices as I see them." She said, "We can get married and keep the baby. We can get married and give the baby up, or we don't get married and I keep the baby. Or Franny, or we don't get married and I don't keep the baby. Or I could get an abortion. Does that cover everything? Have I left anything out? Franny, can't we just talk? We are talking." She flashed at him. "You had your chance and you said, oh hell, your exact words. I have just outlined all of the possible choices. Of course I've had a little more time to work up an agenda. You want a cigarette?" "No, they're bad for the baby, Franny, God damn it." "Why are you shouting?" she asked softly. "Because you seem determined to aggravate me as much as you can," Jess said hotly. He controlled himself. "I'm sorry. I just can't think of this as my fault." "You can't?" She looked at him with a cocked eyebrow. "And behold, a virgin shall conceive. Do you have to be so goddamn flip? You had the pill, you said. I took you at your word. Was I so wrong?" "No, you weren't so wrong. But that doesn't change the fact. I guess not," he said gloomily, and pitched his cigarette out half-smoked. "So what do we do?" "You keep asking me, Jessie. I just outlined the choices as I see them. I thought you might have some ideas. There's suicide, but I'm not considering it at this point. So pick the other choice you like and we'll talk about it." "Let's get married," he said in a sudden, strong voice. He had the air of a man who has decided that the best way to solve the Gordian knot problem would be to hack right down through the middle of it. "Full speed ahead and get the whiners Beloutics." "No," she said, "I don't want to marry you." It was as if his face was held together by a number of unseen bolts, and each of them had suddenly been loosened a turn and a half. Everything sagged at once. The image was so cruelly comical that she had to rub her wounded tongue against the rough top of her mouth to keep from getting the giggles again. She didn't want to laugh at Jess. "Why not?" he asked. "Fran, I have to think of my reasons why not." "I'm not going to let you draw me into a discussion of my reasons why not, because right now I don't know. You don't love me," he said sulkily. "In most cases, love and marriage are mutually exclusive states. Pick another choice." He was silent for a long time. He fiddled with a fresh cigarette but didn't light it. At last he said, "I can't pick another choice, Franny, because you don't want to discuss this. You want to score points off me." That touched her a little bit. She nodded. "Maybe you're right. I've had a few scored off me in the last couple of weeks. Now Jess, you're Joe College all the way. If a mugger came at you with a knife, you'd want to convene a seminar on the spot. Oh, for God's sake, pick another choice." "No, you've got your reasons all figured out. Maybe I need a little time to think, too. Okay, would you take us back to the parking lot? I'll drop you off and do some errands." He gazed at her, startled. "Franny, I rode my bike all the way down from Portland. I've got a room at a motel outside of town. I thought we were going to spend the weekend together. In your motel room. Now, Jess, the situation has changed. You just get back on your 10-speed and bike back to Portland, and you get in touch when you've thought about it a little more. No great hurry. Stop riding me, Franny. No, Jess. You were the one who rode me," she jeered in sudden, furious anger, and that was when he slapped her lightly backhand on the cheek. He stared at her, stunned. "I'm sorry, Fran, accepted," she said colorlessly. "Drive on." They didn't talk on the ride back to the public beach parking lot. She sat with her hands folded in her lap, watching the slices of ocean layered between the cottages just west of the seawall. They looked like slum apartments, she thought. Who owned these houses? Most of them still shuddered blindly against the summer that would begin officially in less than a week. Professors from Met, Boston doctors, New York lawyers. These houses weren't the real biggies. The coast estates owned by men who counted their fortunes in 7 and 8 figures. But when the families who owned them moved in here, the lowest IQ on Shore Road would be Gus the parking attendant. The kids would have 10 speeds like Jess's. They would have bored expressions, and they would go with their parents to have lobster dinners and to attend the Ogunquit Playhouse. They would idle up and down the main street, masquerading after soft summer twilight as street people. She kept looking out at the lovely flashes of cobalt between the crammed-together houses, aware that the vision was blurring with a new film of tears. The little white cloud that cried. They reached the parking lot, and Gus waved. They waved back. "I'm sorry I hit you, Franny," Jess said in a subdued voice. "I never meant to do that, I know." "Are you going back to Portland? I'll stay here tonight and call you in the morning." "But it's your decision, Fran. If you decide, you know, that an abortion is the thing, I'll scrape up the cash, pun intended." "No," he said. "Not at all." He slid across the seat and kissed her chastely. "I love you, Fran." "I don't believe you do," she thought. "Suddenly I don't believe it at all. ... But I'll accept in good grace. I can do that much." "All right," she said quietly. "It's the Lighthouse Motel. Call if you want." "Okay." She slid behind the wheel, suddenly feeling very tired. Her tongue ached miserably where she had bitten it. He walked to where his bike was locked to the iron railing and coasted it back to her. "Wish you'd call, friend," she smiled artificially. "We'll see. So long, Jess." She put the Volvo in gear, turned around, and drove across the lot to the Shore Road. She could see Jess standing by his bike yet, the ocean at his back. And for the second time that day she mentally accused him of knowing exactly what kind of picture he was making. This time, instead of being irritated, she felt a little bit sad. She drove on, wondering if the ocean would ever look the way it had looked to her before all of this had happened. Her tongue hurt miserably. She opened her window wider and spat. All white and all right this time. She could smell the salt of the ocean strongly, like bitter tears. Chapter 3. Norm Brute woke up at 10:15 in the morning to the sound of kids fighting outside the bedroom window and country music from the radio in the kitchen. He went to the back door in his saggy shorts and undershirt, threw it open, and yelled, "You kids shut your heads." A moment's pause. Luke and Bobby looked around from the old and rusty dump truck they had been arguing over. As always when he saw his kids, Norm felt dragged to ways at once. His heart ached to see them wearing hand-me-downs and Salvation Army give-outs like the ones you saw the nigger children in East Ornate wearing, and at the same time horrible, shaking anger would sweep through him, making him want to stride out there and beat the living shit out of them. "Yes, Daddy," Luke said in a subdued way. He was 9. "Yes, Daddy," Bobby echoed. He was 7 going on 8. Norm stood for a moment, glaring at them, and slammed the door shut. He stood for a moment, looking indecisively at the pile of clothes he had worn yesterday. They were lying at the foot of the sagging double bed where he had dropped them. "That slutty bitch," he thought, "she didn't even hang up my duds." "Leela," he bawled. There was no answer. He considered ripping the door open again and asking Luke where the hell she had gone. It wasn't donated commodities day until next week, and if she was down at the employment office in Braintree again, she was an even bigger fool than he thought. He didn't bother to ask the kids. He felt tired and he had a queasy, thumping headache. Felt like a hangover, but he'd only had 3 beers down at Hops the night before. That accident had been a hell of a thing. The woman and the baby dead in the car. The man, Campion, dying on the way to the hospital. By the time Hop had gotten back, the state patrol had come and gone, and the wrecker, and the Braintree undertaker's hack, Vic Palfrey, had given the laws a statement for all 5 of them. The undertaker, who was also the county coroner, refused to speculate on what might have hit them. But it ain't cholera, and don't you go scarring people saying it is. There'll be an autopsy and you can read about it in the paper. Miserable little pissant, Norm thought, slowly dressing himself in yesterday's clothes. His headache was turning into a real blinder. Those kids had better be quiet or they were going to have a pair of broken arms to mouth off about. Why the hell couldn't they have school the whole year round? He considered tucking his shirt into his pants, decided the president probably wouldn't be stopping by that day, and shuffled out into the kitchen in his sock feet. The bright sunlight coming in the east windows made him squint. The cracked Philco radio over the stove sang, "But bay dashia by, you can tell me if anyone can. Baby, can you dig your man? He's a righteous man. Tell me, baby, can you dig your man?" Things had come to a pretty pass when they had to play nigger rock and roll music like that on the local country music station. Norm turned it off before it could split his head. There was a note by the radio and he picked it up, narrowing his eyes to read it. "Dear Norm, Sally Hodges says she needs somebody to set her kids this morning and says she'll give me $1. They'll be back for lunch. There's sausage if you want it. I love you, honey, Leela ... Norm put the note back and just stood there for a moment, thinking it over and trying to get the sense of it in his mind. It was goddamn hard to think past the headache, babysitting ... $1 for Ralph Hodges's wife. The 3 elements slowly came together in his mind. Leela had gone off to sit Sally Hodges's 3 kids to earn a lousy $1 and had stuck him with Luke and Bobby. By God, it was hard times when a man had to sit home and wipe his kids' noses so his wife could go and scratch out a lousy $1 that wouldn't even buy them a gallon of gas. That was hard fucking times. Dull anger came to him, making his headache even worse. He shuffled slowly to the Frigidaire, bought when he had been making good overtime, and opened it. Most of the shelves were empty, except for leftovers Leela had put up in refrigerator dishes. He hated those little plastic Tupperware dishes. Old beans, old corn, a leftover dab of chili ... nothing a man liked to eat. Nothing in there but little Tupperware dishes and 3 little old sausages done up in handy wrap. He bent, looking at them, the familiar helpless anger now compounded by the dull throb in his head. Those sausages looked like somebody had cut the cocks off in 3 of those pygmies they had down in Africa or South America, or wherever the fuck it was they had them. He didn't feel like eating anyway. He felt damn sick, when you got right down to it. He went over to the stove, scratched a match on the piece of sandpaper nailed to the wall beside it, lit the front gas ring, and put on the coffee. Then he sat down and waited dully for it to boil. Just before it did, he had to scramble his snotrig out of his back pocket to catch a big wet sneeze. Coming down with a cold, he thought, isn't that something nice on top of everything else? But it never occurred to him to think of the phlegm that had been running out of that fellow Campion's pump the night before. Hop was in the garage bay putting a new tailpipe on Tony Leominster's Scout, and Vic Palfrey was rocking back on a folding camp chair, watching him and drinking a Dr. Pepper when the bell dinged out front. Vic squinted. "It's the state patrol," he said. "Looks like your cousin. There, Joe Bob, okay." Hop came out from beneath the Scout, wiping his hands on a ball of waste. On his way through the office he sneezed heavily. He hated summer colds. They were the worst. Joe Bob Brentwood, who was almost 6.5 feet tall, was standing by the back of his cruiser, filling up. Beyond him, the 3 pumps Campion had driven over the night before were neatly lined up like dead soldiers. "Hey, Joe Bob," Hop said, coming out. "Hop, you sumbitch," Joe Bob said, putting the pump handle on automatic and stepping over the hose. "You lucky this place still standing this morning, shit." Stu Redman saw the guy coming and switched off the pumps. There was a load of sparks, though, still damn lucky. Listen, Hop, I come over for something besides a fill-up. Yeah. Joe Bob's eyes went to Vic, who was standing in the station door. Was that old geezer here last night? Who, Vic? Yeah, he comes over most every night. Can he keep his mouth shut? Sure. I reckon he's a good enough old boy. The automatic feed kicked off. Hop squeezed off another 20 cents worth, then put the nozzle back on the pump and switched it off. He walked back to Joe Bob. So, what's the story? Well, let's go inside. I guess the old fellow ought to hear, too. And if you get a chance, you can phone the rest of them that was here. They walked across the tarmac and into the office. A good morning to you, officer, Vic said. Joe Bob nodded. Coffee, Joe Bob, Hop asked. I guess not. He looked at them heavily. Thing is, I don't know how my superiors would like me being here at all. I don't think they would. So when those guys come here, you don't let them know I tipped you, right? What guys, officer? Vic asked. Health department guys, Joe Bob said. Vic said, oh Jesus, it was cholera. I knowed it was. Hop looked from one to the other. Joe Bob. I don't know nothing, Joe Bob said. Sitting down in one of the plastic Woco chairs, his bony knees came nearly up to his neck. He took a pack of Chesterfields from his blouse pocket and lit up. Finnegan, there. The coroner, that was a smart-ass, Hop said fiercely. You should have seen him strutting around in here, Joe Bob, just like a pea-turkey that got its first hard-on, shushing people and all that. He's a big turd in a little bowl. All right, Joe Bob agreed. Well, he got Dr. James to look at this Campion, and the two of them called in another doctor that I don't know. Then they got on the phone to Houston, and around 3 this morning they come into that little airport outside of Braintree. Who did? Pathologists, 3 of them. They were in there with the bodies until about 8 o'clock. Cutting on him is my guess, although I don't know for sure. Then they got on the phone to the plague center in Atlanta. And those guys are going to be here this afternoon. But they said in the meantime that the state health department was to send some fellas out here and see all the guys that were in the station last night. And the guys that drove the rescue unit to Braintree. I dunno, but it sounds to me like they want you quarantined. Moses and the bulrushes, Hop said, frightened. The Atlanta Plague Center's federal, Vic said. Would they send out a plane load of federal men just for cholera? Search me, Joe Bob said, but I thought you guys had a right to know. From all I heard, you just tried to lend a hand. It's appreciated, Joe Bob, Hop said slowly. What did James and this other doctor say? Not much, but they looked scared. I never seen doctors look scared like that. I didn't much care for it. A heavy silence fell. Joe Bob went to the drink machine and got a bottle of Fresca. The faint hissing sound of carbonation was audible as he popped the cap. As Joe Bob sat down again, Hop took a Kleenex from the box next to the cash register, wiped his runny nose, and folded it into the pocket of his greasy overall. What have you found out about Campion? Vic asked. Anything? We're still checking, Joe Bob said with a trace of importance. His ID says he was from San Diego, but a lot of the stuff in his wallet was 2 and 3 years out of date. His driver's license was expired. He had a Bank AmeriCard that was issued in 1986 and that was expired. He had an Army card, so we're checking with them. The captain has a hunch that Campion hadn't lived in San Diego for maybe 4 years. Ewall, Vic asked. He produced a big red bandana, hawked and spat into it. Dunno yet. But his Army card said he was in until 1997, and he was in civvies, and he was with his family, and he was a fuck of a long way from California, and listen to my mouth run. Well, I'll get in touch with the others and tell them what you said. Anyway, Hop said, much obliged. Joe Bob stood up. Sure, just keep my name out of it. I sure wouldn't want to lose my job. Your buddies don't need to know who tipped you, do they? No, Hop said, and Vic echoed it. As Joe Bob went to the door, Hop said a little apologetically, that's 5 even for gas, Joe Bob. I hate to charge you, but with things the way they are. That's okay. Joe Bob handed him a credit card. State's paying, and I got my credit slip to show why I was here. While Hop was filling out the slip, he sneezed twice. You want to watch that, Joe Bob said. Nothing any worse than a summer cold. Don't I know it? Suddenly, from behind them, Vic said. Maybe it ain't a cold. They turned to him. Vic looked frightened. I woke up this morning sneezing and hacking away like 60. Vic said. Had a mean headache, too. I took some aspirins and it's gone back some, but I'm still full of snot. Maybe we're coming down with it. What that Campion had, what he died of. Hop looked at him for a long time, and as he was about to put forward all his reasons why it couldn't be, he sneezed again. Joe Bob looked at them both gravely for a moment and then said, You know, it might not be such a bad idea to close the station, Hop, just for today. Hop looked at him, scared, and tried to remember what all his reasons had been. He couldn't think of a one. All he could remember was that he had also awakened with a headache and a runny nose. Well, everyone caught a cold once in a while. But before that guy Campion had shown up, he had been fine. Just fine. The 3 Hodges kids were 6, 4, and 18 months. The 2 youngest were taking naps, and the oldest was out back digging a hole. Leela Brute was in the living room. Watching the young and the restless, she hoped Sally wouldn't return until it was over. Ralph Hodges had bought a big color TV when times had been better and ornate. And Leela loved to watch the afternoon stories in color. Everything was so much prettier. She drew on her cigarette and then let the smoke out in spasms as a racking cough seized her. She went into the kitchen and spat the mouthful of crap she had brought up down the drain. She had gotten up with the cough, and all day it had felt like someone was tickling the back of her throat with a feather. She went back to the living room after taking a peek out the pantry window to make sure Bert Hodges was okay. A commercial was on now, to dancing bottles of toilet bowl cleaner. Leela let her eyes drift around the room and wished her own house looked this nice. Sally's hobby was doing paint-by-the-numbers pictures of Christ, and they were all over the living room in nice frames. She especially liked the big one of the Last Supper mounted in back of the TV. It had come with 60 different oil colors, Sally had told her, and it took almost 3 months to finish. It was a real work of art. Just as her story came back on, baby Cheryl started to cry, a whooping, ugly yell broken by bursts of coughing. Leela put out her cigarette and hurried into the bedroom. Eva, the 4-year-old, was still fast asleep, but Cheryl was lying on her back in her crib, and her face was going an alarming purple color. Her cries began to sound strangled. Leela, who was not afraid of the croup after seeing both of her own through bouts with it, picked her up by the heels and swatted her firmly on the back. She had no idea if Dr. Spock recommended this sort of treatment or not, because she had never read him. It worked nicely on baby Cheryl. She emitted a froggy croak and suddenly spat an amazing wad of yellow phlegm out onto the floor. Better? Leela asked. Yes, said baby Cheryl. She was almost asleep again. Leela wiped up the mess with a Kleenex. She couldn't remember ever having seen a baby cough up so much snot all at once. She sat down in front of the young and the restless again, frowning. She lit another cigarette, sneezed over the first puff, and then began to cough herself. Chapter 4. It was an hour past nightfall. Starkey sat alone at a long table, sifting through sheets of yellow flimsy. Their contents dismayed him. He had been serving his country for 36 years, beginning as a scared West Point plebe. He had won medals. He had spoken with presidents, had offered them advice, and on occasion his advice had been taken. He had been through dark moments before, plenty of them, but this ... he was scared. So deeply scared he hardly dared admit it to himself. It was the kind of fear that could drive you mad. On impulse he got up and went to the wall where the 5 blank TV monitors looked into the room. As he got up, his knee bumped the table, causing one of the sheets of flimsy to fall off the edge. It seesawed lazily down through the mechanically purified air and landed on the tile, half in the table's shadow and half out. Someone standing over it and looking down would have seen this. OT confirmed, seems reasonably. Strain coded 848 of Campion, W. Sally antigen shift and mutation. High risk excess mortality and communicability estimated. Repeat 99.4%, Atlanta Plague Center. Understands, top secret blue folder. NDSPD to 312A. Starkey pushed a button under the middle screen and the picture flashed on with the unnerving suddenness of solid-state components. It showed the western California desert. Looking east, it was desolate, and the desolation was rendered eerie by the reddish-purple tinge of infrared photography. It's out there, straight ahead, Starkey thought, Project Blue. The fright tried to wash over him again. He reached into his pocket and brought out a blue pill. What his daughter would call a downer. Names didn't matter, results did. He dry swallowed it. His hard and seamed face wrinkling for a moment as it went down. Project Blue. He looked at the other blank monitors and then punched up pictures on all of them. 4 and 5 showed labs. 4 was physics. 5 was viral biology. The VI lab was full of animal cages, mostly for guinea pigs, rhesus monkeys, and a few dogs. None of them appeared to be sleeping. In the physics lab a small centrifuge was still turning around and around. Starkey had complained about that. He had complained bitterly. There was something spooky about that centrifuge whirling gaily around and around and around while Dr. Eswick lay dead on the floor nearby, sprawled out like a scarecrow that had tipped over in a high wind. They had explained to him that the centrifuge was on the same circuit as the lights, and if they turned off the centrifuge, the lights would go, too. And the cameras down there were not equipped for infrared, Starkey understood. Some more brass might come down from Washington and want to look at the dead Nobel Prize winner who was lying 400 feet under the desert less than a mile away if we turn off the centrifuge. We turn off the professor, elementary, what his daughter would have called a catch-22. He took another downer and looked into monitor 2. This was the one he liked least of all. He didn't like the man with his face in the soup. Suppose someone walked up to you and said, "You will spend eternity with your fizz in a bowl of soup." It's like the old pie-in-the-face routine. It stops being funny when it starts being you. Monitor 2 showed the Project Blue cafeteria. The accident had occurred almost perfectly between shifts, and the cafeteria had been only lightly populated. He supposed it hadn't mattered much to them, whether they had died in the cafeteria or in their bedrooms or their labs. Still, the man with his face in the soup... A man and a woman in blue coveralls were crumpled at the foot of the candy machine. A man in a white coverall lay beside the Seabird jukebox. At the tables themselves were 9 men and 14 women, some of them slumped beside Hostess Twinkies, some with spilled cups of Coke and Sprite still clutched in their stiff hands. And at the second table, near the end, there was a man who had been identified as Frank D. Bruce. His face was in a bowl of what appeared to be Campbell's chunky sirloin soup. The first monitor showed only a digital clock. Until June 13th, all the numbers on that clock had been green. Now they had turned bright red. They had stopped. The figures read 6:13, 90, 2:37, 16. June 13th, 1990, 37 minutes past 2 in the morning. And 16 seconds. From behind him came a brief burring noise. Starkey turned off the monitors one by one and then turned around. He saw the sheet of flimsy on the floor and put it back on the table. Come, it was Creighton. He looked grave and his skin was a slaty color. More bad news, Starkey thought serenely. Someone else has taken a long high dive into a cold bowl of chunky sirloin soup. "Hi, Len," he said quietly. Len Creighton nodded. "Billy, this ... Christ, I don't know how to tell you. I think one word at a time might go best, soldier. Those men who handled Campion's body are through their prelims at Atlanta, and the news isn't good, all of them 5 for sure. There's one, his name is Stuart Redman, who's negative so far. But as far as we can tell, Campion himself was negative for over 50 hours. If only Campion hadn't run, Starkey said. That was sloppy security, Len, very sloppy. Creighton nodded. Go on. Ornate has been quarantined. We've isolated at least 16 cases of constantly shifting a prime flu there so far, and those are just the overt ones. The news media, so far, no problem. They believe it's anthrax. What else? One very serious problem. We have a Texas highway patrolman named Joseph Robert Brentwood. His cousin owns the gas station where Campion ended up. He dropped by yesterday morning to tell Hanscom the health people were coming. We picked him up 3 hours ago and he's en route to Atlanta now. In the meantime, he's been patrolling half of East Texas. God knows how many people he's been in contact with. Oh shit, Starkey said, and was appalled by the watery weakness in his voice and the skin crawl that had started near the base of his testicles and was now working up into his belly, 99.4% communicability. He thought. It played insanely over and over in his mind. And that meant 99.4% excess mortality, because the human body couldn't produce the antibodies necessary to stop a constantly shifting antigen virus. Every time the body did produce the right antibody, the virus simply shifted to a slightly new form. For the same reason a vaccine was going to be almost impossible to create. 99.4%. Christ, he said. That's it. Well, go on, finish softly. Then Creighton said, Hammer's dead. Billy, suicide. He shot himself in the eye with his service pistol. The Project Blue specs were on his desk. I guess he thought leaving them there was all the suicide note anybody would need. Starkey closed his eyes. Vic Hammer was ... had been ... his son-in-law. How was he supposed to tell Cynthia about this? I'm sorry, Cindy. Vic took a high dive into a cold bowl of soup today. Here, have a downer. You see, there was a goof. Somebody made a mistake with a box. Somebody else forgot to pull a switch that would have sealed off the base. The lag was only 40-some seconds, but it was enough. And they do it that way so none of them really know what they're doing. One of them was maybe thinking about what to make for supper. And whoever was supposed to check her work was maybe thinking about trading the family car. Anyway, Cindy, the last coincidence was that a man at the number 4 security post, a man named Campion, saw the numbers go red just in time to get out of the room before the doors shut and maglocked. Then he got his family and ran. He drove through the main gate just for minutes before the sirens started going off and resealed the whole base. And no one started looking for him until nearly an hour later because there are no monitors in the security post. Somewhere along the line you have to stop guarding the guardians or everyone in the wall. Well, it would be a goddamn turnkey, and everybody just assumed he was in there, waiting for the sniffers to sort out the clean areas from the dirty ones. So he got him some running room, and he was smart enough to use the ranch trails and lucky enough not to pick any of the ones where his car could get bogged down. Then someone had to make a command decision on whether or not to bring in the state police, the FBI, or both of them, and that fabled buck got past hither, thither, and yon. And by the time someone decided the shop ought to handle it, this happy diseased asshole had gotten to Texas. And when they finally caught him, he wasn't running anymore because he and his wife and his baby daughter were all laid out on cooling boards in some pissant little town called Braintree, Texas. Anyway, Cindy, what I'm trying to say is that this was a chain of coincidence on the order of winning the Irish sweepstakes. With a little incompetence thrown in for good luck for bad luck. I mean, please excuse me, but mostly it was just a thing that happened. None of it was your man's fault. But he was the head of the project, and he saw the situation start to escalate. And then, thanks, Len, he said. Billy, would you like? I'll be up in 10 minutes. I want you to schedule a general staff meeting 15 minutes from now. If they're in bed, kick 'em out. Yes, sir, and Len ... double quotes. Yes. I'm glad you were the one who told me. Yes, sir. Creighton left. Starkey glanced at his watch, then walked over to the monitors set into the wall. He turned on 2, put his hands behind his back, and stared thoughtfully into Project Blue's silent cafeteria. Chapter 5. Larry Underwood pulled around the corner and found a parking space big enough for the Datsun Z between a fire hydrant and somebody's trash can that had fallen into the gutter. There was something unpleasant in the trash can, and Larry tried to tell himself that he really hadn't seen the stiffening dead cat and the rat gnawing at its white furred belly. The rat was gone so fast from the sweep of his headlights that it really might not have been there. The cat, however, was fixed in stasis and, he supposed, killing the Z's engine. If you believed in one, you had to believe in the other. Didn't they say that Paris had the biggest rat population in the world? All those old sewers, but New York did well, too. And if he remembered his misspent youth well enough, not all the rats in New York City went on 4 legs. And what the hell was he doing parked in front of this decaying brownstone? Thinking about rats anyway. 5 days ago, on June 14th, he had been in sunny Southern California, home of hopheads, freak religions, the only CW nightclubs in the world with go-go dancers, and Disneyland. This morning at 4:45 he had arrived on the shore of the other ocean, paying his toll to go across the Triborough Bridge. A sullen drizzle had been falling. Only in New York can an early summer drizzle seem so unrepentantly sullen. Larry could see the drops accreting on the Z's windshield now, as intimations of dawn began to creep into the eastern sky. Dear New York, I've come home. Maybe the Yankees were in town. That might make the trip worthwhile. Take the subway up to the stadium, drink beer, eat hot dogs, and watch the Yankees wallop the piss out of Cleveland or Boston. His thoughts drifted off, and when he wandered back to them he saw that the light had gotten much stronger. The dashboard clock read 6:05. He had been dozing. The rat had been real. He saw the rat was back. The rat had dug himself quite a hole in the dead cat's guts. Larry's empty stomach did a slow forward roll. He considered beeping the horn to scare it away for good, but the sleeping brownstones with their empty garbage cans standing sentinel duty daunted him. He slouched lower in the bucket seat so he wouldn't have to watch the rat eating breakfast. Just a bite, my good man, and then back to the subway system, going out to Yankee Stadium this evening. Perhaps I'll see you, old chum, although I really doubt that you'll see me. The front of the building had been defaced with spray can slogans, cryptic and ominous. Chico 116, Zorro 93, Little AB number 1. When he had been a boy, before his father died, this had been a good neighborhood. Two stone dogs had guarded the steps leading up to the double doors a year before he took off for the coast. Vandals had demolished the one on the right from the forepaws up. Now they were both entirely gone, except for one rear paw of the left dog. The body it had been called into creation to support had entirely vanished, perhaps decorating some Puerto Rican junkie's crash pad. Maybe Zorro 93 or Little AB number 1 had taken it. Maybe the rats had carried it away to some deserted subway tunnel one dark night. For all he knew, maybe they had taken his mother along, too. He supposed he should at least climb the steps and make sure her name was still there under the apartment 15 mailbox, but he was too tired. No, he would just sit here and nod off, trusting to the last residue of reds in his system to wake him up around 7. Then he would go see if his mother still lived here. Maybe it would be best if she was gone. Maybe then he wouldn't even bother with the Yankees. Maybe he would just check into the Biltmore, sleep for 3 days, and then head back into the Golden West, in this light, in this drizzle. With his legs and head still throbbing from the bring-down, New York had all the charm of a dead whore. His mind began to drift away again, mulling over the last 9 weeks or so, trying to find some sort of key that would make everything clear and explain how you could bet yourself against stone walls for 6 long years, playing the clubs, making demo tapes, doing sessions. The whole bit, and then suddenly make it in 9 weeks. Trying to get that straight in your mind was like trying to swallow a doorknob. There had to be an answer, he thought, an explanation that would allow him to reject the ugly notion that the whole thing had been a whim, a simple twist of fate, in Dylan's words. He dozed deeper, arms crossed on his chest. going over it, and mixed up in all of it was this new thing, like a low and sinister counterpoint, one note at the threshold of audibility played on a synthesizer, heard in a migrainy sort of way that acted on you like a premonition. The rat, digging into the dead cat's body, munch, munch, just looking for something tasty here. It's the law of the jungle. My man, if you're in the trees you got to swing ... It had really started 18 months ago. He had been playing with the tattered remnants in a Barclay club, and a man from Columbia had called. Not a biggie, just another toiler in the vinyl vineyards. Neil Diamond was thinking of recording one of his songs, a tune called Baby, Can You Dig Your Man? Diamond was doing an album, all his own stuff except for an old Buddy Holly tune, Peggy Sue Got Married, and maybe this Larry Underwood tune. The question was, would Larry like to come up and cut a demo of the tune, then sit in on the session? Diamond wanted a second acoustic guitar, and he liked the tune a lot. Larry said yes. The session lasted 3 days. It was a good one. Larry met Neil Diamond. Also Robbie Robertson, also Richard Perry. He got mention on the album's inner sleeve and got paid union scale. But Baby, Can You Dig Your Man? Never made the album. On the second evening of the session, Diamond had come up with a new tune of his own and that made the album instead. Well, the man from Columbia said, that's too bad, it happens. Tell you what, why don't you cut the demo anyway? I'll see if there's anything I can do. So Larry cut the demo and then found himself back out on the street. In LA times were hard. There were a few sessions, but not many. He finally got a job playing guitar in a supper club, crooning things like Softly As I Leave You and Moon River while elderly cats talked business and sucked up Italian food. He wrote the lyrics on scraps of notepaper, because otherwise he tended to mix them up or forget them altogether, chording the tune while he went hum-hum, ta-dam, trying to look suave like Tony Bennett vamping and feeling like an asshole. In elevators and supermarkets he had become morbidly aware of the low music that played constantly. Then, 9 weeks ago and out of the blue, the man from Columbia had called. They wanted to release his demo as a single. Could he come in and back it? Sure, Larry said, he could do that. So he had gone into Columbia's LA studios on a Sunday afternoon, double-tracked his own voice on Baby, Can You Dig Your Man, in about an hour, and then backed it with a song he had written for the Tattered Remnants, Pocket Savior. The man from Columbia presented him with a check for $500 and a stinker of a contract that bound Larry to more than it did the record company. He shook Larry's hand, told him it was good to have him aboard, offered him a small, pitying smile when Larry asked him how the single would be promoted, and then took his leave. It was too late to deposit the check, so Larry ran through his repertoire at Gino's with it in his pocket. Near the end of his first set, he sang a subdued version of Baby, Can You Dig Your Man? The only person who noticed was Gino's proprietor, who told him to save the nigger bebop for the cleanup crew 7 weeks ago. The man from Columbia called again and told him to go get a copy of Billboard. Larry ran Baby, Can You Dig Your Man? Was one of 3 hot prospects for that week. Larry called the man from Columbia back, and he had asked Larry how he would like to lunch with some of the real biggies. To discuss the album, they were all pleased with the single, which was getting airplay in Detroit, Philadelphia, and Portland, Maine. Already, it looked as if it was going to catch. It had won a late-night Battle of the Sounds contest for 4 nights running on one Detroit soul station. No one seemed to know that Larry Underwood was white. He had gotten drunk at the luncheon and hardly noticed how his salmon tasted. No one seemed to mind that he had gotten loaded. One of the biggies said he wouldn't be surprised to see Baby, Can You Dig Your Man, carry off a Grammy next year. It all rang gloriously in Larry's ears. He felt like a man in a dream. And going back to his apartment he felt strangely sure that he would be hit by a truck and that would end it all. The Columbia biggies had presented him with another check, this one for $2,500. When he got home, Larry picked up the telephone and began to make calls. The first one was to more Gino Green. Larry told him he'd have to find someone else to play Yellowbird while the customers ate his lousy undercooked pasta. Then he called everyone he could think of, including Barry Grieg of the Remnants. Then he went out and got standing up, falling down drunk. 5 weeks ago, the single had cracked Billboard's Hot 100, number 89, with a bullet. That was the week spring had really come to Los Angeles, and on a bright and sparkling May afternoon, with the buildings so white and the ocean so blue that they could knock your eyes out and send them rolling down your cheeks like marbles, he had heard his record on the radio for the first time. 3 or 4 friends were there, including his current girl, and they were moderately done up on cocaine. Larry was coming out of the kitchenette and into the living room with a bag of Toll House cookies when the familiar KLMT slogan, "New music," came on. And then Larry had been transfixed by the sound of his own voice coming out of the Technics speakers. "I know I didn't say I was coming down. I know you didn't know I was here in town. But by you can tell me if anyone can. Baby, can you dig your man? He's a righteous man. Tell me, baby, can you dig your man? Jesus, that's me," he had said. He dropped the cookies onto the floor and then stood gape-mouthed and stone-flabbergasted as his friends applauded. For weeks ago his tune had jumped to 73 on the Billboard chart. He began to feel as if he had been pushed rudely into an old-time silent movie where everything was moving too fast. The phone rang off the hook. Columbia was screaming for the album, wanting to capitalize on the single's success. Some crazy rat's ass of Anna and our men called 3 times in one day, telling him he had to get in to record one, not now but yesterday, and record a remake of the McCoys' Hang On, Sloopy as the follow-up. "Monster," this moron kept shouting, "only follow-up that's possible, Lar." He had never met this guy and already he wasn't even Larry but Lar. It'll be a monster. I mean a fucking monster. Larry at last lost his patience and told the monster shouter that, given a choice between recording Hang On, Sloopy and being tied down and receiving a Coca-Cola enema, he would pick the enema. Then he hung up. The train kept rolling just the same. Assurances that this could be the biggest record in 5 years poured into his dazed ears. Agents called by the dozen. They all sounded hungry. He began to take uppers, and it seemed to him that he heard his song everywhere. One Saturday morning he heard it on Soul Train and spent the rest of the day trying to make himself believe that, yes, that had actually happened. It became suddenly hard to separate himself from Julie, the girl he had been dating since his gig at Gino's. She introduced him to all sorts of people. Few of them people he really wanted to see. Her voice began to remind him of the prospective agents he heard over the telephone. In a long, loud, acrimonious argument, he split with her. She had screamed at him that his head would soon be too big to fit through a recording studio door, that he owed her $500 for dope, that he was the 1990s answer to Zagar and Evans. She had threatened to kill herself. Afterward, Larry felt as if he had been through a long pillow fight in which all the pillows had been treated with a low-grade poison gas. They had begun cutting the album 3 weeks ago, and Larry had withstood most of the for your own good suggestions. He used what leeway the contract gave him. He got 3 of the tattered remnants, Barry Grieg, Hal Spellman, and Johnny McCall, and 2 other musicians he had worked with in the past, Neil Goodman and Wayne Stuckey. They cut the album in 9 days, absolutely all the studio time they could get. Columbia seemed to want an album based on what they thought would be a 20-week career, beginning with Baby, Can You Dig Your Man, and ending with Hang On, Sloopy. Larry wanted more. The album cover was a photo of Larry in an old-fashioned clawfoot tub full of suds. Written on the tiles above him in a Columbia secretary's lipstick were the words Pocket Savior and Larry Underwood. Columbia had wanted to call the album Baby, Can You Dig Your Man? But Larry absolutely balked, and they had finally settled for a Contains, the hit single sticker on the shrink wrap. 2 weeks ago the single hit number 47, and the party had started. He had rented a Malibu beach house for a month, and after that things got a little hazy. People wandered in and out, always more of them. He knew some, but mostly they were strangers. He could remember being huckstered by even more agents who wanted to further his great career. He could remember a girl who had bum-tripped and gone screaming down the bone-white beach as naked as a nuthatch. He could remember snorting coke and chasing it with tequila. He could remember being shaken awake on Saturday morning, it must have been a week or so ago, to hear Casey Kasem spin his record as a debut song at number 36 on American Top 40. He could remember taking a great many Reds and, vaguely, dickering for the Datsun Z with a $4,000 royalty check that had come in the mail. And then it was June 13th, 6 days ago, the day Wayne Stuckey asked Larry to go for a walk with him down the beach. It had only been 9 in the morning, but the stereo was on, both TVS, and it sounded like an orgy was going on in the basement playroom. Larry had been sitting in an overstuffed living room chair, wearing only underpants, and trying owlishly to get the sense from a Superboy comic book. He felt very alert, but none of the words seemed to connect to anything. There was no gestalt. A Wagner piece was thundering from the quad speakers, and Wayne had to shout 3 or 4 times to make himself understood. Then Larry nodded. He felt as if he could walk for miles. But when the sunlight struck Larry's eyeballs like needles, he suddenly changed his mind. No walk, you etcha. His eyes had been turned into magnifying glasses, and soon the sun would shine through them long enough to set his brains on fire. His poor old brains felt tinder dry. Wayne, gripping his arm firmly, insisted. They went down to the beach, over the warming sand to the darker brown hardpack, and Larry decided it had been a pretty good idea after all. The deepening sound of the breakers coming home was soothing, a gull, working to gain altitude, hung straining in the blue sky like a sketched white letter N. Wayne tugged his arm firmly. Come on. Larry got all the miles he had felt he could walk. Except that he no longer felt that way. He had an ugly headache and his spine felt as if it had turned to glass. His eyeballs were pulsing and his kidneys ached dully. An amphetamine hangover is not as painful as the morning after the night you got through a whole fifth of her roses, but it is not as pleasant as, say, bawling Raquel Welch would be. If he had another couple of uppers, he could climb neatly on top of this 8-ball that wanted to run him down. He reached in his pocket to get them and for the first time became aware that he was clad only in skivvies that had been fresh 3 days ago. Wayne, I want to go back. Let's walk a little more. He thought that Wayne was looking at him strangely, with a mixture of exasperation and pity. No, man, I only got my shorts on. I'll get picked up for indecent exposure. On this part of the coast you could wrap a bandana around your wingwang and let your balls hang free and still not get picked up for indecent exposure. Come on, man, I'm tired, Larry said querulously. He began to feel pissed at Wayne. This was Wayne's way of getting back at him, because Larry had a hit and he, Wayne, only had a keyboard credit on the new album. He was no different than Julie. Everybody hated him now. Everyone had the knife out, his eyes blurred with easy tears. Come on, man, Wayne repeated, and they struck off up the beach again. They had walked perhaps another mile when double cramps struck the big muscles in Larry's thighs. He screamed and collapsed onto the sand. It felt as if twin stilettos had been planted in his flesh at the same instant. Cramps, he screamed. Oh man, cramps. Wayne squatted beside him and pulled his legs out straight. The agony hit again, and then Wayne went to work, hitting the knotted muscles, kneading them. At last the oxygen-starved tissues began to loosen. Larry, who had been holding his breath, began to gasp. Oh man, he said. Thanks, that was ... that was bad. Sure, Wayne said, without much sympathy. I bet it was, Larry. How are you now? Okay, but let's just sit. Then we'll go back. I want to talk to you. I had to get you out here and I wanted you straight enough so you could understand what I was laying on you. What's that, Wayne? He thought. Here it comes, the pitch. But what Wayne said seemed so far from a pitch that for a moment he was back with the Superboy comic, trying to make sense of a 6-word sentence. The party's got to end, Larry. The party. When you go back, you pull all the plugs, give everybody their car keys, thank everyone for a lovely time, and see them out the front door. Get rid of them. I can't do that. Larry said, shocked. You better, Wayne said. But why? Man, this party's just getting going. Larry, how much has Columbia paid you up front? Why would you want to know? Larry asked slyly. Do you think I want to suck off you, Larry, think? Larry thought, and with dawning bewilderment he realized there was no reason why Wayne Stuckey would want to put the arm on him. He hadn't really made it yet, was scuffling for jobs like most of the people who had helped Larry cut the album, but unlike most of them, Wayne came from a family with money and he was on good terms with his people. Wayne's father owned half of the country's third-largest electronic games company, and the Stuckeys had a modestly palatial home in Bel Air. Bewildered, Larry realized that his own sudden good fortune probably looked like small bananas to Wayne. No, I guess not, he said gruffly. I'm sorry, but it seems like every tin-horn cockroach chaser west of Las Vegas. So how much? Larry thought it over. $7,000 up front, all told. They're paying you quarterly royalties on the single and biannually on the album. Right? Wayne nodded. They hold it until the eagle screams, the bastards. Cigarette. Larry took one and cupped the end for a light. Do you know how much this party's costing you? Sure, Larry said. You didn't rent the house for less than $1,000. Yeah, that's right. It had actually been $1,200 plus a $500 damage deposit. He had paid the deposit and half the month's rent, a total of $1,100 with $600 owing. How much for dope? Wayne asked. Oh, man. You got to have something. It's like cheese for Ritz crackers. There was pot and there was coke. How much? Come on. The fucking doll, Larry said sulkily, 500 and 500. And it was gone the second day. The hell it was, Larry said, startled. I saw the bulls when we went out this morning, man. Most of it was gone, yeah, but man, don't you remember the deck? Wayne's voice suddenly dropped into an amazingly good parody of Larry's own drawling voice. Just put it on my tab, Dewey, keep him full. Larry looked at Wayne with dawning horror. He did remember a small, wiry guy with a peculiar haircut, a whiffle cut they had called it 10 or 15 years ago. A small guy with a whiffle haircut and a t-shirt reading Jesus is coming, and as he pissed, this guy seemed to have good dope practically falling out of his asshole. He could even remember telling this guy, Dewey the Deck, to keep his hospitality bowls full and put it on his tab, but that had been... Well, that had been days ago, Wayne said. You're the best thing to happen to Dewey Deck in a long time, man. How much is he into me for? Not bad on pot. Pot's cheap, 1,200, $8,000 on coke. For a minute Larry thought he was going to puke. He goggled silently at Wayne. He tried to speak and he could only mouth, 9,200. Inflation, man, Wayne said, you want the rest. Larry didn't want the rest, but he nodded. There was a color TV upstairs. Someone ran a chair through it. I'd guess 300 for repairs. The wood paneling downstairs has been gouged to hell. 400, with luck. The picture window facing the beach got broken the day before yesterday. 300. The shag rug in the living room is totally kaput. Cigarette burns. Beer. Whiskey. 400. I called the liquor store and they're just as happy with their tab as the Deck is with his. 600. 600 for booze, Larry whispered. Blue horror had encased him up to the neck. Be thankful most of them have been scoffing beer and wine. You've got a $400 tab down at the market, mostly for pizza, chips, tacos, all that good shit, but the worst is the noise. Pretty soon the cops are going to land, Les Flicks disturbing the peace. And you've got 4 or 5 heavies doing up on heroin. There's 3 or 4 ounces of Mexican brown in the place. Is that on my tab, too? Larry asked hoarsely. No, the Deck doesn't mess with heroin. That's an organization item and the Deck doesn't like the idea of cement cowboy boots. But if the cops land, you can bet the bust will go on your tab. But I didn't know, just a babe in the woods. Yeah, but your total tab for this little shindy so far comes to over $12,000, Wayne said. You went out and picked that Z off the lot. How much did you put down? 25, Larry said numbly. He felt like crying. So what have you got until the next royalty check? Couple thousand, that's about right, Larry said. Unable to tell Wayne he had less than that, about 800, split evenly between cash and checking. Larry, you listen to me because you're not worth telling twice. There's always a party waiting to happen. Out here the only two constants are the constant bullshitting and the constant party. They come running like dicky birds looking for bugs on a hippo's back. Now they're here, pick them off your carcass and send them on their way. Larry thought of the dozens of people in the house. He knew maybe one person in 3 at this point. The thought of telling all those unknown people to leave made his throat want to close up. He would lose their good opinion. Opposing this thought came an image of Dewey Deck refilling the hospitality bowls, taking a notebook from his back pocket, and writing it all down at the bottom of his tab. Him and his whiffle haircut and his trendy t-shirt. Wayne watched him calmly as he squirmed between these two pictures. Man, I'm gonna look like the asshole of the world, Larry said finally, hating the weak and petulant words as they fell from his mouth. Yeah, they'll call you a lot of names. They'll say you're going Hollywood. Getting a big head, forgetting your old friends. Except none of them are your friends. Larry, your friends saw what was happening 3 days ago and split the scene. It's no fun to watch a friend who's, like, pissed his pants and doesn't even know it. So why tell me? Larry asked, suddenly angry. The anger was prodded out of him by the realization that all his really good friends had taken off, and in retrospect all their excuses seemed lame. Barry Greig had taken him aside, had tried to talk to him, but Larry had been really flying, and he had just nodded and smiled indulgently at Barry. Now he wondered if Barry had been trying to lay the same rap on him. It made him embarrassed and angry to think so. Why tell me? He repeated. I get the feeling you don't like me so very goddamn much. No, but I really don't dislike you either. Beyond that, man, I couldn't say I could have let you get your nose punched on this. Once would have been enough for you. What do you mean? You'll tell them. Because there's a hard streak in you. There's something in you that's like biting on tinfoil. Whatever it takes to make success, you've got it. You'll have a nice little career. Middle of the road pop no one will remember in 5 years. The junior high boppers will collect your records. You'll make money. Larry balled his fists on his legs. He wanted to punch that calm face. Wayne was saying things that made him feel like a small pile of dog shit beside a stop sign. Go on back and pull the plug, Wayne said softly. Then you get in that car and go. Just go, man. Stay away until you know that next royalty check is waiting for you. But Dewey, I'll find a man to talk to Dewey. My pleasure, man. The guy will tell Dewey to wait for his money like a good little boy, and Dewey will be happy to oblige. He paused, watching the small children in bright bathing suits run up the beach. A dog ran beside them, roving loudly and cheerily at the blue sky. Larry stood up and forced himself to say thanks. The sea breeze slipped in and out of his aging shorts. The word came out of his mouth like a brick. You just go away somewhere and get your shit together, Wayne said, standing up beside him. Still watching the children. You've got a lot of shit to get together. What kind of manager you want, what kind of tour you want, what kind of contract you want after Pocket Savior hits. I think it will. It's got that neat little beat. If you give yourself some room, you'll figure it all out. Guys like you always do. Guys like you always do. Guys like me always do. Guys like somebody was tapping a finger on the window. Larry jerked, then sat up. A bolt of pain went through his neck and he winced at the dead, cramped feel of the flesh there. He had been asleep, not just dozing, reliving California. But here and now it was gray New York daylight, and the finger tapped again. He turned his head cautiously and painfully and saw his mother. wearing a black net scarf over her hair, peering in. For a moment they just stared at each other through the glass, and Larry felt curiously naked, like an animal being looked at in the zoo. Then his mouth took over, smiling, and he cranked the window down. "Mom, I knew it was you," she said in a queerly flat tone. "Come on out of there and let me see what you look like standing up." Both legs had gone to sleep. Pins and needles tingled up from the balls of his feet as he opened the door and got out. He had never expected to meet her this way, unprepared and exposed. He felt like a sentry who had fallen asleep at his post suddenly called to attention. He had somehow expected his mother to look smaller, less sure of herself, a trick of the years that had matured him and left her just the same. But it was almost uncanny, the way she had caught him when he was 10. She used to wake him up on Saturday mornings after she thought he had slept long enough by tapping one finger on his closed bedroom door. She had wakened him this same way 14 years later, sleeping in his new car like a tired kid who had tried to stay up all night and got caught by the Sandman in an undignified position. Now he stood before her, his hair corkscrewed, a faint and rather foolish grin on his face. Pins and needles still coursed up his legs, making him shift from foot to foot. He remembered that she always asked him if he had to go to the bathroom when he did that, and now he stopped the movement and let the needles prick him at will. "Hi, Mom," he said. She looked at him without saying anything, and a dread suddenly roosted in his heart like an evil bird coming back to an old nest. It was a fear that she might turn away from him, deny him, show him the back of her cheap coat, and simply go off to the subway around the corner, leaving him. Then she sighed, the way a man will sigh before picking up a heavy bundle, and when she spoke, her voice was so natural and so mildly, rightly pleased that he forgot his first impression. "Hi, Larry," she said, "come on upstairs. I knew it was you when I looked out the window. I already called in sick at my building. I got sick time coming." She turned to lead him back up the steps, between the vanished stone dogs. He came 3 steps behind her, catching up, wincing at the pins and needles. "Mom." She turned back to him and he hugged her. For a moment an expression of fright crossed her features, as if she expected to be mugged rather than hugged. Then it passed and she accepted his embrace and gave back her own. The smell of her sachet slipped up his nose, evoking unexpected nostalgia, fierce, sweet, and bitter. For a moment he thought he was going to cry, and was smugly sure that she would. It was a touching moment. Over her sloped right shoulder he could see the dead cat, lying half in and half out of the garbage can. When she pulled away, her eyes were dry. "Come on, I'll make you some breakfast." "Have you been driving all night?" "Yes," he said, his voice slightly hoarse with emotion. "Well, come on." "Elevator's broken, but it's only 2 floors. It's worse for Mrs. Halsey with her arthritis. She's on 5. Don't forget to wipe your feet. If you track in, Mr. Freeman will be on me like a shot. I swear Goshen he can smell dirt." "Dirt's his enemy, all right." They were on the stairs now. "Can you eat 3 eggs? I'll make toast, too. If you don't mind, Pumpernickel, come on." He followed her past the vanished stone dogs and looked a little wildly at where they had been, just to reassure himself that they were really gone, that he had not shrunk to feet, that the whole decade of the 1980s had not vanished back into time. She pushed the doors open and they went in. Even the dark brown shadows and the smells of cooking were the same. Alice Underwood fixed him 3 eggs, bacon, toast, juice, coffee. When he had finished all but the coffee, he lit a cigarette and pushed back from the table. She flashed the cigarette a disapproving look but said nothing. That restored some of his confidence, but not much. She had always been good at biding her time. She dropped the iron spider skillet into the gray dishwater and it hissed a little. She hadn't changed much, Larry was thinking. A little older, she would be 51 now, a little grayer, but there was still plenty of black left in that sensibly netted head of hair. She was wearing a plain gray dress, probably the one she worked in. Her bosom was still the same large comber blooming out of the bodice of the dress, a little larger, if anything. Mom, tell me the truth. Has your bosom gotten bigger? Is that the fundamental change? He started to tap cigarette ashes into his coffee saucer. She jerked it away and replaced it with the ashtray she always kept in the cupboard. The saucer had been sloppy with coffee and it had seemed okay to tap in it. The ashtray was clean, reproachfully spotless, and he tapped into it with a slight pang. She could bide her time and she could keep springing small traps on you until your ankles were all bloody and you were ready to start gibbering. So you came back, Alice said, taking a used Brillo from a tabletop pie dish and putting it to work on the skillet. What brought you? Well, Ma, this friend of mine clued me into the facts of life. The assholes travel in packs and this time they were after me. I don't know if friend is the right word for him. He respects me musically about as much as I respect the 1910 Fruitcum Company. But he got me to put on my traveling shoes, and wasn't it Robert Frost who said home is a place that when you go there they have to take you in? Aloud he said, I guess I got to missing you, Mom. She snorted. That's why you wrote me often. I'm not much of a letter writer. He pumped his cigarette slowly up and down. Smoke rings formed from the tip and drifted off. You can say that again. Smiling, he said, I'm not much of a letter writer. But you're still smart to your mother. That hasn't changed. I'm sorry, he said. How have you been, Mom? She put the skillet in the drainer, pulled the sink stopper, and wiped a lace of soap suds from her reddened hands. Not so bad, she said, coming over to the table and sitting down. My back pains me some, but I got my pills. I make out all right. You haven't thrown it out of whack since I left. Oh, once, but Dr. Holmes took care of it. Mom, those chiropractors are just frauds. He bit his tongue. Are what? He shrugged uncomfortably in the face of her hooked smile. You're free, white, and 21. If he helps you, fine. She sighed and took a roll of wintergreen lifesavers from her dress pocket. I'm a lot more than 21, and I feel it. Want one? He shook his head at the lifesaver she had thumbed up. She popped it into her own mouth instead. You're just a girl yet, he said with a touch of his old bantering flattery. She had always liked it, but now it brought only a ghost of a smile to her lips. Any new men in your life? Several, she said. How about you? No, he said seriously. No new men. Some girls, but no new men. He had hoped for laughter, but got only the ghost smile again. I'm troubling her, he thought. That's what it is. She doesn't know what I want here. She hasn't been waiting for 3 years for me to show up after all. She only wanted me to stay lost. Same old Larry, she said. Never serious. You're not engaged. Seeing anyone steadily. I play the field, Mom. You always did. At least you never came home to tell me you'd got some nice Catholic girl in a family way. I'll give you that. You were either very careful, very lucky, or very polite. He strove to keep a poker face. It was the first time in his life that she had ever mentioned sex to him, directly or obliquely. Anyway, you're gonna learn, Alice said. They say bachelors have all the fun, not so. You just get old and full of sand, nasty, the way that Mr. Freeman is. He's got that sidewalk-level apartment, and he's always standing there in the window, hoping for a strong breeze. Larry grunted. I hear that song you got on the radio. I tell people, that's my son. That's Larry. Most of them don't believe it. You've heard it. He wondered why she hadn't mentioned that first, instead of going into all this piddling shit. Sure. All the time on that rock and roll station the young girls listen to rock. Do you like it, as well as I like any of that music? She looked at him firmly. I think some of it sounds suggestive. Lewd, he found himself shuffling his feet and forced himself to stop. It's just supposed to sound ... passionate, Mom. That's all. His face suffused with blood. He had never expected to be sitting in his mother's kitchen, discussing passion. The place for passion's the bedroom, she said curtly, closing off any aesthetic discussion of his hit record. Also, you did something to your voice. You sound like a nigger. Now, he asked, amused. No, on the radio. That brown zone she showed to get around, Larry said, deepening his voice to Bill Withers' level and smiling. Just like that, she nodded. When I was a girl, we thought Frank Sinatra was daring. Now they have this rap. They call it screaming. I call it, she looked at him grudgingly, at least there's no screaming on your record. I get a royalty, he said, a certain % of every record sold. It breaks down to, oh, go on, she said, and made a shooing gesture with her hand. I flunked all my maths. Have they paid you yet, or did you get that little car on credit? They haven't paid me much, he said, skating up to the edge of the lie but not quite over it. I made a down payment on the car. I'm financing the rest. Easy credit terms, she said balefully. That's how your father ended up bankrupt. The doctor said he died of a heart attack, but it wasn't that. It was a broken heart. Your dad went to his grave on easy credit terms. This was an old rap, and Larry just let it flow over him, nodding at the right places. His father had owned a haberdashery. A Robert Hall had opened not far away, and a year later his business had failed. He had turned to food for solace, putting on 110 pounds in 3 years. He had dropped dead in the Cummer luncheonette when Larry was 9, a half-finished meatball sandwich on his plate in front of him, at the wake. When her sister tried to comfort a woman who looked absolutely without need of comfort, Alice Underwood said it could have been worse. It could, she said, looking past her sister's shoulder and directly at her brother-in-law, have been drink. Alice brought Larry the rest of the way up on her own, dominating his life with her proverbs and prejudices until he left home. Her last remark to him as he and Rudy Schwartz drove off in Rudy's old Ford was that they had poorhouses in California, too. Yes, sir, that's my mama. Do you want to stay here, Larry? She asked softly. Startled, he countered, do you mind? There's room. The Rollaway's still in the back bedroom. I've been storing things back there, but you could move some of the boxes around. All right, he said slowly, if you're sure you don't mind. I'm only in for a couple of weeks. I thought I'd look up some of the old guys, Mark Galen David Chris . Those guys. She got up, went to the window, and tugged it up. You're welcome to stay as long as you like, Larry. I'm not so good at expressing myself, maybe, but I'm glad to see you. We didn't say goodbye very well. There were harsh words. She showed him her face, still harsh, but also full of a terrible, reluctant love. For my part, I regret them. I only said them because I love you. I never knew how to say that just right, so I said it in other ways. That's all right, he said, looking down at the table. The flush was back. He could feel it. Listen, I'll chip in for stuff. You can if you want. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I'm working. Thousands aren't. You're still my son. He thought of the stiffening cat, half in and half out of the trash can, and of Dewey the Deck, smilingly filling the hospitality bowls, and he suddenly burst into tears. As his hands blurred double in the wash of them, he thought that this should be her bit. Not his. Nothing had gone the way he thought it would. Nothing. She had changed after all, so had he. But not as he had suspected. An unnatural reversal had occurred. She had gotten bigger and he had somehow gotten smaller. He had not come home to her because he had to go somewhere. He had come home because he was afraid and he wanted his mother. She stood by the open window, watching him. The white curtains fluttered in on the damp breeze, obscuring her face, not hiding it entirely but making it seem ghostly. Traffic sounds came in through the window. She took the handkerchief from the bodice of her dress and walked over to the table and put it in one of his groping hands. There was something hard in Larry. She could have taxed him with it. But to what end? His father had been a softy, and in her heart of hearts she knew it was that which had really sent him to the grave. Max Underwood had been done in more by lending credit than taking it. So when it came to that hard streak, who did Larry have to thank or blame? His tears couldn't change that stony outcropping in his character any more than a single summer cloudburst can change the shape of rock. There were good uses for such hardness, she knew that. had known it as a woman raising a boy on her own in a city that cared little for mothers and less for their children, but Larry hadn't found any yet. He was just what she had said he was. The same old Larry. He would go along, not thinking, getting people including himself into jams, and when the jams got bad enough, he would call upon that hard street to extricate himself. As for the others, he would leave them to sink or swim on their own. Rock was tough, and there was toughness in his character, but he still used it destructively. She could see it in his eyes. Read it in every line of his posture, ... even in the way he bobbed his cancer stick to make those little rings in the air. He had never sharpened that hard piece of him into a blade to cut people with, and that was something, but when he needed it, he was still calling on it as a child did as a bludgeon to beat his way out of traps he had dug for himself. Once, she had told herself Larry would change. He would. But this was no boy in front of her. This was a grown-up man. And she feared that his days of change, the deep and fundamental sort her minister called a change of soul rather than one of heart, were behind him. There was something in Larry that gave you the bitter zing of hearing chalk screech on a blackboard. Deep inside, looking out, was only Larry. He was the only one allowed inside his heart. But she loved him. She also thought there was good in Larry, great good. It was there, but this late on it would take nothing short of a catastrophe to bring it out. There was no catastrophe here, only her weeping son. "You're tired," she said. "Clean up. I'll move the boxes, then you can sleep. I guess I'll go in today after all." She went down the short hall to the back room, his old bedroom, and Larry heard her grunting and moving boxes. He wiped his eyes slowly. The sound of traffic came in the window. He tried to remember the last time he had cried in front of his mother. He thought of the dead cat. She was right. He was tired. He had never been so tired. He went to bed and slept for nearly 18 hours. Chapter 6. It was late afternoon when Franny went out back to where her father was patiently weeding the peas and beans. She had been a late child, and he was in his 60s now, his white hair coming out from under the baseball cap he always wore. Her mother was in Portland, shopping for white gloves. Fran's best childhood friend, Amy Lauder, was getting married early next month. She looked down at her dad's back for a peaceful moment, just loving him. At this time of day the light took on a special quality that she loved, a timeless quality that belonged only to that most fleeting main genus, early summer. She could think of that particular tone of light in the middle of January and it would make her heart ache fiercely. The light of an early summer afternoon as it slipped toward dark had so many good things wrapped up in it. Baseball at the Little League Park, where Fred had always played third and batted clean-up. Watermelon, first corn. Iced tea in chilled glasses, childhood. Franny cleared her throat a little. "Need a hand." He turned and grinned. "Hello, Fran. Caught me diggin', didn't you?" "I guess I did." "Is your mother back yet?" He frowned vaguely, and then his face cleared. "No, that's right. She just went, didn't she?" "Sure. Pitch a hand if you want to. Just don't forget to wash up afterward." A lady's hands proclaim her habits. Fran mocked lightly and snorted. Peter tried to look disapproving and did a poor job of it. She got down in the row next to him and began to weed. Sparrows were twittering and there was a constant hum of traffic on US 1, less than a block from here. It hadn't reached the volume it would in July, when there would be a fatal accident nearly every day between here and Kittery, but it was building. Peter told her about his day and she responded with the right questions, nodding in places. Intent on his work, he wouldn't see her nods, but the corner of his eye would catch her shadow nodding. He was a machinist in a large Sanford auto parts firm, the largest auto firm north of Boston. He was 64 and about to start on his last year of work before retirement. A short year at that, because he had for weeks vacation time stockpiled, which he planned to take in September. After the Egypts went home, the retirement was much on his mind. He was trying not to look at it as a never-ending vacation. He told her he had enough friends in retirement now who had brought back the news that it wasn't like that at all. He didn't think he would be as bored as Harlan Enders or as shamefully poor as the Karens there, whispered Paul. Hardly ever missed a day at the shop in his life. And yet he and his wife had been forced to sell their house and move in with their daughter and her husband. Peter Goldsmith hadn't been content with Social Security. He had never trusted it. Even in the days before the system began to break down under recession, inflation, and the steadily increasing number of people on the books. There hadn't been many Democrats in Maine during the 30s and 40s, he told his listening daughter, but her grandfather had been one, and her grandfather had by God made one out of her father. In Ogunquit's palmist days, that had made the Goldsmiths pariahs of a kind. But his father had had one saying as rock-ribbed as the stonest Maine Republican's philosophy: "Put not your trust in the princes of this world, for they will frig thee up, and so shalt their governments, even unto the end of the earth." Franny laughed. She loved it when her dad talked this way. It wasn't a way he talked often, because the woman that was his wife and her mother would and had all but cut the tongue out of his head with the acid which could flow so quickly and freely from her own. You had to trust yourself, he continued, and let the princes of this world get along as best they could with the people who had elected them. Most times that wasn't very well, but that was okay. They deserved each other. Hard cash is the answer, he told Franny. Will Rogers said it was land, because that's the only thing they're not making any more of, but the same goes for gold and silver. A man who loves money is a bastard, someone to be hated. A man who can't take care of it is a fool. You don't hate him, but you got to pity him. Fran wondered if he was thinking of poor Paul Karen, who had been his friend since before Fran herself was born, and decided not to ask. At any rate, she didn't need him to tell her that he had socked away enough in the good years to keep them rolling. What he did tell her was that she had never been a burden to them, in good times or in bad, and he was proud to tell his friends he had sent her through school. What his money and her brains hadn't been able to take care of, he told them, she had done the old-fashioned way, by bending her back and shucking her buns, working, and working hard. If you wanted to cut through the country bullshit, her mother didn't always understand that. Changes had come for women, whether the women always liked them or not. And it was hard for Carla to get it through her head that Fran wasn't down there at UNH husband hunting. She sees Amy Lauder getting married, Peter said, and she thinks, that should be my Fran. Amy's pretty, but when you put my friend beside her, Amy Lauder looks like an old dish with a crack in it. Your mother has been using the old yardsticks all her life, and she can't change now. So if you and her scrape together a bit and make some sparks from time to time, like steel against flint, that's why. No one is to blame, but you have to remember, Fran, she's too old to change. But you are getting old enough to understand that. From this he rambled back to his job again, telling her about how one of his co-workers had almost lost his thumb in a small press because his mind was down at the pool hall while his damn thumb was under the stamp. Good thing Lester Crowley had pulled him away in time. But, he added, someday Lester Crowley wouldn't be there. He sighed, as if remembering he wouldn't be either, then brightened and began telling her about an idea he'd had for a car antenna concealed in the hood ornament. His voice switched from topic to topic, mellow and soothing. Their shadows grew longer. Moving up the rows before them, she was lulled by it, as she always had been. She had come here to tell something, but since earliest childhood she had often come to tell and stayed to listen. He didn't bore her, so far as she knew. He didn't bore anyone, except possibly her mother. He was a storyteller, and a good one. She became aware that he had stopped talking. He was sitting on a rock at the end of his route, tamping his pipe and looking at her. "What's on your mind, Franny?" She looked at him dumbly for a moment, not sure how she should proceed. She had come out here to tell him, and now she wasn't sure if she could. The silence hung between them, growing larger, and at last it was a gulf she couldn't stand. She jumped. "I'm pregnant," she said simply. He stopped filling his pipe and just looked at her. "Pregnant," he said, as if he had never heard the word before. Then he said, "Oh, Franny ... is it a joke, or a game? No. Daddy, you better come over here and sit with me." Obediently, she came up the row and sat next to him. There was a rock wall that divided their land from the town common next door. Beyond the rock wall was a tangled, sweet-smelling hedge that had long ago run wild in the most amiable way. Her head was pounding and she felt a little sick to her stomach. For sure, he asked her. For sure, she said, and then there was no artifice in it, not a trace. She simply couldn't help it. She began to cry in great, braying sobs. He held her with one arm for what seemed to be a very long time. When her tears began to taper off, she forced herself to ask the question that troubled her the most. "Daddy, do you still like me?" "What?" He looked at her, puzzled. "Yes, I still like you fine, Franny." That made her cry again, but this time he let her tend herself while he got his pipe going. Borkum Riff began to ride slowly off on the faint breeze. "Are you disappointed?" she asked. "I don't know. I never had a pregnant daughter before and am not sure just how I should take it. Was it that Jess?" She nodded. "You told him?" She nodded again. "What did he say?" "He said he would marry me." "Or pay for an abortion. Marriage or abortion," Peter Goldsmith said, and drew on his pipe. "He's a regular two-gun Sam." She looked down at her hands, splayed on her jeans. There was dirt in the small creases of the knuckles and dirt under the nails. A lady's hands proclaim her habits. The mental mother spoke up. "A pregnant daughter, I'll have to resign my membership in the church." A lady's hands, her father said. "I don't want to get any more personal than I have to, but wasn't he ... Were you ... being careful? I had birth control pills," she said. "They didn't work. Then I can't put any blame. Unless it's on both of you," he said, looking at her closely. "And I can't do that, Franny. I can't lay blame. 64 has a way of forgetting what 21 was like. So we won't talk about blame." She felt a great relief come over her, and it was a little like swooning. "Your mother will have plenty to say about blame," he said, "and I won't stop her. But I won't be with her. Do you understand that?" She nodded. Her father never tried to oppose her mother any more. Not out loud. There was that acid tongue of hers. When she was opposed, it sometimes got out of control. He had told Franny once. And when it was out of control, she just might take a notion to cut anyone with it and think of sorry too late to do the wounded much good. Franny had an idea that her father might have faced a choice many years ago, continued opposition resulting in divorce or surrender. He had chosen the latter, but on his own terms. She asked quietly, "Are you sure you can stay out of this one, Daddy? You asking me to take your part? I don't know. What are you going to do about it?" "With Mom? No, with you, Franny." "I don't know. Marry him, to can live as cheap as one. That's what they say, anyway. I don't think I can do that. I think I've fallen out of love with him, if I was ever in the baby." His pipe was drawing well now, and the smoke was sweet on the summer air. Shadows were gathering in the garden's hollows, and the crickets were beginning to hum. "No, the baby isn't the reason why. It was happening anyway. Jessie is ... double quotes." She trailed off, trying to put her finger on what was wrong with Jessie, the thing that could be overlooked by the rush the baby was putting on her. The rush to decide and get out from under the threatening shadow of her mother, who was now at a shopping mall buying gloves for the wedding of Fran's childhood friend. The thing that could be buried now but would nonetheless rest unquiet for 6 months, 16 months, or 26, only to rise finally from its grave and attack them both. Marry in haste. Repent in leisure, one of her mother's favorite sayings. "He's weak," she said. "I can't explain better than that." "You don't really trust him to do right by you, do you, Franny?" "No," she said, thinking that her father had just gotten closer to the root of it than she had. She didn't trust Jessie, who came from money and wore blue chambray work shirts. Jessie means well. He wants to do the right thing. He really does, but ... We went to a poetry reading 2 semesters ago. It was given by a man named Ted Enslin. The place was packed. Everyone was listening very solemnly ... very carefully ... so as not to miss a word. And me ... you know me ... He put a comfortable arm around her and said, "Franny got the giggles. Yeah, that's right. I guess you know me pretty well." "I know a little," he said. "They the giggles, I mean, just came out of nowhere." I kept thinking, the scruffy man, the scruffy man. We all came to listen to the scruffy man. It had a beat, like a song you might hear on the radio. And I got the giggles. I didn't mean to. It really didn't have anything to do with Mr. Ensign's poetry. It was pretty good, or even with the way he looked. It was the way they were looking at him. She glanced at her father to see how he was taking this. He simply nodded for her to go on. Anyway, I had to get out of there. I mean, I really had to, and Jesse was furious with me. I'm sure he had a right to be mad. It was a childish thing to do. A childish way to feel, I'm sure. But that's the way I often am. Not always. I can get a job done. Yes, you can. But sometimes King Laugh knocks and you're one of those people who can't keep him out, Peter said. I guess I must be, anyway. Jess isn't one of those people. And if we were married, he'd keep coming home to that unwanted guest that I had let in. Not every day, but often enough to make him mad. Then I'd try, and and I guess. I guess you'd be unhappy, Peter said, hugging her tighter against his side. I guess I would, she said. Don't let your mother change your mind, then. She closed her eyes, her relief even greater this time. He had understood. By some miracle, what do you think of me getting an abortion? She asked after a while. My guess is that's really what you wanted to talk about. She looked at him, startled. He looked back, half quizzical, half smiling, one bushy eyebrow the left cocked. Yet the overall impression she took from him was one of great gravity. Maybe that's true, she said slowly. Listen, he said, and then fell paradoxically silent. But she was listening, and she heard a sparrow, crickets, the far high hum of a plane, someone calling for Jackie to come on in now, a power mower, a car with a glass-back muffler accelerating down US 1. She was just about to ask him if he was all right when he took her hand and spoke. Franny, you've no business having such an old man for a father, but I can't help it. I never married until 1956. He looked at her thoughtfully in the dusk light. Carla was different in those days. She was, oh, hellfire, she was young herself, for one thing. She didn't change until your brother Freddie died. Until then, she was young. She stopped growing after Freddie died. That. You mustn't think I'm talking against your mother, Franny, even if it sounds a little like I am. But it seems to me that Carla stopped growing after Freddie died. She slapped 3 coats of lacquer and 1 of quick dry cement on her way of looking at things and called it good. Now she's like a guard in a museum. And if she sees anyone tampering with the ideas on display there, she gives them a lot of look out below. But she wasn't always like that. You'll just have to take my word for it. But she wasn't. What was she like, Daddy? Why he looked vaguely out across the garden. She was a lot like you, Franny. She got the giggles. We used to go down to Boston to see the Red Sox play, and during the 7th inning stretch she'd go out with me to the concession and have a beer. Mama drank beer. Yes, she did. And she'd spend most of the 9th in the ladies and come out cussing me for making her miss the best part of the game, when all the time it was she telling me to go on down to the concession stand and get him. Franny tried to imagine her mother with a cup of Narragansett beer in one hand, looking up at her father and laughing, like a girl on a date. She simply couldn't do it. She never kindled. He said, then mused, we went to a doctor, she and I, to see which of us was wrong. The doctor said neither one. Then, in 60, there came your brother Fred. She just about loved that boy to death. Fred was her father's name, you know. She had a miscarriage in 65, and we both figured that was the end of it. Then you came along in 69, a month early but just fine, and I just about loved you to death. We each had one of our own. But she lost hers. He fell silent, brooding. Fred Goldsmith had died in 1973. He had been 13, Franny 4. The man who hit Fred had been drunk. He had a long list of traffic violations, including speeding, driving so as to endanger, and driving under the influence. Fred had lived 7 days. I think abortion's too clean a name for it, Peter Goldsmith said. His lips moved slowly over each word, as if they pained him. I think it's infanticide, pure and simple, I'm sorry to say so. To be so inflexible, said, whatever it is I'm being ... About something which you now have to consider, if only because the law says you may consider it. I told you I was an old man. You're not old, Daddy, she murmured. I am, he said roughly. He looked suddenly distraught. I'm an old man trying to give a young daughter advice. And it's like a monkey trying to teach table manners to a bear. A drunk driver took my son's life 17 years ago, and my wife has never been the same since. I've always seen the question of abortion in terms of Fred. I seem to be helpless to see it any other way. Just as helpless as you were to stop your giggles when they came on you at that poetry reading, Franny. Your mother would argue against it for all the standard reasons, morality, she'd say. A morality that goes back 2,000 years, the right to life. All our Western morality is based on that idea. I've read the philosophers. I range up and down them like a housewife with a dividend check in the Sears and Roebuck store. Your mother sticks with the Reader's Digest, but it's me that ends up arguing from feeling and her from the codes of morality. I just see Fred. He was destroyed inside. There was no chance for him. These right-to-life biddies hold up their pictures of babies drowned in salt, and arms and legs scraped out onto a steel table. So what? The end of a life is never pretty. I just see Fred, lying in that bed for 7 days, everything that was ruined pasted over with bandages. Life is cheap. Abortion makes it cheaper. I read more than she does. But she is the one who ends up making more sense on this one. What we do and what we think ... Those things are so often based on arbitrary judgments when they are right. I can't get over that. It's like a block in my throat, how all true logic seems to proceed from irrationality. From faith. I'm not making much sense, am I? I don't want an abortion, she said quietly, for my own reasons. What are they? The baby is partly me, she said, lifting her chin slightly. If that's ego, I don't care. Will you give it up, Franny? I don't know. Do you want to? No. I want to keep it. He was silent. She thought she felt his disapproval. You're thinking of school, aren't you? She asked. No, he said, standing up. He put his hands in the small of his back and grimaced pleasurably as his spine crackled. I was thinking we've talked enough. And that you don't have to make that decision just yet. Mom's home. I have to tell her, Franny said. Yes, but give it a day or two, Franny, all right. She helped him pick up the gardening tools and then they walked up toward the station wagon together. Chapter 7. In the dim light that comes over the land just after sunset but before true dark, during one of those very few minutes that movie makers call the magic hour, Vic Palfrey rose out of green delirium to brief lucidity. I'm dying, he thought, and the words clanged strangely through his mind, making him believe he had spoken aloud, although he had not. He gazed around himself and saw a hospital bed, now cranked up to keep his lungs from drowning in themselves. He had been tightly secured with brass laundry pins, and the sides of the bed were up. Been thrashing some, I guess, he thought with faint amusement. Been kicking up Dickens, and belatedly, where am I? There was a bib around his neck and the bib was covered with clots of phlegm. His head ached, queer thoughts danced in and out of his mind, and he knew he had been delirious ... And would be again. He was sick and this was not a cure or the beginning of one, but only a brief respite. He put the inside of his right wrist against his forehead and pulled it away with a wince, the way you pull your hand off a hot stove burning up, all right. And full of tubes, the small clear plastic ones were coming out of his nose. Another one snaked out from under the hospital sheet to a bottle on the floor, and he surely knew where the other end of that one was connected. Two bottles hung suspended from a rack beside the bed, a tube coming from each one and then joining to make a Y that ended by going into his arm just below the elbow. And for feed, you'd think that would be enough, he thought. But there were wires on him as well, attached to his scalp and chest and left arm. One seemed to be plastered into his son-of-fabricating belly button, and to cap it all off, he was pretty sure something was jammed up his ass. What in God's name could that one be? Shit radar. Hey. He had intended a resonant, indignant shout. What he produced was the humble whisper of a very sick man. It came out surrounded on all sides by the phlegm on which he seemed to be choking. Mama, did George put the horse in? That was the delirium talking, an irrational thought, zooming boldly across the field of more rational cogitation like a meteor. All the same, it almost fooled him for a second. He wasn't going to be up for long. The thought filled him with panic. Looking at the scrawny stakes of his arms, he guessed he had lost as much as 30 pounds. And there hadn't been all that much of him to start with. This whatever it was ... was going to kill him. The idea that he might die babbling insanities and inanities like a senile old man terrified him. Georgie's gone courting Norma Willis. You get that horse your own self, Vic, and put his nose bag on like a good boy. Ain't my job, Victor. You love your mama, now. I do, but it ain't. You got to love your mama, now. Mama's got the flu. No, you don't. Mama, you got TB. It's the TB that's going to kill you in 1947. And George is going to die just about 6 days after he gets to Korea. Time enough for just one letter and then bang, bang, bang. George is, Vic, you help me now and put that horse in, and that is my last word on it. I'm the one with the flu, not her, he whispered, surfacing again. It's me. He was looking at the door, and thinking it was a damn funny door even for a hospital. It was round at the corners, outlined with pop rivets, and the lower jamb was set 6 inches or more up from the tile floor. Even a jackleg carpenter like Vic Palfrey could. Gimme the funnies, Vic, you had him long enough. Mama, he took my funny pages. Give him back, give him back, build better than that. It was steel. Something in the thought drove a nail deep into his brain, and Vic struggled to sit up so he could see the door better. Yes, it definitely was, a steel door. Why was he in a hospital behind a steel door? What had happened? Was he really dying? Had he best be thinking of just how he was going to meet his God? God, what had happened? He tried desperately to pierce the hanging gray fog, but only voices came through, far away, voices he could put no names against. Now what I say is this, they just got to say, fuck this inflation shit ... single quotes, better turn off your pumps, hop. Hop, Bill Hapscom, who was he? I know that name. Holy moly ... they're dead, okay ... Gimme your hand and I'll pull you up out of there ... Gimme the funnies, Vic, you had. At that moment the sun sank far enough below the horizon to cause a light-activated circuit, or in this case, an absence of light-activated circuit to kick in. The lights went on in Vic's room. As the room lit up, he saw the row of faces observing him solemnly from behind 2 layers of glass, and he screamed. At first thinking these were the people who had been holding conversations in his mind. One of the figures, a man in doctor's whites, was gesturing urgently to someone outside Vic's field of vision. But Vic was already over his scare. He was too weak to stay scared long. But the sudden fright that had come with the silent bloom of light and this vision of staring faces like a jury of ghosts in their hospital whites had cleared away some of the blockage in his mind. And he knew where he was, Atlanta, Georgia. They had come and taken him away, him and Hop and Norm and Norm's wife and Norm's kids. They had taken Hank Carmichaels to Redman. God alone knew how many others. Vic had been scared and indignant. Sure, he had the snuffles and sneezes, but he surely wasn't coming down with cholera or whatever it was that poor man Campion and his family had had. He'd been running a low-grade fever, too, and he remembered that Norm Brute had stumbled and needed help getting up the steps to the plane. His wife had been scared, crying, and little Bobby Brute had been crying and coughing. A raspy, croupy cough. The plane had been at the small landing strip outside of Braintree, but to get beyond the ornate town limits they had had to pass a roadblock on US 93. And men had been stringing barbed wire right out into the desert. A red light flashed on over the strange door. There was a hissing sound, then a sound like a pump running. When it kicked off, the door opened. The man who came in was dressed in a huge white pressure suit with a transparent faceplate. Behind the faceplate, the man's head bobbed like a balloon enclosed in a capsule. There were pressure tanks on his back, and when he spoke, his voice was metallic and clipped, devoid of all human quality. It might have been a voice coming from one of those video games, like the one that said "Try again, Space Cadet," when you fucked up your last go. It rasped, "How are you feeling, Mr. Palfrey?" But Vic couldn't answer. Vic had gone back down into the green depths. It was his mama he saw behind the faceplate of the white suit. Mama had been dressed in white when Papa took him and George to see her for the last time in the sanitarium. She had to go to the sanitarium so everybody else in the family wouldn't catch what she had. TB was catching. You could die. He talked to his mama. Said he would be good and put in the horse. Told her George had taken the funnies. Asked her if she felt better. Asked her if she thought she would be home soon. And the man in the white suit gave him a shot and he sank deeper and his words became incoherent. The man in the white suit glanced back at the faces behind the glass wall and shook his head. He clicked an intercom switch inside his helmet with his chin and said, "If this one doesn't work, we'll lose him by midnight." For Vic Palfrey, magic hour was over. "Just roll up your sleeve, mister." Redman, the pretty nurse with the dark hair, said. "This won't take a minute." She was holding the blood pressure cuff into gloved hands. Behind the plastic mask she was smiling as if they shared an amusing secret. "No," Stu said. The smile faltered a little. "It's only your blood pressure. It won't take a minute, no." "Doctor's orders," she said, becoming businesslike. "Please, if it's doctor's orders, let me talk to the doctor. I'm afraid he's busy right now." "If you'll just, I'll wait," Stu said equably, making no move to unbutton the cuff of his shirt sleeve. "This is only my job. You don't want me to get in trouble, do you?" This time she gave him a charming wave smile. "If you'll only let me." "I won't," Stu said. "Go back and tell them. They'll send somebody." Looking troubled, the nurse went across to the steel door and turned a square key in a lock plate. The pump kicked on, the door shooshed open, and she stepped through. As it closed, she gave Stu a final reproachful look. Stu gazed back blandly. When the door was closed. He got up and went restlessly to the window, double-paned glass and barred on the outside, but it was full dark now and there was nothing to see. He went back and sat down. He was wearing faded jeans and a checked shirt and his brown boots with the stitching beginning to bulge up the sides. He ran a hand up the side of his face and winced disapprovingly at the prickle. They wouldn't let him shave, and he haired up fast. He had no objection to the tests themselves. What he objected to was being kept in the dark, kept scared. He wasn't sick, at least not yet, but scared plenty. There was some sort of snow job going on here. And he wasn't going to be a party to it anymore until somebody told him something about what had happened in Ornate and what that fellow Campion had to do with it. At least then he could base his fears on something solid. They had expected him to ask before now. He could read it in their eyes. They had certain ways of keeping things from you in hospitals. For years ago his wife had died of cancer at the age of 27. It had started in her womb and then just raced up through her like wildfire. And Stu had observed the way they got around her questions, either by changing the subject or giving her information in large, technical lumps, so he simply hadn't asked. And he could see it had worried them. Now it was time to ask, and he would get some answers. In words of one syllable, he could fill in some of the blank spots on his own. Campion and his wife and child had something pretty bad. It hit you like the flu or a summer cold, only it kept on getting worse. presumably until you choked to death on your own snot or until the fever burned you down. It was highly contagious. They had come and got him on the afternoon of the 17th, 2 days ago, for army men and a doctor, polite but firm. There was no question of declining. All 4 of the army men had been wearing sidearms. That was when Stu Redman started being seriously scared. There had been a regular caravan going out of Arnate and over to the airstrip in Braintree. Stu had been riding with Vic Palfrey, Hop, the Brutes, Hank Carmichael and his wife. And to army non-coms, they were all crammed into an army station wagon, and the army guys wouldn't say aye, nay, or maybe no matter how hysterical Leela Brute got. The other wagons were crammed, too. Stu hadn't seen all the people in them, but he had seen all 5 of the Hodges family, and Chris Ortega, brother of Carlos, the volunteer ambulance driver. Chris was the bartender down at the Indian Head. He had seen Parker Nasson and his wife, the elderly people from the trailer park near Stu's house. Stu guessed that they had netted up everyone who had been in the gas station and everyone that the people from the gas station said they'd talked to since Campion crashed into the pumps. At the town limits there had been 2 olive green trucks blocking the road. Stu guessed the other roads going into Arnate were most likely blocked off too. They were stringing barbed wire. And when they had the town fenced off they would probably post sentries, so it was serious, deadly serious. He sat patiently in the chair by the hospital bed he hadn't had to use, waiting for the nurse to bring someone. The first someone would most likely be no one. Maybe by morning they would finally send in someone who would have enough authority to tell him the things he needed to know. He could wait. Patience had always been Stuart Redman's strong suit. For something to do, he began to tick over the conditions of the people who had ridden to the airstrip with him. Norm had been the only obvious sick one, coughing, bringing up phlegm, feverish. The rest seemed to be suffering to a greater or lesser degree from the common cold. Luke Brute was sneezing. Leela Brute and Vic Palfrey had mild coughs. Hop had the sniffles and kept blowing his nose. They hadn't sounded much different from the 1st and 2nd grade classes Stu remembered attending as a little boy, when at least 2/3 of the kids present seemed to have some kind of a bug. But the thing that scared him most of all, and maybe it was only coincidence, was what had happened just as they were turning onto the airstrip. The army driver had let out 3 sudden bellowing sneezes, probably just coincidence. June was a bad time in East Central Texas for people with allergies. Or maybe the driver was just coming down with a common, garden variety cold instead of the weird shit the rest of them bad. Stu wanted to believe that, because something that could jump from one person to another that quickly. Their army escort had boarded the plane with them. They rode stolidly, refusing to answer any questions except as to their destination. They were going to Atlanta. They would be told more there bald-facedly. Beyond that, the army men refused to say. Hop had been sitting next to Stu on the flight, and he was pretty well sloshed. The plane was Army too, strictly functional, but the booze and the food had been first-class airline stuff, of course. Instead of being served by a pretty stewardess, a plank-faced sergeant took your order, but if you could overlook that, you could get along pretty well. Even Leela Brute had calmed down with a couple of grasshoppers in her. Hop leaned close, bathing Stu in a warm mist of Scotch fumes. "This is a pretty funny bunch of old boys, Stuart. Ain't one of 'em under 50, nor one with a wedding ring. Careered boys, low rank." About half an hour before they touched down, Norm Brute had some kind of a fainting spell and Leela began to scream. 2 of the hard-faced stewards bundled Norm into a blanket and brought him around in fairly short order. Leela, no longer calm, continued to scream. After a while she threw up her grasshoppers and the chicken salad sandwich she had eaten. 2 of the good old boys went expressionlessly about the job of cleaning it up. "What is all this?" Leela screamed. "What's wrong with my man? Are we going to die? Are my babies going to die?" She had one baby in a headlock under each arm, their heads digging into her plentiful breasts. Luke and Bobby looked frightened and uncomfortable and rather embarrassed at the fuss she was making. "Why won't somebody answer me?" Isn't this America? Can't somebody shut her up? Chris Ortega had grumbled from the back of the plane. Christly woman's worse than a jukebox with a broken record inside it. One of the army men had forced a glass of milk on her and Leela did shut up. She spent the rest of the ride looking out the window at the countryside passing far below and humming. Stu guessed there had been more than milk in that glass when they touched down. There had been 4 Cadillac limousines waiting for them. The ornate folks got into 3 of them. Their army escort had gotten into the 4th. Stu guessed that those good old boys with no wedding rings or close relatives probably were now somewhere right in this building. The red light went on over his door. When the compressor or pump or whatever it was had stopped, a man in one of the white space suits stepped through. Dr. Denninger. He was young. He had black hair, olive skin, sharp features, and a mealy mouth. Patty Greer says you gave her some trouble, Denninger's chest speaker said as he clopped over to Stu. She's quite upset. No need for her to be, Stu said easily. It was hard to sound easy, but he felt it was important to hide his fear from this man. Denninger looked and acted like the kind of man who would ride his help and bullyrag them around but lick up to his superiors like an egg-sucked dog. That kind of man could be pushed a ways if he thought you held the whip hand. But if he smelled fear on you, he would hand you the same old cake. A thin icing of I'm sorry I can't tell you more on top and a lot of contempt for stupid civilians who wanted to know more than what was good for them underneath. I want some answers, Stu said. I'm sorry, but if you want me to cooperate, give me some answers. In time you will be, I can make it hard for you. We know that, Denninger said peevishly. I simply don't have the authority to tell you anything, Mr. Redman. I know very little myself. I guess you've been testing my blood, all those needles. That's right, Denninger said warily. What for? Once more, Mr. Redman. I can't tell you what I don't know. The peevish tone was back again, and Stu was inclined to believe him. He was nothing but a glorified technician on this job, and he didn't like it much. They put my hometown under quarantine. I know nothing about that either. But Denninger cut his eyes away from Stu's, and this time Stu thought he was lying. How come I haven't seen anything about it? He pointed to the TV set bolted to the wall. I beg your pardon. When they roadblock off a town and put barbed wire around it, that's news, Stu said. Mr. Redman, if you'll only let Patty take your blood pressure. No, if you want any more from me, you better send 2 big strong men to get it, and no matter how many you send, I'm gonna try to rip some holes in those germ suits. They don't look all that strong, you know it. He made a playful grab at Denninger's suit, and Denninger skipped backward and nearly fell over. The speaker of his intercom emitted a terrified squawk, and there was a stir behind the double glass. I guess you could feed me something in my food to knock me out, but that'd mix up your tests. Wouldn't it, Mr. Redman? You're not being reasonable. Denninger was keeping a prudent distance away. Your lack of cooperation may do your country a grave disservice. Do you understand me? Nope. Stu said, right now it looks to me like it's my country doing me a grave disservice. It's got me locked up in a hospital room in Georgia with a buttermouth little pissant doctor who doesn't know shit from Shinola. Get your ass out of here and send somebody in to talk to me or send enough boys to take what you need by force. I'll fight him. You can count on that. He sat perfectly still in his chair after Denninger left. The nurse didn't come back. 2 strong orderlies did not appear to take his blood pressure by force, now that he thought about it. He supposed that even such a small thing as a blood pressure reading wouldn't be much good if obtained under duress. For the time being they were leaving him to simmer in his own juices. He got up and turned on the TV and watched it unseeingly. His fear was big inside him, a runaway elephant. For 2 days he had been waiting to start sneezing, coughing, hawking black phlegm and spitting it into the commode. He wondered about the others, people he had known all his life. He wondered if any of them were as bad off as Campion had been. He thought of the dead woman and her baby in that old Chevy, and he kept seeing Leela Brute's face on the woman and little Cheryl Hodges's face on the baby. The TV squawked and crackled. His heart beat slowly in his chest. Faintly, he could hear the sound of an air purifier sighing air into the room. He felt his fear twisting and turning inside him beneath his poker face. Sometimes it was big and panicky, trampling everything, the elephant. Sometimes it was small and gnawing, ripping with sharp teeth, the rat. It was always with him. But it was 40 hours before they sent him a man who would talk. Chapter 8. On June 18th, 5 hours after he had talked to his cousin Bill Hapscom, Joe Bob Brentwood pulled down a speeder on Texas Highway 40 about 25 miles east of Ornate. The speeder was Harry Trent of Braintree, an insurance man. He had been doing 65 miles per in a 50-mile-an-hour zone. Joe Bob gave him a speeding ticket. Trent accepted it humbly and then amused Joe Bob by trying to sell him insurance on his house and his life. Joe Bob felt fine. Dying was the last thing on his mind. Nevertheless, he was already a sick man. He had gotten more than gas at Bill Hapscom's Texaco. And he gave Harry Trent more than a speeding summons. Harry, a gregarious man who liked his job, passed the sickness to more than 40 people during that day and the next. How many those 40 passed it to is impossible to say. You might as well ask how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. If you were to make a conservative estimate of 5 apiece, you'd have 200. Using the same conservative formula, one could say those 200 went on to infect 1,000, the 1,000 5,000, the 5,000 25,000. Under the California desert and subsidized by the taxpayers' money, someone had finally invented a chain letter that really worked. A very lethal chain letter on June 19th. The day Larry Underwood came home to New York and the day that Franny Goldsmith told her father about her impending little stranger. Harry Trent stopped at an East Texas cafe called Babe's Quick Eat for lunch. He had the cheeseburger platter and a piece of Babe's delicious strawberry pie for dessert. He had a slight cold, an allergy cold, maybe, and he kept sneezing and having to spit. In the course of the meal he infected Babe, the dishwasher, 2 truckers in a cummered booth, the man who came in to deliver bread, and the man who came in to change the records on the juke. He left the sweet thing that waited his table a $1 tip that was crawling with death. On his way out, a station wagon pulled in. There was a roof rack on top, and the wagon was piled high with kids and luggage. The wagon had New York plates, and the driver, who rolled down his window to ask Harry how to get to US 21 going north, had a New York accent. Harry gave the New York fellow very clear directions on how to get to Highway 21. He also served him and his entire family their death warrants without even knowing it. The New Yorker was Edward M. Norris, lieutenant of police, detective squad, in the Big Apple's 87th precinct. This was his first real vacation in 5 years. He and his family had had a fine time. The kids had been in 7th heaven at Disney World in Orlando, and not knowing the whole family would be dead by the 2nd of July. Norris planned to tell that sour son of a bitch Steve Carell that it was possible to take your wife and kids someplace by car and have a good time. Steve, he would say, you may be a fine detective, but a man who can't police his own family ain't worth a piss hole drilled in a snowbank. The Norris family had a quick eat at Babe's, then followed Harry Trent's admirable directions to Highway 21. Ed and his wife Trish marveled over Southern hospitality while the 3 kids colored in the back seat. Christ only knew, Ed thought, what Carella's pair of monsters would have been up to. That night they stayed in a Eustis, Oklahoma, travel court. Ed and Trish infected the clerk, the kids, Marcia, Stanley, and Hector. Infected the kids they played with on the tourist court's playground, kids bound for West Texas, Alabama, Arkansas, and Tennessee. Trish infected the 2 women who were washing clothes at the laundromat 2 blocks away. Ed, on his way down the motel corridor to get some ice, infected a fellow he passed in the hallway. Everybody got into the act. Trish woke Ed up in the early morning hours to tell him that Heck, the baby, was sick. He had an ugly, rasping cough and was running a fever. It sounded to her like the croup. Ed Norris groaned and told her to give the kids some aspirin. If the kids' goddamn croup could only have held off another 4 or 5 days. He could have had it in his very own house, and Ed would have been left with the memory of a perfect vacation, not to mention the anticipation of all that gloating he planned to do. He could hear the poor kid through the connecting door, hacking away like a hound dog. Trish expected that Hector's symptoms would abate in the morning. Croup was a lying-down sickness, but by noon of the 20th, she admitted to herself that it wasn't happening. The aspirin wasn't controlling the fever. Poor Heck was just glass-eyed with it. His cough had taken on a booming note she didn't like, and his respiration sounded labored and phlegmy. Whatever it was, Marcia seemed to be coming down with it, too, and Trish had a nasty little tickle in the back of her own throat that was making her cough. Although so far it was only a light cough she could smother in a small hanky. "We've got to get Heck to a doctor," she said finally. Ed pulled into a service station and checked the map paperclip to the station wagon's sun visor. They were in Hammer Crossing, Kansas. "I don't know," he said. "Maybe we can at least find a doctor who'll give us a referral." He sighed and ran an aggravated hand through his hair. "Hammer Crossing, Kansas, Jesus. Why do you have to get sick enough to need a doctor at some goddamn nothing place like this?" Marcia, who was looking at the map over her father's shoulder, said, "It says Jesse James robbed the bank here, Daddy, twice." "Fuck Jesse James, Ed Grump, Ed," Trish cried. "Sorry," he said, not feeling sorry in the least. He drove on, after 6 calls, during each of which Ed Norris carefully held his temper with both hands. He finally found a doctor in Palestine who would look at Hector if they could get him there by 3. Palestine was off their route, 20 miles west of Hammer Crossing, but now the important thing was Hector. Ed was getting very worried about him. He'd never seen the kid with so little oomph in him. They were waiting in the outer office of Dr. Brendan Sweeney by 2 in the afternoon. By then Ed was sneezing, too. Sweeney's waiting room was full. They didn't get in to see the doctor until nearly 4 o'clock. Trish couldn't rouse Heck to more than a sludgy semi-consciousness, and she felt feverish herself. Only Stan Norris, age 9, still felt good enough to fidget. During their wait in Sweeney's office they communicated the sickness, which would soon be known across the disintegrating country as Captain Trips, to more than 25 people, including a matronly woman who just came in to pay her bill before going on to pass the disease to her entire bridge club. This matronly woman was Mrs. Robert Bradford, Sarah Bradford to the bridge club, Cookie to her husband and close friends. Sarah played well that night, possibly because her partner was Angela Dupre, her best friend. They seemed to enjoy a happy kind of telepathy. They won all 3 rubbers resoundingly, making a grand slam during the last. For Sarah, the only fly in the ointment was that she seemed to be coming down with a slight cold. It wasn't fair, arriving so soon on the heels of the last one. She and Angela went out for a quiet drink in a cocktail bar after the party broke up at 10. Angela was in no hurry to get home. It was David's turn to have the weekly poker game at their house, and she just wouldn't be able to sleep with all that noise going on. Unless she had a little self-prescribed sedative first, which in her case would be to slow gin fizzes. Sarah had a Ward 8 and the 2 women rehashed the bridge game. In the meantime they managed to infect everyone in the Palestine cocktail bar, including 2 young men drinking beer nearby. They were on their way to California just as Larry Underwood and his friend Rudy Schwartz had once gone to seek their fortunes. A friend of theirs had promised them jobs with a moving company. The next day they headed west, spreading the disease as they went. Chain letters don't work, it's a known fact. The $1 million or so you are promised if you'll just send $1 single to the name at the top of the list, add yours to the bottom, and then send the letter on to 5 friends never arrives. This one, the Captain Trips chain letter, worked very well. The pyramid was indeed being built. Not from the bottom up but from the tip down, said tip being a deceased Army security guard named Charles Campion. All the chickens were coming home to roost. Only instead of the mailman bringing each participant bale after bale of letters, each containing a single dollar bill, Captain Trips brought bales of bedrooms with a body or 2 in each one. and trenches, and dead pits, and finally bodies slung into the oceans on each coast, and into quarries, and into the foundations of unfinished houses, and in the end, of course, the bodies would rot where they fell. Sarah Bradford and Angela Dupre walked back to their parked cars together, infecting 4 or 5 people they met on the street, then pecked cheeks and went their separate ways. Sarah went home to infect her husband and his 5 poker buddies and her teenage daughter, Samantha, and known to her parents. Samantha was terribly afraid she had caught a dose of the clap from her boyfriend. As a further matter of fact, she had nothing to worry about. Next to what her mother had given her, a good working dose of the clap was every bit as serious as a little eczema of the eyebrows. The next day Samantha would go on to infect everybody in the swimming pool at the Palestine YWCA. And so on. Chapter 9. They set on him sometime after dusk, while he was walking up the shoulder of US Route 27, which was called Main Street a mile back, where it passed through town. A mile or two farther on, he had been planning to turn west on 63, which would have taken him to the turnpike and the start of his long trip north. His senses had been dulled, maybe, by the 2 beers he had just downed, but he had known something was wrong. He was just getting around to remembering the 4 or 5 heavy-set townies down at the far end of the bar when they broke cover and ran at him. Nick put up the best fight he could, decking one of them and bloodying another's nose, breaking it, too, by the sound. For 1 or 2 hopeful moments he thought there was actually a chance that he might win. The fact that he fought without making any sound at all was unnerving them a little. They were soft, maybe they had done this before with no trouble, and they certainly hadn't expected a serious fight from this skinny kid with the knapsack. Then one of them caught him just over the chin, shredding his lower lip with some sort of a school ring, and the warm taste of blood gushed into his mouth. He stumbled backward and someone pinned his arms. He struggled wildly and got one hand free just as a fist looped down into his face like a runaway moon. Before it closed his right eye, he saw that ring again, glittering dully in the starlight. He saw stars and felt his consciousness start to diffuse, drifting away into parts unknown. Scared, he struggled harder. The man wearing the ring was back in front of him now, and Nick, afraid of being cut again, kicked him in the belly. School Ring's breath went out of him and he doubled over, making a series of breathless whooping sounds, like a terrier with laryngitis. The others closed in. To Nick they were only shapes now, beefy men, good old boys. They called themselves in gray shirts with the sleeves rolled up to show their big sun-freckled biceps. They wore blocky work shoes. Tangles of oily hair fell over their brows. In the last fading light of day all of this began to seem like a malign dream. Blood ran in his open eye. The knapsack was torn from his back. Blows rained down on him and he became a boneless, jittering puppet on a fraying string. Consciousness would not quite desert him. The only sounds were their out-of-breath gasps as they pistoned their fists into him and the liquid twitter of a nightjar in the deep stand of pine close by. School Ring had staggered to his feet. "Hold him," he said. "Hold him by the har." Hands grasped his arms. Somebody else twined both hands into Nick's springy black hair. "Why don't he yell out?" one of the others asked, agitated. "Why don't he yell out? Ray, I told you not to use any names," Signet Ring said. "I don't give a fuck why he don't yell out. I'm gonna mess him up. Sucker kicked me, goddamn dirty fighter. That's what he is." The fist looped down. Nick jerked his head aside and the ring furrowed his cheek. "Hold him, I told you," Ray said. "What are y'all, bunch of pussies?" The fist looped down again and Nick's nose became a squashed and dripping tomato. His breath clogged to a snuffle. Consciousness was down to a narrow pencil beam. His mouth dropped open and he scooped in night air. The nightjar sang again, sweet and salus. Nick heard it this time no more than he had the last. "Hold him," Ray said. "Hold him, goddammit." The fist looped down. 2 of his front teeth shattered as the school ring snowplowed through them. It was an agony he couldn't scream about. His legs unhinged and he sagged, held like a grain sack now by the hands behind him. "Ray, that's enough," You wanna kill him? Hold him, sucker kicked me. I'm gonna mess him up." Then lights were splashing down the road, which was bordered here by underbrush and interlaced with huge old pines. "Oh, Jesus, dump him, dump him." That was Ray's voice, but Ray was no longer in front of him. Nick was dimly grateful, but most of what little consciousness he had left was taken up with the agony in his mouth. He could taste flecks of his teeth on his tongue. Hands pushed in, propelling him out into the center of the road. Oncoming circles of light pinned him there like an actor on a stage. Brakes screamed. Nick pinwheeled his arms and tried to make his legs go, but his legs wouldn't oblige. They had given him up for dead. He collapsed on the composition surface, and the screaming sound of brakes and tires filled the world as he waited numbly to be run over. At least it would put an end to the pain in his mouth. Then a splatter of pebbles struck his cheek, and he was looking at a tire which had come to a stop less than a foot from his face. He could see a small white rock embedded between two of the treads like a coin held between a pair of knuckles. "Piece of quartz," he thought disjointedly, and passed out when Nick came to. He was lying on a bunk. It was a hard one, but in the last 3 years or so he had lain on harder. He struggled his eyes open with great effort. They seemed gummed shut, and the right one, the one that had been hit by the runaway moon, would only come to half-mast. He was looking at a cracked gray cement ceiling. Pipes wrapped in insulation zigzagged beneath it. A large beetle was trundling busily along one of these pipes. Bisecting his field of vision was a chain. He raised his head slightly, sending a monstrous bolt of pain through it, and saw another chain running from the outside foot of the bunk to a bolt in the wall. He turned his head to the left, another bolt of pain, this one not so killing, and saw a rough concrete wall. Cracks ran through it. It had been extensively written on. Some of the writing was new, some old, most illiterate. "This place has bugs. Louis Dragonsky, 1987. I like IT in my asshole. DTS can be fun. George Rampling is a jerk-off. I still love you, Suzanne. This place sucks. Jerry, Clyde D. Fred 1981. There were pictures of large dangling penises, gigantic breasts, crudely drawn vaginas. It all gave Nick a sense of place. He was in a jail cell. Carefully, he propped himself on his elbows, let his feet clad in paper slippers drop over the edge of the cot, and then swung up to a sitting position. The large economy-size pain rocked his head again, and his backbone gave out an alarming creak. His stomach rolled alarmingly in his gut, and a fainting kind of nausea seized him, the most dismaying and amazing kind, the kind that makes you feel like crying out to God to make it stop. Instead of crying out, he couldn't have done that. Nick leaned over his knees, one hand on each cheek, and waited for it to pass. After a while, it did. He could feel the band-aids that had been placed over the furrow on his cheek. And by wrinkling that side of his face a couple of times, he decided that some sawbones had sunk a couple of stitches in there for good measure. He looked around. He was in a small cell shaped like a saltine box, stood on end. Beyond the end of the cot was a barred door. At the head of the cot was a lidless, ringless toilet. Behind and above him, he saw this by craning his stiff neck very, very carefully, was a small barred window. After he had sat on the edge of the cot long enough to feel sure he wasn't going to pass out, he hooked the shapeless gray pajama pants he was wearing down around his knees, squatted on the can, and urinated for what seemed at least an hour. When he was finished, he stood up, holding onto the edge of the cot like an old man. He looked apprehensively into the bowl for signs of blood, but his urine had been clear. He flushed it away. He walked carefully over to the barred door and looked out into a short corridor. To his left was the drunk tank. An old man was lying on one of its 5 bunks, a hand like driftwood dangling on the floor. To the right, the corridor ended in a door that was chalked open. In the center of the corridor was a dangling green-shaded light like the kind he had seen in pool halls. A shadow rose, danced on the propped open door, and then a large man in khaki suntans walked into the corridor. He was wearing a Sam Brown belt and a big pistol. He hooked his thumbs into his pants pockets and looked at Nick for almost a full minute without speaking. Then he said, When I was a boy, we caught ourselves a mountain lion up in the hills and shot it and then drug it 20 mile back to town over dirt hardpan. What was left of that creature when we got home was the sorriest looking sight I ever saw. You the second sorriest, boy. Nick thought it had the feel of a prepared speech. Carefully honed and treasured, saved for out-of-towners and vags that occupied the barred saltine boxes from time to time. You got a name, Babaluga. Nick put a finger to his swelled and lacerated lips and shook his head. He put a hand over his mouth, then cut the air with it in a soft diagonal hashmark and shook his head again. What? Can't talk. What's this happy horseshit? The words were amiable enough, but Nick couldn't follow tones or inflections. He plucked an invisible pen from the air and wrote with it, "You want a pencil?" Nick nodded. "If you're mute, how come you don't have none of those cards?" Nick shrugged. He turned out his empty pockets. He balled his fists and shadow-boxed the air, which sent another bolt of pain through his head and another wave of nausea through his stomach. He finished by tapping his own temples lightly with his fists, rolling his eyes up, and sagging on the bars. Then he pointed to his empty pockets. "You were robbed." Nick nodded. The man in khaki turned away and went back into his office. A moment later he returned with a dull pencil and a notepad. He thrust them through the bars. Written across the top of each note sheet was memo and from the desk of Sheriff John Baker. Nick turned the pad around and tapped the pencil eraser at the name. He raised questioning eyebrows. "Yeah, that's me. Who are you?" "Nick Andrus," he wrote. He put his hand through the bars. Baker shook his head. "I ain't gonna shake with you." "You deaf, too?" Nick nodded. "What happened to you tonight?" "Doc Soames and his wife almost ran you down like a woodchuck, boy, beat up and robbed. A mile or so from a roadhouse on Maine's St. Zock's Place. That hangout's no place for a kid like you, Babaluga. You surely aren't old enough to drink." Nick shook his head indignantly. "I'm 22, he wrote. "I can have a couple of beers without getting beaten up and robbed for them, can't I?" Baker read this with a sourly amused look on his face. "It don't appear you can enjoy. What you doing here, kid?" Nick tore the first sheet off the memo pad, crumpled it in a ball, dropped it on the floor, before he could begin to write his reply. An arm shot through the bars and a steel hand clutched his shoulder. Nick's head jerked up. "My wife neatens these cells," Baker said, "and I don't see any need for you to litter yours up. Go throw that in the John." Nick bent over, wincing at the pain in his back, and fished the ball of paper off the floor. He took it over to the toilet, tossed it in, and then looked up at Baker with his eyebrows raised. Baker nodded. Nick came back. This time he wrote longer, pencil flying over the paper. Baker reflected that teaching a deaf-mute kid to read and write was probably quite a trick, and this Nick Andrus must have some pretty good equipment upstairs to have caught the hang of it. There were fellows here in Shoyo, Arkansas, who had never properly caught the hang of it, and more than a few of them hung out in Zock's. But he supposed you couldn't expect a kid who just blew into town to know that. Nick handed the pad through the bars. "I've been traveling around, but I'm not a vag. Spent a day working for a man named Rich Ellerton about 6 miles west of here. I cleaned his barn and put up a load of hay in his loft. Last week I was in Watts, Okla, running fence. The men who beat me up got my week's pay." "You sure it was Rich Ellerton you was working for?" "I can check that." You know, Baker had torn off Nick's explanation, folded it to wallet photo size, and tucked it into his shirt pocket. Nick nodded. "You see his dog?" Nick nodded. What kind was it?" Nick gestured for the pad. "Big Doberman," he wrote. "But nice, not mean." Baker nodded, turned away, and went back into his office. Nick stood at the bars, watching anxiously. A moment later, Baker returned with a big keyring, unlocked the holding cell, and pushed it back on its track. "Come on in the office," Baker said. "You want some breakfast?" Nick shook his head, then made pouring and drinking motions. "Coffee, got that." "You take cream and sugar." Nick shook his head. "Take it like a man." "Huh," Baker laughed. "Come on." Baker started up the hallway, and although he was speaking, Nick was unable to hear what he was saying with his back turned and his lips hidden. "I don't mind the company. I got insomnia. It's got so I can't sleep more'n 3 or 4 hours most nights. Wife wants me to go see some big shot doctor up in Pine Bluff, if it keeps on. I just might do it. I mean, look at this here I am, 5 in the morning, not even light out, and there I sit eating eggs and greasy home fries from the truck stop up the road." He turned on the last phrase and Nick caught. Truck stop up the road. He raised his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders to indicate his puzzlement. "Don't matter," Baker said. "Not to a young kid like you, anyway." In the outer office, Baker poured him a cup of black coffee out of a huge thermos. The sheriff's half-finished breakfast plate stood on his desk blotter, and he pulled it back to himself. Nick sipped the coffee. It hurt his mouth, but it was good. He tapped Baker on the shoulder, and when he looked up, Nick pointed to the coffee, rubbed his stomach, and winked soberly. Baker smiled. "You better say it's good. My wife Jane puts it up." He tucked half a hard fried egg into his mouth, chewed, and then pointed at Nick with his fork. "You're pretty good, just like one of those pantomimers. But you don't have much trouble making yourself understood, huh?" Nick made a seesawing gesture with his hand in midair. "Calm chi, calm ka. I ain't gonna hold you," Baker said, mopping up grease with a slice of toasted Wonder Bread. "But I tell you what. If you stick around, maybe we can get the guys who did this to you. You game?" Nick nodded and wrote, "You think I can get my week's pay back?" "Not a chance," Baker said flatly. "I'm just a hick sheriff, boy. For something like that, you'd be wanting Oral Roberts." Nick nodded and shrugged, putting his hands together. He made a bird flying away. "Yeah, like that. How many were there?" Nick held up 4 fingers, shrugged, then held up 5. "Think you could identify any of them?" Nick held up 1 finger and wrote, "Big and blonde, your size, maybe a little heavier. Gray shirt and pants. He was wearing a big ring. 3rd finger right hand. Purple stone. That's what cut me." As Baker read this, a change came over his face, first concern, then anger. Nick, thinking the anger was directed against him, became frightened again. "Oh, Jesus Christ," Baker said. "This here's a full commode slopping over for sure." "You sure?" Nick nodded reluctantly. "Anything else? You see anything else?" Nick thought hard, then wrote, "Small scar on his forehead." Baker looked at the words. "That's Ray Booth," he said. "My brother-in-law, thanks, kid. 5 in the morning and my day's wrecked already." Nick's eyes opened a little wider, and he made a cautious gesture of commiseration. "Well, all right," Baker said, more to himself than to Nick. "He's a bad actor. Janie knows it. He beat her up enough times when they was kids together. Still, they're brother and sister, and I guess I can forget my loathing for this week." Nick looked down, embarrassed. After a moment Baker shook his shoulder so that Nick would see him speaking. "It probably won't do any good anyway," he said. "Ray and his jerk-off buddies'll just swear each other up. Your word against theirs. Did you get any licks in?" "Kicked this Ray in the guts," Nick wrote. "Got another one in the nose. Might have broken it. Ray chums around with Vince Hogan, Billy Warner, and Mike Childress, mostly," Baker said. "I might be able to get Vince alone and break him down. He's got all the spine of a dying jellyfish. If I could get him, I could go after Mike and Billy. Ray got that ring in a fraternity at LSU. He flunked out his sophomore year." He paused, drumming his fingers against the rim of his breakfast plate. "I guess we could give it a go, kid. If you wanted to, but I'll warn you in advance, we probably won't get them. They're as vicious and cowardly as a dog pack, but they're town boys and you're just a deaf-mute drifter. And if they got off, they'd come after you." Nick thought about it. In his mind he kept coming back to the image of himself, being shoved from one of them to the next like a bleeding scarecrow, and to Ray's lips forming the words, "I'm gonna mess him up, sucker kicked me." To the feel of his knapsack, that old friend of the last 2 wandering years, being ripped from his back. On the memo pad he wrote and underlined the words, "Let's try." Baker sighed and nodded. Okay, Vince Hogan works down to the sawmill. Well, that ain't just true. What he does mostly is fucks off down to the sawmill. We'll take a ride down there about 9, if that's fine with you. Maybe we can get him scared enough to spill the beans. Nick nodded. How's your mouth? Doc Soames left some pills. He said it would probably be a misery to you. Nick nodded ruefully. I'll get him. He broke off, and in Nick's silent movie world, he watched the sheriff explode several sneezes into his handkerchief. That's another thing, he went on, but he had turned away now and Nick caught only the first word. I'm coming down with a real good cold. Jesus Christ, ain't life grand. Welcome to Arkansas, boy. He got the pills and came back to where Nick sat. After he passed them and a glass of water to Nick, Baker rubbed gently under the angle of his jaw. There was a definite painful swelling there. Swollen glands, coughing, sneezing, a low fever, felt like. Yeah, it was shaping up to be a wonderful day. Chapter 10. Larry woke up with a hangover that was not too bad, a mouth that tasted as if a baby dragon had used it for a potty chair, and a feeling that he was somewhere he shouldn't be. The bed was a single, but there were 2 pillows on it. He could smell frying bacon. He sat up, looked out the windows at another gray New York day, and his first thought was that they had done something horrible to Barkley overnight, turned it dirty and sooty, had aged it. Then last night began coming back and he realized he was looking at Fordham, not Barkley. He was in a second-floor flat on Tremont Avenue, not far from the concourse, and his mother was going to wonder where he had been last night. Had he called her, given her any kind of excuse, no matter how thin? He swung his legs out of bed and found a crumpled pack of Winstons with one crazy cigarette left in it. He lit it with a green plastic BIC lighter. It tasted like dead horseshit. Out in the kitchen the sound of frying bacon went on and on, like radio static. The girl's name was Maria and she had said she was a ... what? Oral hygienist. Was that it? Larry didn't know how much she knew about hygiene, but she was great on oral. He vaguely remembered being gobbled like a Purdue drumstick, Crosby, Stills, and Nash on the crappy little stereo in the living room, singing about how much water had gone underneath the bridge, time we had wasted on the way, if his memory was correct. Maria sure hadn't wasted much time. She had been a little overwhelmed to discover he was that Larry Underwood. At one point in the evening's festivities, hadn't they gone out reeling around looking for an open record store so they could buy a copy of Baby, Can You Dig Your Man? He groaned very softly and tried to retrace yesterday from its innocuous beginnings to its frantic, gobbling finale. The Yankees weren't in town. He remembered that. His mother had been gone to work when he woke up, but she had left a Yankees schedule on the kitchen table along with a note. Larry, as you can see, the Yankees won't be back until July 1st. They are playing a doubleheader the 4th of July. If you're not doing anything that day, why not take your mom to the ballpark? I'll buy the beer and hot dogs. There are eggs and sausage in the fridge or sweet rolls in the bread box if you like them better. Take care of yourself, kiddo. There was a typical Alice Underwood P.S. Most of the kids you hung around with are gone now and good riddance to that bunch of hoods, but I think Buddy Marks is working at that print shop on Stricker Avenue. Just thinking of that note was enough to make him wince. No dear before his name, no love before her signature. She didn't believe in phony stuff. The real stuff was in the refrigerator. Sometime while he had been sleeping off his drive across America, she had gone out and stocked up on every goddamn thing in the world that he liked. Her memory was so perfect it was frightening. A daisy canned ham, 2 pounds of real butter. How the hell could she afford that on her salary? To 6 packs of Coke, deli sausages, a roast of beef already marinating in Alice's secret sauce, the contents of which she refused to divulge even to her son, and a gallon of Baskin-Robbins Peach Delight ice cream in the freezer, along with a Sara Lee cheesecake, the kind with strawberries on top. On impulse, he had gone into the bathroom, not just to take care of his bladder but to check the medicine cabinet. A brand new Pepsodent toothbrush was hanging in the old holder, where all of his childhood toothbrushes had hung, one after another. There was a package of disposable razors in the cabinet, a can of Barbasol shave cream, even a bottle of Old Spice cologne. Not fancy, she would have said. Larry could actually hear her, but smelly enough for the money. He had stood looking at these things, then had taken the new tube of toothpaste out and held it in his hand. No, dear, no, love, Mom, just a new toothbrush, new tube of toothpaste, new bottle of cologne. Sometimes, he thought, real love is silent as well as blind. He began brushing his teeth, wondering if there might not be a song in that someplace. The oral hygienist came in, wearing a pink nylon half-slip and nothing else. "Hi, Larry," she said. She was short, pretty in a vague Sandra Dee sort of way, and her breasts pointed at him perkily without a sign of a sag. What was the old joke? That's right, Lucci had a pair of 38s and a real gun. Ah, very funny. He had come 3,000 miles to spend the night being eaten alive by Sandra Dee. "Hi," he said, and got up. He was naked, but his clothes were at the foot of the bed. He began to put them on. "I've got a robe you can wear if you want to. We're having kippers and bacon, kippers and bacon." His stomach began to shrivel and fold in on itself. "No, honey, I've got to run. Someone I've got to see." "Oh, hey, you can't just run out on me like that. Really, it's important. Well, I'm important, too." She was becoming strident. It hurt Larry's head. For no particular reason, he thought of Fred Flintstone bellowing "Real Ma" at the top of his cartoon lungs. "Your Bronx is showing, love," he said. "What's that supposed to mean?" She planted her hands on her hips, the greasy spatula sticking out of one closed fist like a steel flower. Her breasts jiggled fetchingly, but Larry wasn't fetched. He stepped into his pants and buttoned them. "So I'm from the Bronx. Does that make me black? What have you got against the Bronx? What are you, some kind of racist?" "Nothing, and I don't think so," he said, and walked over to her in his bare feet. "Listen, the somebody I have to meet is my mother. I just got into town 2 days ago, and I didn't call her last night or anything, did I?" he added hopefully. "You didn't call anybody," she said sullenly. "I just bet it's your mother." He walked back to the bed and stuck his feet in his loafers. "It is, really. She works in the chemical bank building. She's a housekeeper. Well, these days I guess she's a floor supervisor. I bet you aren't the Larry Underwood that has that record, either. You believe what you want." "I have to run, you cheap prick," she flashed at him. "What am I supposed to do with all the stuff I cooked?" "Throw it out the window," he suggested. She uttered a high squawk of anger and hurled the spatula at him. On any other day of his life it would have missed. One of the first laws of physics was, to wit, a spatula will not fly a straight trajectory if hurled by an angry oral hygienist. Only this was the exception that proved the rule. Flip-flop, up and over, smash, right into Larry's forehead. It didn't hurt much. Then he saw the drops of blood fall on the throw rug as he bent over to pick the spatula up. He advanced 2 steps with the spatula in his hand. "I ought to paddle you with this," he shouted at her. "Sure," she said, cringing back and starting to cry. "Why not, big star? Fuck and run. I thought you were a nice guy." "You ain't no nice guy." Several tears ran down her cheeks, dropped from her jaw, and plopped onto her upper chest. Fascinated, he watched one of them roll down the slope of her right breast and perch on the nipple. It had a magnifying effect. He could see pores, and one black hair sprouting from the inner edge of the aureole. "Jesus Christ, I'm going crazy," he thought wonderingly. "I have to go," he said. His white cloth jacket was on the foot of the bed. He picked it up and slung it over his shoulder. "You ain't no nice guy," she cried at him as he went into the living room. "I only went with you because I thought you were a nice guy." The sight of the living room made him feel like groaning. On the couch where he dimly remembered being gobbled were at least 24 copies of Baby, Can You Dig Your Man? 3 more were on the turntable of the dusty portable stereo. On the far wall was a huge poster of Ryan O'Neill and Ollie McGraw. Being gobbled means never having to say you're sorry. Ha ha, Jesus. I am going crazy. She stood in the bedroom doorway, still crying, pathetic in her half-slip. He could see a nick on one of her shins where she had cut herself shaving. Listen, give me a call. She said, I ain't mad. He should have said, sure, and that would have been the end of it. Instead, he heard his mouth utter a crazy laugh and then, your kippers are burning. She screamed at him and started across the room, only to trip over a throw pillow on the floor and go sprawling. One of her arms knocked over a half-empty bottle of milk and rocked the empty bottle of scotch standing next to it. Holy God, Larry thought, were we mixing those? He got out quickly and pounded down the stairs. As he went down the last 6 steps to the front door, he heard her in the upstairs hall, yelling down, you ain't no nice guy. You ain't no. He slammed the door behind him and misty, humid warmth washed over him, carrying the aroma of spring trees and automobile exhaust. It was perfume after the smell of frying grease and stale cigarette smoke. He still had the crazy cigarette, now burned down to the filter, and he threw it into the gutter and took a deep breath of the fresh air. Wonderful to be out of that craziness. Return with us not to those wonderful days of normalcy as we. Above and behind him a window went up with a rattling bang and he knew what was coming next. I hope you rot, she screamed down at him. The complete Bronx fishwife. I hope you fall in front of some fucking subway train. You ain't no singer, you're shitty in bed, you louse. Pound this up your ass, take this to your mother, you louse. The milk bottle came zipping down from her second-floor bedroom window. Larry ducked. It went off in the gutter like a bomb, spraying the street with glass fragments. The scotch bottle came next, twirling end over end, to crash nearly at his feet. Whatever else she was, her aim was terrifying. He broke into a run, holding one arm over his head. This madness was never going to end. From behind him came a final long braying cry, triumphant with juicy Bronx intonation. Kiss my ass, you cheap bastard. Then he was around the corner and on the expressway overpass, leaning over, laughing with a shaky intensity that was nearly hysteria, watching the cars pass below. Couldn't you have handled that better? He said, totally unaware he was speaking out loud. Oh man, you could have done better than that. That was a bad scene. Crap on that, man. He realized he was speaking aloud, and another burst of laughter escaped him. He suddenly felt a dizzy, spinning nausea in his stomach and squeezed his eyes tightly closed. A memory circuit in the department of masochism clicked open and he heard Wayne Stuckey saying, there's something in you that's like biting on tinfoil. He had treated the girl like an old whore on the morning after the frat house gangbang. You ain't no nice guy, I am. But when the people at the big party had protested his decision to cut them off, he had threatened to call the police, and he had meant it. Hadn't he? Yes, he had. Most of them were strangers. True, he could care if they crapped on a landmine, but 4 or 5 of the protesters had gone back to the old days, and Wayne Stuckey, that bastard, standing in the doorway with his arms folded like a hanging judge on the big day. Sal Doria going out, saying, if this is what it does to guys like you, Larry, I wish you were still playing sessions. He opened his eyes and turned away from the overpass, looking for a cab. Oh sure, the outraged friend bit. If Sal was such a big friend, what was he doing there sucking off him in the first place? I was stupid and nobody likes to see a stupid guy wise up. That's the real story. You ain't no nice guy. I am a nice guy, he said sulkily, and whose business is it, anyway? A cab was coming and Larry flagged it. It seemed to hesitate a moment before pulling up to the curb, and Larry remembered the blood on his forehead. He opened the back door and climbed in before the guy could change his mind. Manhattan, the Chemical Bank building on Park, he said. The cab pulled out into traffic. You got a cut on your forehead. Die, the cabbie said. A girl threw a spatula at me, Larry said absently. The cabbie offered him a strange false smile of commiseration and drove on. leaving Larry to settle back and try to imagine how he was going to explain his night out to his mother. Chapter 11. Larry found a tired-looking black woman on the lobby level who told him she thought Alice Underwood was up on the 24th floor, doing an inventory. He got an elevator and went up, aware that the other people in the car were stealing cautious glances at his forehead. The wound there was no longer bleeding, but it had caked over into an unsightly mess. The 24th floor was taken up by the executive offices of a Japanese camera company. Larry walked up and down the halls for almost 20 minutes, looking for his mother and feeling like a horse's ass. There were plenty of Occidental executives, but enough of them were Japanese to make him feel, at 6 feet 2, like a very tall horse's ass. The small men and women with the up-slanted eyes looked at his caked forehead and bloody jacket sleeve with unsettling Oriental blandness. He finally spotted a door with custodian and housekeeping on it behind a very large fern. He tried the knob, the door was unlocked, and he peered inside. His mother was in there, dressed in her shapeless gray uniform, support hose, and crepe-soled shoes. Her hair was firmly caught under a black net. Her back was to him. She had a clipboard in one hand and seemed to be counting bottles of spray cleaner on a high shelf. Larry felt a strong and guilty impulse to just turn tail and run. Go back to the garage 2 blocks from her apartment building and get the the 2 months' rent he had just laid down on the space. Just get in and boogie where, anywhere, Bar Harbor, Maine, Tampa, Florida, Salt Lake City, Utah, any place would be a good place, as long as it was comfortably over the horizon from Dewey the Deckhand from this soap-smelling little closet. He didn't know if it was the fluorescent lights or the cut on his forehead, but he was getting one fuck of a headache. "Oh, quit whining, you goddamn sissy. Hi, Mom," he said. She started a little but didn't turn around. "So, Larry, you found your way uptown?" "Sure," he shuffled his feet. "I wanted to apologize. I should have called you last night. Yeah, good idea. I stayed with Buddy. We went out steppin', did the town. I figured it was that or something like it." She hooked a small stool over with her foot, climbed up on it, and began to count the bottles of floor wax on the top shelf, touching each one lightly with the tips of her right thumb and forefinger as she went. She had to reach, and when she did, her dress pulled up and he could see beyond the brown tops of her stockings to the waffled white flesh of her upper thighs, and he turned his eyes away, suddenly and aimlessly recalling what had happened to Noah's third son when he looked at his father as the old man lay drunk and naked on his pallet. Poor guy had ended up being a hewer of wood and fetcher of water ever after. Him and all his descendants, and that's why we have race riots today, son. "Praise God, is that all you came to tell me?" she asked, looking around at him for the first time. "Well, where I was and to apologize. It was crummy of me to forget, yeah," she said again. "But you got your crummy side to you, Larry. Did you think I forgot that?" He flushed. "Mom, listen, you're bleeding. Some stripper hit you with a loaded G-string." She turned back to the shelves, and after she had counted the whole row of bottles on the top one, she made a notation on her clipboard. "Someone has had themselves 2 bottles of floor wax this past week," she remarked. "Lucky them. I came to say I was sorry." Larry told her loudly. She didn't jump, but he did. "A little, yeah. So you said, mister, Gahain is gonna be on us like a ton of bricks if the damned floor wax doesn't stop going out. I didn't get in a barroom fight and I wasn't in a strip joint. It wasn't anything like that. It was just ... double quotes." He trailed off. She turned around, eyebrows arched in that old sardonic way he remembered so well. "Was what?" "Well ... double quotes." He couldn't think of a convincing lie quick enough. "It was a spatula. Someone mistook you for a fried egg. Must have been quite a night you and Buddy had out on the town." He kept forgetting that she could run rings around him, had always been able to. Probably always would. "It was a girl, Ma. She threw it at me." "She must be a hell of a shot," Alice Underwood said, and turned away again. "That dratted Consuela is hiding the requisition forms again." Not that they do much good. We never get all the stuff we need. But we get plenty I wouldn't know what to do with if my life depended on it. Ma, are you mad at me? Her hands suddenly dropped to her sides. Her shoulders slumped. Don't be mad at me. He whispered, don't be, okay, huh? She turned around and he saw an unnatural sparkle in her eyes. Well, he supposed it was natural enough, but it sure wasn't caused by the fluorescence in here. And he heard the oral hygienist say once more, with great finality, you ain't no nice guy. Why had he ever bothered to come home if he was going to do stuff like this to her? And never mind what she was doing to him. Larry, she said gently, Larry, Larry, Larry. For a moment he thought she was going to say no more, even allowed himself to hope this was so. Is that all you can say? Don't be mad at me, please, Ma, don't be mad. I hear you on the radio, and even though I don't like that song you sing, I'm proud it's you singing it. People ask me if that's really my son, and I say yes, that's Larry. I tell them you could always sing, and that's no lie, is it? He shook his head miserably, not trusting himself to speak. I tell them how you picked up Donnie Roberts's guitar when you were in junior high and how you were playing better than him in half an hour, even though he had lessons ever since second grade. You got talent, Larry. Nobody ever had to tell me that, least of all you. I guess you knew it, too, because it's the only thing I never heard you whine about. Then you went away. And am I beating you about the head and shoulders with that? No, young men and young women, they go away. That's the nature of the world. Sometimes it stinks, but it's natural. Then you come back. Does somebody have to tell me why that is? No, you come back because, hit record or no hit record, you got in some kind of jam out there on the West Coast. I'm not in any trouble. He said indignantly, yes you are. I know the signs. I've been your mother for a long time, and you can't bullshit me, Larry. Trouble is something you have always looked around for when you couldn't just turn your head and see it. Sometimes I think you'd cross the street to step in dog shit. God will forgive me for saying it. Because God knows it's true. Am I mad? No. Am I disappointed? Yes, I had hoped you would change out there. You didn't. You went away a little boy in a man's body and you came back the same way. Except the man got his hair processed. You know why I think you came home. He looked at her, wanting to speak, but knowing the only thing he would be able to say if he did would make them both mad. Don't cry, Mom. Huh? I think you came home because you couldn't think where else to go. You didn't know who else would take you in. I never said a mean word about you to anyone else, Larry. Not even to my own sister. But since you've pushed me to it, I'll tell you exactly what I think of you. I think you're a taker. You've always been one. It's like God left some part of you out when he built you inside of me. You're not bad. That's not what I mean. Some of the places we had to live after your father died. You would have gone bad if there was bad in you, God knows. I think the worst thing I ever caught you doing was writing a nasty word in the downstairs hall of that place on Carstairs Avenue in Queens. You remember that? He remembered. She had chalked that same word on his forehead and then made him walk around the block with her 3 times. He had never written that word or any other word on a building, wall, or stoop. The worst part, Larry, is that you mean well. Sometimes I think it would almost be a mercy if you were broke worse. As it is, you seem to know what's wrong but not how to fix it, and I don't know how, either. I tried every way I knew when you were small, writing that word on your forehead. That was only one of them ... and by then I was getting desperate, or I never would have done such a mean thing to you. You're a taker, that's all. You came home to me because you knew that I have to give, not to everybody, but to you. I'll move out, he said, and every word was like spitting out a dry ball of lint, this afternoon. Then it came to him that he probably couldn't afford to move out. At least not until Wayne sent him his next royalty check, or whatever was left of it after he finished feeding the hungriest of the LA hounds onto him. As for current out-of-pocket expenses, there was the rent on the parking slot for the Datsun Z, and a hefty payment he would have to send out by Friday, unless he wanted the friendly neighborhood repo man looking for him, and he didn't. And after last night's revel, which had begun so innocently with Buddy and his fiancée and this oral hygienist the fiancée knew, a nice girl from the Bronx, Larry, you'll love her. Great sense of humor. He was pretty low on cash, no, if you wanted to be accurate. He was busted to his heels. The thought made him panicky. If he left his mother's now, where would he go? A hotel. The doorman at any hotel better than a flea bag would laugh his ass off and tell him to get lost. He was wearing good threads, but they knew somehow those bastards knew. They could smell an empty wallet. Don't go, she said softly. I wish you wouldn't, Larry. I bought some food special. Maybe you saw it. And I was hoping maybe we could play some gin rummy tonight. Ma, you can't play gin, he said, smiling a little. For a penny a point, I can beat the tailgate off a kid like you. Maybe if I gave you 400 points, listen to the kid. She jeered softly. Maybe if I gave you 400. Stick around, Larry. What do you say? All right, he said. For the first time that day he felt good, really good. A small voice inside whispered he was taking again. Same old Larry, riding for free, but he refused to listen. This was his mother, after all, and she had asked him. It was true that she had said some pretty hard things on the way to asking, but asking was asking, true or false. Tell you what, I'll pay for our tickets to the game on July 4th. I'll just peel it off the top of whatever I skin you out of tonight. You couldn't skin a tomato, she said amiably, then turned back to the shelves. There's a men's down the hall. Why don't you go wash the blood off your forehead? Then take $10 out of my purse and go to a movie. There's some good movie houses over on 3rd Avenue, still. Just stay out of those scumpits around 49th and Broadway. I'll be giving money to you before long, Larry said. Records number 18 on the Billboard chart this week. I checked it in some goodies coming over here. That's wonderful. If you're so loaded, why didn't you buy a copy instead of just looking? Suddenly there was some kind of a blockage in his throat. He harumphed, but it didn't go away. Well, never mind, she said. My tongue's like a horse with a bad temper. Once it starts running, it just has to go on running until it's tired out. You know that? Take 15. Larry, call it a loan. I guess I will get it back, one way or the other. You will, he said. He came over to her and tugged at the hem of her dress like a little boy. She looked down. He stood on tiptoe and kissed her cheek. I love you, Ma. She looked startled, not at the kiss but either at what he had said or the tone in which he had said it. Why, I know that. Larry, she said, about what you said. About being in trouble, I am a little, but it's not. Her voice was cold and stern at once, so cold, in fact, that it frightened him a little. I don't want to hear about that, okay, he said. Listen, Ma, what's the best theater around here? The Lux Twin, she said, but I don't know what's playing there. It doesn't matter. You know what I think? There's 3 things you can get every place in America, but you can only get them good in New York City. Yeah, Mr. New York Times critic. What are those? Movies, baseball, and hot dogs from Nettix, she laughed. You ain't stupid, Larry, you never were. So he went down to the men's room and washed the blood off his forehead, and went back and kissed his mother again and got $15 from her scuffed black purse, and went to the movies at the Lux and watched an insane, malignant revenant named Freddy Krueger suck a number of teenagers into the quicksand of their own dreams, where all but one of them, the heroine, died. Freddy Krueger also appeared to die at the end, but it was hard to tell, and since this movie had a Roman numeral after its name and seemed to be well attended, Larry thought the man with the razors on the tips of his fingers would be back, without knowing that the persistent sound in the row behind him signaled the end to all that. There would be no more sequels, and in a very short time, there would be no more movies at all. In the row behind Larry, a man was coughing. Chapter 12. There was a grandfather clock standing in the far corner of the parlor. Franny Goldsmith had been listening to its measured ticks and tocks all of her life. It summed up the room. which she had never liked and, on days like today, actively hated. Her favorite room in the place was her father's workshop. It was in the shed that connected house and barn. You got there through a small door which was barely 5 feet high and nearly hidden behind the old kitchen wood stove. The door was good to begin with, small and almost hidden. It was deliciously like the sort of door one encountered in fairy tales and fantasies. When she grew older and taller, she had to duck through it just as her father did. Her mother never went out into the workshop unless she absolutely had to. It was an Alice in Wonderland door, and for a while her pretend game, secret even from her father, was that one day when she opened it, she would not find Peter Goldsmith's workshop at all. Instead, she would find an underground passageway leading somehow from Wonderland to Hobbiton. A low but somehow cozy tunnel with rounded earthen sides and an earthen ceiling interlaced with sturdy roots that would give your head a good bump if you knocked it against any of them. A tunnel that smelled not of wet soil and damp and nasty bugs and worms, but one which smelled of cinnamon and baking apple pies, one which ended somewhere up ahead in the pantry of Bag End, where Mr. Bilbo Baggins was celebrating his 11th birthday party. Well, that cozy tunnel never turned out to be there, but to the Franny Goldsmith who had grown up in this house. The workshop, sometimes called the tool shop by her father, and that dirty place where your dad goes to drink beer by her mother, had been enough strange tools and odd gadgets. A huge chest with 1,000 drawers, each of the 1,000 crammed full. Nails, screws, bits, sandpaper of 3 kinds, rough, rougher, and roughest, planes, levels, and all the other things she'd had no name for then and still had no name for. It was dark in the workshop except for the cobwebby 40-watt bulb that hung down by its cord and the bright circle of light from the tensor lamp that was always focused where her father was working. There were the smells of dust and oil and pipe smoke, and it seemed to her now that there should be a rule. Every father must smoke. Pipe, cigar, cigarette, marijuana, hash, lettuce leaves, something, because the smell of smoke seemed an integral part of her own childhood. Hand me that wrench, Franny. No, the little one. What did you do at school today? She did. Well. Why would Ruthie Sears want to push you down? Yes, it is nasty, very nasty scrape. But it goes good with the color of your dress, don't you think? Now if you could only find Ruthie Sears and get her to push you down again and scrape the other leg, then you'd have a pair. Hand me that big screwdriver, would you? No. The one with the yellow handle, Franny Goldsmith. You come out of that nasty place right now and change your school clothes. Right. Now. You'll be filthy, even now, at 21. She could duck through that doorway and stand between his work table and the old Ben Franklin stove that gave out such stuporous heat in the wintertime and catch some of what it had felt like to be suck. Each a small Franny Goldsmith growing up in this house. It was an illusory feeling, almost always intermingled with sadness for her barely remembered brother Fred, whose own growing up had been so rudely and finally interrupted. She could stand and smell the oil that was rubbed into everything, the must, the faint odor of her father's pipe. She could rarely remember what it had been like to be so small, so strangely small, but out there she sometimes could, and it was a glad way to feel. But the parlor, now, the parlor. If the workshop was the goodness of childhood, symbolized by the phantom smell of her father's pipe, he sometimes puffed smoke gently into her ear when she had an earache. Always after extracting a promise that she wouldn't tell Carla, who would have had a fit, then the parlor was everything in childhood you wished you could forget. Speak when spoken to. Easier to break it than to fix it. Go right upstairs this minute and change your clothes. Don't you know that isn't suitable? Don't you ever think, Franny, don't pick at your clothes. People will think you have fleas. What must your Uncle Andrew and Aunt Carleen think? You embarrassed me after death. The parlor was where you were tongue-tied. The parlor was where you itched and couldn't scratch. The parlor was dictatorial commands, boring conversation, relatives pinching cheeks, aches, sneezes that couldn't be sneezed, coughs that couldn't be coughed, and above all, yawns that must not be yawned. At the center of this room where her mother's spirit dwelt was the clock. It had been built in 1889 by Carla's grandfather, Tobias Downs, and it had ascended to family heirloom status almost immediately, shifting down through the years. Carefully packed and insured for moves from one part of the country to another, it had originally come into being in the Buffalo, New York, workshop of Tobias. A place which had undoubtedly been every bit as smoky and nasty as Peter's workshop, although such a comment would have struck Carla as completely irrelevant. Sometimes shifting from one section of the family to another when cancer, heart attack, or accident pinched off some branch of the family tree. The clock had been in this parlor since Peter and Carla Goldsmith moved into the house some 36 years ago. Here it had been placed and here it had stayed, ticking and talking, marking off segments of time in a dry age. Someday the clock would be hers if she wanted, Franny reflected as she looked into her mother's white, shocked face. But I don't want it. Don't want it and won't have it. In this room there were dried flowers under glass bells. There was in this room a dove-gray carpet with dusky pink roses figured into the nap. There was a graceful bow window that looked down the hill to Route 1, with a big privet hedge between the road and the grounds. Carla had nagged her husband with a grim fervor until he planted that hedge right after the Exxon station on the corner went up. Once it was in, she nagged her husband to make it grow faster. Even radioactive fertilizer, Franny thought, would have been acceptable to her if it had served that end. The stridency of her remonstrations concerning the privet had lessened as the hedge grew taller, and she supposed it would stop altogether in another 2 years or so. When the hedge finally grew tall enough to blot out the offending gas station completely and the parlor was inviolate again. It would stop on that subject, at least, stencils on the wallpaper. Large green leaves and pink flowers almost the same shade as the roses in the carpet. Early American furniture and a dark mahogany set of double doors. A fireplace which was just for show where a birch log sat eternally on a hearth of red brick which was eternally immaculate and untouched by even a speck of soot. Franny guessed that by now that log was so dry that it would burn like newspaper if lit. Above the log was a pot almost big enough for a child to bathe in. It had been handed down from Franny's great-grandmother, and it hung eternally suspended over the eternal log. Above the mantel, finishing that part of the picture, was the eternal flintlock rifle. Segments of time in a dry age. One of her earliest memories was of being on the dove-gray rug with the dusky pink roses figured into the nap. She might have been 3, not trained for very long, and probably not allowed in the parlor save for special occasions because of the chance of accidents, but somehow she had gotten in. And seeing her mother not just running but sprinting to grab her up before the unthinkable could happen had brought the unthinkable on. Her bladder let go, and the spreading stain as the dove-gray rug turned to a darker slate-gray around her bottom had caused her mother to actually shriek. The stain had finally come out. But after how many patient shampooings? The Lord might know, Franny Goldsmith did not. It was in the parlor that her mother had talked to her, grimly, explicitly, and at length. After she caught Franny and Norman Burstein examining each other in the barn, their clothes piled in one amicable heap on a hay bale to one side. How would she like it? Carla asked as the grandfather clock solemnly ticked off segments of time in a dry age, if she took Franny out for a walk up and down U.S. Route 1 without any clothes on. How would that be, Franny? Then 6, had cried, but had somehow managed to avoid the hysterics which impended at this prospect. When she was 10 she had ridden her bike into the mailbox post while looking back over her shoulder to yell something to Georgette McGuire. She cut her head, blooded her nose, lacerated both knees, and had actually grayed out for a few moments with shock. When she came around she had stumbled up the driveway to the house, weeping and horrified at the sight of so much blood coming out of herself. She would have gone to her father, but since her father was at work, she had stumbled into the parlor where her mother was serving tea to Mrs. Venner and Mrs. Preen. Get out, her mother had screamed. And the next moment she was running to Franny, embracing her, crying, "Oh, Franny, oh dear, what happened? Oh, your poor nose." But she was leading Franny back into the kitchen. where the floor could safely be bled upon, even as she was comforting her, and Franny never forgot that her first 2 words that day hadn't been, "Oh, Franny," but "get out." Her first concern had been for the parlor, where that dry age went on, and blood was not allowed. Perhaps Mrs. Preen never forgot, either, because even through her tears Franny had seen a shocked, slapped expression cross the woman's face. After that day, Mrs. Preen had become something of a seldom caller. In her first year of junior high she had gotten a bad conduct mark on her report card, and of course she was invited into the parlor to discuss this mark with her mother. In her final year of senior high school, she had received 3 detention periods for passing notes, and that had likewise been discussed with her mother in the parlor. It was there that they discussed Franny's ambitions, which always ended up seeming a trifle shallow. It was there that they discussed Franny's hopes, which always ended up seeming a trifle unworthy. It was there that they discussed Franny's complaints, which always ended up seeming very much unwarranted, not to mention puling, whining, and ungrateful. It was in the parlor that her brother's coffin had stood on a trestle bedecked with roses, chrysanthemums, and lily of the valley, their dry perfume filling the room, while in the corner the poker-faced clock kept its place, ticking and talking off segments of time in a dry age. "You're pregnant," Carla Goldsmith repeated for the 2nd time. "Yes, Mother." Her voice was very dry, but she would not allow herself to wet her lips. She pressed them together instead. She thought, "In my father's workshop there is a little girl in a red dress, and she will always be there, laughing and hiding under the table with the vice clamped to one edge, or all bundled up with her scabby knees clasped against her chest behind the big toolbox with its 1,000 drawers. That girl is a very happy girl, but in my mother's parlor there is a much smaller girl who can't help piddling on the rug like a bad dog, like a bad little bitch puppy, and she will always be there, too, no matter how much I wish she would be gone." "Oh, Franny," her mother said, her words coming very quick. She laid a hand against the side of her cheek like an offended maiden aunt. "How did it happen?" It was Jesse's question. That was what really pissed her off. It was the same question he had asked. "Since you had 2 kids yourself, Mother, I think you know how it happened." "Don't be smart," Carla cried. Her eyes opened wide and flashed the hot fire that had always terrified Franny as a child. She was on her feet in the quick way she had, and that had also terrified her as a child. A tall woman with graying hair which was nicely upswept and tipped and generally beauty-shopped. A tall woman in a smart green dress and faultless beige hose. She went to the mantelpiece, where she always went in moments of distress. Resting there, below the flintlock, was a large scrapbook. Carla was something of an amateur genealogist, and her entire family was in that book. At least, as far back as 1638, when its earliest traceable progenitor had risen out of the nameless crowd of Londoners long enough to be recorded in some very old church records as Merton Downes, Freemason. Her family tree had been published for years ago in the New England Genealogist, with Carla herself the compiler of record. Now she fingered that book of painstakingly amassed names. A safe ground where none could trespass. Were there no thieves in there any place? Franny wondered. No alcoholics, no unwed mothers. "How could you do something like this to your father and me?" she asked finally. "Was it that boy Jesse?" "It was Jesse. Jesse's the father." Carla flinched at the word. "How could you do it?" Carla repeated. "We did our best to bring you up in the right way. This is just. She put her hands to her face and began to weep. "How could you do it?" she cried. "After all we've done for you, this is the thanks we get. For you to go out and ... rut with a boy like a bitch in heat. You bad girl. You bad girl." She dissolved into sobs, leaning against the mantelpiece for support, one hand over her eyes, the other continuing to slip back and forth over the green cloth cover of the scrapbook. Meantime, the grandfather clock went on ticking. "Mother, don't talk to me. You said enough." Franny stood up stiffly. Her legs felt like wood but must not be, because they were trembling. Tears were beginning to leak out of her own eyes, but let them. She would not let this room defeat her again. I'll be going now. You ate at our table. Carla cried at her suddenly. We loved you ... and supported you. And this is what we get for it. Bad girl, Franny, blinded by tears, stumbled. Her right foot struck her left ankle. She lost her balance and fell down with her hands splayed out. She knocked the side of her head against the coffee table and one hand sent a vase of flowers pitching onto the rug. It didn't break but water gurgled out, turning dove gray to slate gray. Look at that, Carla screamed, almost in triumph. The tears had put black hollows under her eyes and cut courses through her makeup. She looked haggard and half mad. Look at that. You spoiled the rug, your grandmother's rug. She sat on the floor, dazedly rubbing her head, still crying, wanting to tell her mother that it was only water, but she was completely unnerved now, and not really sure, was it only water, or was it urine, which... Again moving with that spooky quickness, Carla Goldsmith snatched the vase up and brandished it at Franny. What's your next move? Miss, are you planning to stay right here? Are you expecting us to feed you and board you while you sport yourself all around town? That's it, I suppose. Well, no, I won't have it. I will not have it. I don't want to stay here, Franny muttered. Did you think I would? Where are you going to go? With him? I doubt it. Bobby Rengarten in Dorchester or Debbie Smith in Somersworth, I suppose. Franny slowly gathered herself together and got up. She was still crying, but she was beginning to be mad as well. Not that it's any business of yours. No business of mine, Carla echoed, still holding the vase. Her face was parchment white. No business of mine. What you do when you're under my roof is no business of mine, you ungrateful little bitch. She slapped Franny, and slapped her hard. Franny's head rocked back. She stopped rubbing her head and started rubbing her cheek, looking unbelievingly at her mother. This is the thanks we get for seeing you into a nice school, Carla said, showing her teeth in a merciless and frightful grin. Now you'll never finish, after you marry him. I'm not going to marry him. And I'm not going to quit school. Carla's eyes widened. She stared at Franny as if Franny had lost her mind. What are you talking about? An abortion. Having an abortion. You want to be a murderer as well as a tramp. I'm going to have the child. I'll have to take the spring semester off, but I can finish next summer. What do you think you're going to finish on? My money. If that's it, you've got a lot more thinking to do. A modern girl like you hardly needs support from her parents, does she? Support I could use, Franny said softly. The money ... well, I'll get by. There's not a bit of shame in you. Not a single thought for anyone but yourself, Carla shouted. My God, what this is going to do to your father and me. But you don't care a bit, it will break your father's heart. And it don't feel so broken. Peter Goldsmith's calm voice came from the doorway, and they both swung around. In the doorway he was, but far back in it. The toes of his work boots stopped just short of the place where the parlor carpet took over from the shabbier one in the hallway. Franny realized suddenly that it was a place she had seen him in a great many times before. When had he last actually been in the parlor? She couldn't remember. What are you doing here? Carla snapped, suddenly unmindful of any structural damage her husband's heart might have sustained. I thought you were working late this afternoon. I switched off with Harry Masters. Peter said, Fran's already told me, Carla, we are going to be grandparents. Grandparents, she shrieked. An ugly, confused sort of laughter jarred out of her. You leave this to me. She told you first and you kept it from me. All right, it's what I've come to expect of you. But now I'm going to close the door and the two of us are going to thrash this out. She smiled with glittery bitterness at Franny. Just ... we girls. She put her hand on the knob of the parlor door and began to swing it closed. Franny watched, still dazed, hardly able to comprehend her mother's sudden gush of fury and vitriol. Peter put his hand out slowly, reluctantly, and stopped the door halfway through its swing. Peter, I want you to leave this to me. I know you do. I have in the past. But not this time, Carla. This is not your province." Calmly, he replied, "It is, Daddy." Carla turned on her, the parchment white of her face now tattooed red over the cheekbones. "Don't you speak to him," she screamed. "He's not the one you're dealing with. I knew you could always wheedle him around to any crazy idea you had or sweet-talk him into taking your side no matter what you did, but he is not the one you're dealing with today. Miss, stop it." "Carla, get out. I'm not in. You can see TH. Don't you make fun of me. Get out of my parlor." And with that she began to push the door, lowering her head and getting her shoulders into it until she looked like some strange bull, both human and female. He held her back easily at first, then with more effort. At last the cords stood out on his neck, although she was a woman and 70 pounds lighter than he. Franny wanted to scream at them to stop it, to tell her father to go away so the two of them wouldn't have to look at Carla like this, at the sudden and irrational bitterness that had always seemed to threaten, but which had now swept her up. But her mouth was frozen, its hinges seemingly rusted shut. Get out of my parlor, out, out, out. You bastard, let go of the goddamn door and get out." That was when he slapped her. It was a flat, almost unimportant sound. The grandfather clock did not fly into outraged dust at the sound, but went on ticking just as it had ever since it was set going. The furniture did not groan, but Carla's raging words were cut off as if amputated with a scalpel. She fell on her knees and the door swung all the way open to bang softly against a high-backed Victorian chair with a hand-embroidered slipcover. "No, oh no," Franny said in a hurt little voice. Carla pressed a hand to her cheek and stared up at her husband. "You have had that coming for 10 years or better," Peter remarked. His voice had a slight unsteadiness in it. "I always told myself I didn't do it because I don't hold with hitting women. I still don't. But when a person, man or woman, turns into a dog and begins to bite, someone has to shy it off. I only wish, Carla, I'd had the guts to do it sooner. 'Twould have hurt us both less, Daddy." "Hush, Franny," he said with absent sternness, and she hushed. "You say she's being selfish," Peter said, still looking down into his wife's still, shocked face. "You're the one doing that. You stopped caring about Franny when Fred died. That was when you decided caring hurt too much and decided it'd be safer just to live for yourself. And this is where you came to do that, time and time again, this room. You doted on your dead family and forgot the part of it still living. And when she came in here and told you she was in trouble, asked for your help, I bet the first thing that crossed your mind was to wonder what the ladies in the Flower and Garden Club would say, or if it meant you'd have to stay away from Amy Lotta's wedding. Hurt's a reason to change, but all the hurt in the world don't change facts. You have been selfish." He reached down and helped her up. She came to her feet like a sleepwalker. Her expression didn't change. Her eyes were still wide and unbelieving. Relentlessness hadn't yet come back into them, but Franny dully thought that in time it would. It would. "It's my fault for letting you go on, for not wanting any unpleasantness. For not wanting to rock the boat. I was selfish, too, you see. And when Fran went off to school I thought, well, now Carla can have what she wants and it won't hurt nobody but herself. And if a person doesn't know they're hurting, why, maybe they're not. I was wrong. I've been wrong before. But never as bad as this." Gently, but with great force, he reached out and grasped Carla's shoulders. "Now, I am telling you this as your husband. If Franny needs a place to stay, this can be the place, same as it always was. If she needs money, she can have it from my purse, same as she always could. And if she decides to keep her baby, you will see that she has a proper baby shower, and you may think no one will come, but she has friends, good ones, and they will. I'll tell you one more thing, too. If she wants it christened, it will be done right here in this goddamned parlor." Carla's mouth had dropped open, and now a sound began to come from it. At first it sounded uncannily like the whistle of a tea kettle on a hot burner, then it became a keening wail. "Peter, your own son lay in his coffin in this room." "Yes, and that's why I can't think of a better place to christen a new life," he said. "Fred's blood, live blood." Fred himself, he's been dead a lot of years. Carla, he was worm food long since. She screamed at that and put her hands to her ears. He bent down and pulled them away, but the worms haven't got your daughter and your daughter's baby. It don't matter how it was got, it's alive. You act like you want to drive her off, Carla. What will you have if you do? Nothing but this room and a husband who'll hate you for what you did, if you do that. Why? It might just as well have been all three of us, that Damie and Franny as well as Fred. I want to go upstairs and lie down, Carla said. I feel nauseated. I think I'd better lie down. I'll help you, Franny said. Don't you touch me, stay with your father. You and he seem to have this all worked out, how you are going to destroy me in this town. Why don't you just settle into my parlor, Franny? Throw mud on the carpet, take ashes from the stove and throw them into my clock. Why not, why not? She began to laugh and pushed past Peter. Into the hall, she was listening like a drunken woman. Peter tried to put an arm around her shoulders. She bared her teeth and hissed at him like a cat. Her laughter turned to sobs as she went slowly up the stairs, leaning on the mahogany banister for support. Those sobs had a ripping, helpless quality that made Franny want to scream and throw up at the same time. Her father's face was the color of dirty linen, at the top. Carla turned and swayed so alarmingly that for a moment Franny believed she would tumble all the way back down to the bottom. She looked at them, seemingly about to speak, then turned away again. A moment later, the closing of her bedroom door muted the stormy sound of her grief and hurt. Franny and Peter stared at each other, pulled, and the grandfather clock ticked calmly on. This will work itself out, Peter said calmly. She come around, will she? Franny asked. She walked slowly to her father, leaned against him, and he put his arm around her. I don't think so. Never mind, we won't think about it for now. I ought to go, she doesn't want me here. You ought to stay, you ought to be here when if she comes to and finds out she still needs you to stay. He paused. Me, I already do, Fran. Daddy, she said, and put her head against his chest. Oh, Daddy, I'm so sorry, just so goddamn sorry, he said, and stroked her hair. Over her head he could see the afternoon sunlight streaming duskily in through the bow windows, as it had always done, golden and still, the way sunlight falls into museums and the halls of the dead. Franny, I love you, I love you. Chapter 13. The red light went on. The pump hissed, the door opened. The man who stepped through was not wearing one of the white all-over suits, but a small shiny nose filter that looked a little bit like a two-pronged silver fork, the kind the hostess leaves on the canapé table to get the olives out of the bottle. Hi, Mr. Redman, he said, strolling across the room. He stuck out his hand, clad in a thin transparent rubber glove, and stood, surprised into the defensive, shook it. I'm Dick Dates. Denninger said you wouldn't play ball anymore unless somebody told you what the score was. Stu nodded. Good. Dates sat on the edge of the bed. He was a small brown man, and sitting there with his elbows cocked just above his knees, he looked like a gnome in a Disney picture. So what do you want to know first? I guess I want to know why you're not wearing one of those space suits. Because Geraldo there says you're not catching. Dates pointed to a guinea pig behind the double-paned window. The guinea pig was in a cage, and standing behind the cage was Denninger himself, his face expressionless. Geraldo's been breathing your air for the last 3 days, via convector. This disease that your friends have passes easily from humans to guinea pigs and vice versa. If you were catching, we figured Geraldo would be dead by now, but you're not taking any chances. Stu said dryly, and cocked a thumb at the nose filter. That, Dates said with a cynical smile, is not in my contract. What have I got? Smoothly, as if rehearsed, Dates said. Black hair. Blue eyes, one hell of a suntan ... He looked closely at Stu. Not funny. Huh? Stu said nothing. Want to hit me? I don't believe it would do any good. Dates sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose as if the plugs going up the nostrils hurt. Listen, he said, when things look serious, I do jokes. Some people smoke or chew gum. It's the way I keep my shit together, that's all. I don't doubt there are lots of people who have better ways. As to what sort of disease you've got, well, so far as Denninger and his colleagues have been able to ascertain, you don't have any at all. Stu nodded impassively. Yet somehow he had an idea this little gnome of a man had seen past his poker face to his sudden and deep relief. What have the others got? I'm sorry, that's classified. How did that fellow Campion get it? That's classified, too. My guess is that he was in the army. And there was an accident someplace, like what happened to those sheep in Utah 30 years ago. Only a lot worse, Mr. Redman. I could go to jail just for telling you were hot or cold. Stu rubbed a hand thoughtfully over his new scrub of beard. You should be glad we're not telling you more than we are, Dates said. You know that, don't you, so I can serve my country better, Stu said dryly. No, that's strictly Denninger's thing. Dates said, in the scheme of things both Denninger and I are little men, but Denninger is even littler than I am. He's a servomotor, nothing more. There's a more pragmatic reason for you to be glad. You're classified, too, you know. You've disappeared from the face of the earth, if you knew enough. The big guys might decide that the safest thing would be for you to disappear forever. Stu said nothing. He was stunned. But I didn't come here to threaten you. We want your cooperation very badly. Mr. Redman, we need it. Where are the other people I came in here with? Dates brought a paper out of an inside pocket. Victor Palfrey, deceased. Norman Brute, Robert Brute, deceased. Thomas Wanamaker, deceased. Ralph Hodges, Bert Hodges, Cheryl Hodges, deceased. Christian Ortega, deceased. Anthony Lemonster, deceased. The names reeled in Stu's head. Chris the bartender. He'd always kept a sawed-off, lead-loaded Louisville slugger under the bar, and the trucker who thought Chris was just kidding about using it was apt to get a big surprise. Tommy Lemonster, who drove that big International with the Cobra CB under the dash. Sometimes hung around Hop's station, but hadn't been there the night Campion took out the pumps. Vic Palfrey ... Christ. He had known Vic his whole life. How could Vic be dead? But the thing that hit him the hardest was the Hodges family. All of them, he heard himself ask. Ralph's whole family. Dates turned the paper over. Now, there's a little girl, Eva, 4 years old. She's alive. Well, how is she? I'm sorry, that's classified. Rage struck him with all the unexpectedness of a sweet surprise. He was up, and then he had hold of Dietz's lapels, and he was shaking him back and forth. From the corner of his eye he saw startled movement behind the double-paned glass. Dimly, muffled by distance and sound-proofed walls, he heard a hooter go off. "What did you people do?" he shouted. "What did you do? What in Christ's name did you do?" "Mr. Redman." "Huh? What the fuck did you people do?" The door hissed open. 3 large men in olive drab uniforms stepped in. They were all wearing nose filters. Dates looked over at them and snapped, "Get the hell out of here." The 3 men looked uncertain. "Our orders." "Get out of here, and that's an order." They retreated. Dates sat calmly on the bed. His lapels were rumpled and his hair had tumbled over his forehead. That was all. He was looking at Stu calmly, even compassionately. For a wild moment Stu considered ripping his nose filter out, and then he remembered Geraldo. What a stupid name for a guinea pig. Dull despair struck him like cold water. He sat down. "Christ in a sidecar," he muttered. "Listen to me," Dates said. "I'm not responsible for you being here. Neither is Denninger or the nurses who come in to take your blood pressure. If there was a responsible party it was Campion, but you can't lay it all on him either. He ran, but under the circumstances, you or I might have run, too. It was a technical slip-up that allowed him to run. The situation exists. We are trying to cope with it, all of us. But that doesn't make us responsible." "Then who is nobody?" Dates said, and smiled. "On this one the responsibility spreads in so many directions that it's invisible. It was an accident. It could have happened in any number of other ways." "Some accident," Stu said, his voice nearly a whisper. What about the others? Hop and Hank Carmichael and Lilo Brute, their boy Luke, Monty Sullivan. Classified, Dates said, going to shake me some more. If it will make you feel better, shake away. Stu said nothing, but the way he was looking at Dates made Dates suddenly look down and begin to fiddle with the creases of his pants. They're alive, he said, and you may see them in time. What about Arnate, quarantined? Who's dead there? Nobody. You're lying. Sorry you think so. When do I get out of here? I don't know. Classified, Stu asked bitterly. No, just unknown. You don't seem to have this disease. We want to know why you don't have it. Then we're home free. Can I get a shave? Dates smiled. If you'll allow Dinninger to start running his tests again, I'll get an orderly in to shave you right now. I can handle it. I've been doing it since I was 15. Dates shook his head firmly. I think not. Stu smiled dryly at him. Afraid I might cut my own throat, let's just say. Stu interrupted him with a series of harsh, dry coughs. He bent over with the force of them. The effect on Dates was galvanic. He was up off the bed like a shot and across to the airlock with his feet seeming not to touch the floor at all. Then he was fumbling in his pocket for the square key and ramming it into the slot. Don't bother, Stu said mildly. I was faking. Dates turned to him slowly. Now his face had changed. His lips were thinned with anger, his eyes staring. You were what, faking? Stu said. His smile broadened. Dates took 2 uncertain steps toward him. His fists closed, opened, then closed again. But why? Why would you want to do something like that? Sorry, Stu said, smiling. That's classified. You shit son of a bitch, Dates said with soft wonder. Go on. Go on out and tell them they can do their tests. He slept better that night than he had since they had brought him here, and he had an extremely vivid dream. He had always dreamed a great deal. His wife had complained about him thrashing and muttering in his sleep, but he had never had a dream like this. He was standing on a country road. At the precise place where the black hot-up gave up to bone-white dirt, a blazing summer sun shone down. On both sides of the road there was green corn, and it stretched away endlessly. There was a sign, but it was dusty and he couldn't read it. There was the sound of crows, harsh and far away. Closer by, someone was playing an acoustic guitar, finger-picking it. Vic Palfrey had been a picker, and it was a fine sound. This is where I ought to get to, Stu thought dimly. Yeah, this is the place, all right. What was that tune? Beautiful Zion. The fields of my father's home, sweet by and by. Some hymn he remembered from his childhood, something he associated with full immersion and picnic lunches, but he couldn't remember which one. Then the music stopped. A cloud came over the sun. He began to be afraid. He began to feel that there was something terrible, something worse than plague, fire, or earthquake. Something was in the corn, and it was watching him. Something dark was in the corn. He looked, and saw 2 burning red eyes far back in the shadows, far back in the corn. Those eyes filled him with the paralyzed, hopeless horror that the hen feels for the weasel. He thought, the man with no face. Oh dear God, no. Then the dream was fading and he awoke with feelings of disquiet, dislocation, and relief. He went to the bathroom and then to his window. He looked out at the moon. He went back to bed, but it was an hour before he got back to sleep. All that corn, he thought sleepily, must have been Iowa or Nebraska, maybe northern Kansas. But he had never been in any of those places in his life. Chapter 14. It was 11:15. Outside the small pillbox window, dark pressed evenly against the glass. Dates sat alone in the office cubicle, tie pulled down, collar button undone. His feet were up on the anonymous metal desk, and he was holding a microphone on top of the desk. The reels of an old-fashioned Wallensic tape recorder turned and turned. This is Colonel Dates, he said. Located Atlanta Facility Code PB2. This is Report 16, Subject File Project Blue. Subfile Princess Prince. This report, file, and subfile are top secret. Classification to 2-3, eyes only. If you are not classified to receive this material, fuck off, Jack. He stopped and let his eyes fall closed for a moment. The tape reels ran on smoothly, undergoing all the correct electrical and magnetic changes. Prince gave me one hell of a scare tonight. He said at last, I won't go into it, it'll be in Denninger's report. That guy will be more than willing to quote chapter and verse plus, of course. A transcription of my conversation with Prince will be on the telecommunications disc, which also contains the transcription of this tape, which is being made at 2,345 hours. I was almost pissed enough to hit him, because he scared the living Jesus out of me. I am not pissed anymore, however, the man put me into his shoes, and for just a second there I knew exactly how it feels to shake in them. He's a fairly bright man once you get past the Gary Cooper exterior, and one independent son of a bitch, if it suits him. He'll find all sorts of novel monkey wrenches to throw into the gears. He has no close family in Arnate or any place else, so we can't put much of a hammerlock on him. Denninger has volunteers, or says he does, who'll be happy to go in and muscle him into a more cooperative frame of mind, and it may come to that, but if I may be pardoned another personal observation, I believe it would take more muscle than Denninger thinks. Maybe a whole lot more. For the record, I am still against it. My mother used to say you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar, and I guess I still believe it. Again, for the record, he still tests virus clean. You figure it out. He paused again, fighting the urge to doze off. He had managed only 4 hours of sleep in the last 72. Records as of 2200 hours, he said formally, and picked a sheaf of reports off the desk. Henry Carmichael died while I was talking with Prince. The cop, Joseph Robert Brentwood, died half an hour ago. This won't be in Dr. D's report, but he was all but shitting green apples over that one. Brentwood showed a sudden positive response to the vaccine type ... double quotes. He shuffled papers. Here it is, 63A3, see subfile, if you like. Brentwood's fever broke, the characteristic swellings in the glands of the neck went down, he reported hunger, and ate a poached egg and a slice of unbuttered toast, spoke rationally, wanted to know where he was, and so on, and Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Then, around 2000 hours, the fever came back with a bang, delirious. He broke the restraints on his bed and went reeling around the room, yelling, coughing, blowing snot, the whole bit. Then he fell over and died, kaboom. The opinion of the team is that the vaccine killed him. It made him better for a while, but he was getting sick again even before it killed him. So, it's back to the old drawing boards, he paused. I saved the worst for last. We can declassify Princess back to plain old Eva Hodges, female, age 4, Caucasian. Her coach and four turned back into a pumpkin and a bunch of mice late this afternoon. To look at her, you'd think she was perfectly normal, not even a sniffle. She's downhearted, of course. She misses her mom. Other than that, she appears perfectly normal. She's got it, though her post-lunch BP first showed a drop, then a rise, which is the only halfway decent diagnostic tool Denninger's got so far. Before supper, Denninger showed me her sputum slides as an incentive to diet. Sputum slides are really primo. Believe me, and they're lousy with those wagon wheel germs he says aren't really germs at all, but incubators. I can't understand how he can know where this thing is and what it looks like and still not be able to stop it. He gives me a lot of jargon, but I don't think he understands it either. Dates lit a cigarette. So where are we tonight? We've got a disease that's got several well-defined stages. But some people may skip a stage. Some people may backtrack a stage. Some people may do both. Some people stay in one stage for a relatively long time and others zoom through all for as if they were on a rocket sled. One of our clean subjects is no longer clean. The other is a 30-year-old redneck who seems to be as healthy as I am. Denninger has done about 30 million tests on him and has succeeded in isolating only for abnormalities. Redman appears to have a great many moles on his body. He has a slight hypertensive condition, too slight to medicate right now. He develops a mild tic under his left eye when he's under stress. And Denninger says he dreams a great deal more than average almost all night, every night. They got that from the standard egg series they ran before he went on strike, and that's it. I can't make anything out of it, neither can Dr. Denninger, and neither can the people who check Dr. Demento's work. This scares me, Starkey. It scares me because nobody but a very smart doctor with all the facts is going to be able to diagnose anything but a common cold in the people who are out there carrying this. Christ. Nobody goes to the doctor anymore unless they've got pneumonia or a suspicious lump on the tit or a bad case of the dancing hives. Too hard to get one to look at you, so they're going to stay home, drink fluids and get plenty of bed rest, and then they're going to die. Before they do, they're going to infect everyone who comes into the same room with them. All of us are still expecting the prince. I think I used his real name here someplace, but at this juncture I don't really give a fuck to come down with it tonight or tomorrow or the day after. At the latest, and so far, no one who's come down with it has gotten better. Those sons of bitches out in California did this job a little too well for my taste. Dates, Atlanta PB facility too. This report ends. He turned off the recorder and stared at it for a long time. Then he lit another cigarette. Chapter 15. It was 2 minutes to midnight. Patty Greer, the nurse who had been trying to take Stu's blood pressure when he went on strike, was leafing through the current issue of McCall's at the nurse's station and waiting to go in and check Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Hapscom. Hop would still be awake watching Johnny Carson and would be no problem. He liked to josh her about how hard it would be to pinch her bottom through her white all-over suit. Mr. Hapscom was scared, but he was being cooperative, not like that dreadful Stuart Redman, who only looked at you and wouldn't say boo to a goose. Mr. Hapscom was what Patty Greer thought of as a good sport. As far as she was concerned, all patients could be divided into two categories, good sports and old poops. Patty, who had broken a leg roller skating when she was 7 and had never spent a day in bed since, had very little patience with the old poops. You were either really sick and being a good sport, or you were a hypochondriac old poop making trouble for a poor working girl. Mr. Sullivan would be asleep, and he would wake up ugly. It wasn't her fault that she had to wake him up, and she would think Mr. Sullivan would understand that. He should just be grateful that he was getting the best care the government could provide. And all free at that, and she would just tell him so if he started being an old poop again tonight. The clock touched midnight. Time to get going. She left the nurse's station and walked down the hallway toward the white room where she would first be sprayed and then helped into her suit. Halfway there, her nose began to tickle. She got her hanky out of her pocket and sneezed lightly 3 times. She replaced the handkerchief. Intent on dealing with cranky Mr. Sullivan, she attached no significance to her sneezes. It was probably a touch of hay fever, the directive in the nurse's station, which said in big red letters, "Report any cold symptoms, nitrogen monoxide, matter how minor, to your supervisor at once." Never even crossed her mind. They were worried that whatever those poor people from Texas had might spread outside the sealed rooms. But she also knew it was impossible for even a tiny virus to get inside the self-contained environment of the white suits. Nevertheless, on her way down to the white room she infected an orderly, a doctor who was just getting ready to leave, and another nurse on her way to do her midnight rounds. A new day had begun. Chapter 16. A day later, on June 23rd, a big white Connie was roaring north on US 180 in another part of the country. It was doing somewhere between 90 and 100, its Corinthian white paint job glittering in the sun. The chrome winking, the opera windows in the rear also gave back the sun, heliographing it viciously. The trail that Connie had left behind itself since Polk and Lloyd killed its owner and stole it somewhere just south of Hachito was wandering and pretty much senseless. Up 81 to US 80, the turnpike, until Polk and Lloyd began to feel nervous. They had killed 6 people in the last 6 days, including the owner of the Continental, his wife, and his smarmy daughter. But it was not the 6 murders that made them feel antsy about being on the interstate. It was the dope and the guns, 5 grams of hash, a little tin snuff box filled with God knew how much coke, and 16 pounds of marijuana, also 238 South, 345 South, a .357 mag that Polk called his pokerizer, 6 shotguns, 2 of them sawed-off pumps, and a Schmeisser submachine gun. Murder was a trifle beyond their intellectual reach. But they both understood the trouble they were going to be in if the Arizona State Police picked them up in a stolen car full of blow and shooting irons, on top of everything else. They were interstate fugitives. Have been ever since they crossed the Nevada border, interstate fugitives. Lloyd Henride liked the sound of that. Gangbusters, take that, you dirty rat. Have a lead sandwich, you lousy copper. So they had turned north at Deming, now on 180. Had gone through Hurley and Bayard and the slightly larger town of Silver City, where Lloyd had bought a bag of burgers and 8 milkshakes. Why in the name of Christ had he bought 8 of the motherfuckers? They would soon be pissing chocolate. Grinning at the waitress in an empty yet hilarious way that made her nervous for hours afterward. I believe that man would just as soon killed me as looked at me, she told her boss that afternoon. Past Silver City and roaring through Cliff, the road now bending west again, just the direction they didn't want to go. Through Buckhorn and then they were back in the country God forgot. 2-lane blacktop running through sagebrush and sand, buttes and mesas in the background, all that same old made you want to just rear back and puke at it. We're getting low on gas. Polk said, wouldn't be if you didn't drive so fucking fast, Lloyd said. He took a sip of his 3rd milkshake, gagged on it, powered down the window, and threw out all the leftover crap, including the 3 milkshakes neither of them had touched. Whoop, whoop, Polk cried. He began to goose the gas pedal. The Connie lurched forward, dropped back, lurched forward, right in cowboy. Lloyd yelled, whoop, whoop, you want to smoke? Smoke him if you got him, Polk said, whoop, whoop. There was a large green hefty bag on the floor between Lloyd's feet. It held the 16 pounds of marijuana. He reached in, got a handful, and began to roll a bomber joint. Whoop, whoop. The Connie cruised back and forth over the white line. Cut the shit. Lloyd shouted, I'm spilling it everywhere. Plenty more where that came from ... whoop. Come on, we gotta deal this stuff, man. We gotta deal this stuff or we're gonna get caught and wind up in somebody's trunk. Okay, sport. Polk began to drive smoothly again, but his expression was sulky. It was your idea. Your fucking idea. You thought it was a good idea. Yeah, but I didn't know we'd end up driven all over fucking Arizona. How we ever gonna get to New York this way? We're throwing off pursuit, man. Lloyd said. In his mind he saw police garage doors opening and thousands of 1940s radio cars issuing forth into the night. Spotlights crawling over brick walls. Come on out, Canarsie. We know you're in there. Good fucking luck, Polk said, still sulking. We're doing a hell of a job. You know what we got, besides that dope and the guns. We got $16 and 300 fucking credit cards we don't dare use. What the fuck? We don't even have enough cash to fill this hog's gas tank. God will provide, Lloyd said, and spit-sealed the bomber. He lit it with the Connie's dashboard lighter. Happy fucking days. And if you want to sell it, what are we doing smoking it? Polk went on, not much mollified by the thought of God providing. So we sell a few short ounces. Come on, Polk, have a smoke. This never failed to break Polk up. He brayed laughter and took the joint. Between them, standing on its wire stalk, was the Schmeisser, fully loaded. The Connie blazed on up the road, its gas gauge standing at an 8. Polk and Lloyd had met a year before in the Brownsville Minimum Security Station, a Nevada work farm. Brownsville was 90 acres of irrigated farmland and a prison compound of Quonset huts about 60 miles north of Tonopah and 80 northeast of Gabbs. It was a mean place to do short time. Although Brownsville Station was supposed to be a farm, nothing much grew there. Carrots and lettuce got one taste of that blaring sun, chuckled weakly, and died. Legumes and wheats would grow. and the state legislature was fanatically dedicated to the idea that someday soybeans would grow. But the kindest thing that could be said about Brownsville's ostensible purpose was that the desert was taking a Christless long time to bloom. The warden, who preferred to be called the boss, prided himself on being a hard-ass, and he hired only men he considered to be fellow hard-asses. And, as he was fond of telling the new fish, Brownsville was mostly minimum security because when it came to escape, it was like the song said, "No place to run to, baby, no place to hide." Some gave it a shot anyway, but most were brought back in 2 or 3 days, sunburned, glare-blind, and eager to sell the boss their shriveled raisin souls for a drink of water. Some of them cackled madly, and one young man who was out for 3 days claimed he saw a large castle some miles south of Gab's, a castle with a moat. The moat, he said, was guarded by trolls riding big black horses. Some months later, when a Colorado revival preacher did a show at Brownsville, this same young man got Jesus in a big way. Andrew Polk Freeman, in for simple assault, was released in April 1989. He had occupied a bed next to Lloyd Henride, and had told him that if Lloyd was interested in a big score, he knew about something interesting in Vegas. Lloyd was willing. Lloyd was released on June 1st. His crime, committed in Reno, had been attempted rape. The lady was a showgirl on her way home, and she had shot a load of tear gas into Lloyd's eyes. He felt lucky to get only 2 to 4, plus time served, plus time off for good behavior. At Brownsville it was just too fucking hot to misbehave. He caught a bus to Las Vegas, and Polk met him at the terminal. "This is the deal," Polk told him. He knew this guy, one-time business associate might describe him best, and this guy was known in certain circles as Gorgeous George. He did some piecework for a group of people with mostly Italian and Sicilian names. George was strictly part-time help. What he did mostly for these Sicilian-type people was to take things and bring things. Sometimes he took things from Vegas to L.A. Sometimes he brought other things from L.A. to Vegas. Small-time dope mostly, freebies for big-time customers. Sometimes guns. The guns were always a bring, never a take. As Polk understood it, and Polk's understanding never got much beyond what the movie people call soft focus, these Sicilian-type people sometimes sold iron to independent thieves. Well, Polk said, Gorgeous George was willing to tell them the time and place when a fairly good haul of these items would be in the offing. George was asking 25% of what they realized. Polk and Lloyd would crash in on George, tie him and gag him, take the stuff, and maybe give him a couple of biffs and baths for good measure. It had to look good, George had cautioned, because these Sicilian-type people were no one to fool around with. Well, Lloyd said, it sounds good. The next day Polk and Lloyd went to see Gorgeous George, a mild-mannered 6-footer with a small head which sat incongruously above his roof-beam shoulders on a neck which did not seem to exist. He had a full head of waved blonde hair, which made him look a bit like the famed wrestler. Lloyd had had second thoughts about the deal, but Polk had changed his mind again. Polk was good at that. George told them to come around to his house the following Friday evening around 6. "Wear masks, for God's sake," he said. "And you bloody my nose and black my eye too. Jesus. I wish I'd never gotten into this. The big night came." Polk and Lloyd took a bus to the corner of George's Street and put on ski masks at the foot of his walk. The door was locked, but as George had promised, not too tightly locked. There was a rumpus room downstairs, and there was George, standing in front of a hefty bag full of pot. The ping-pong table was loaded down with guns. George was scared. Jesus, oh Jesus, I wish I'd never gotten into this, he kept saying as Lloyd tied his feet with clothes rope and Polk bound his hands with Scotch brand filament tape. Then Lloyd biffed George in the nose, bloodying it, and Polk baffed him in the eye, blacking it as per request. "Geez," George cried. "Did you have to do it so hard? You were the one wanted to make sure it looked good," Lloyd pointed out. Polk plastered a piece of adhesive tape across George's mouth. The two of them had begun to gather up the swag. "You know something, old buddy?" Polk said, pausing. "Nope," Lloyd said. giggling nervously. Not a thing. I wonder if old George there can keep a secret. For Lloyd, this was a brand new consideration. He stared thoughtfully at Gorgeous George for a long, hard minute. George's eyes bugged back at him in sudden terror. Then Lloyd said, "Sure, it's his S2, but he sounded as uneasy as he felt. When certain seeds are planted, they nearly always grow." Polk smiled. "Oh, he could just say, 'Hey guys, I met this old friend and his buddy. We shot the shit for a while, had a few beers, and what do you think? The sons of bitch came over to the house and took me off. Sure hope you catch 'em. Let me tell you what they look like.'" George was shaking his head wildly, his eyes capitals of terror. The guns were by then in a heavy canvas laundry sack they had found in the downstairs bathroom. Now Lloyd hefted the bag nervously and said, "Well, what do you think we ought to do?" "I think we ought to pokerize him, old buddy," Polk said regretfully. "Only thing we can do," Lloyd said. "That seems awful hard, after he put us onto this. Hard old world, buddy, yeah." Lloyd sighed, and they walked over to George. "MPH," George said, shaking his head wildly. "MMMMNH, I know," Polk soothed him. "Bitch, ain't it?" "I'm sorry, George. No shit. It ain't a bit personal. Want you to remember that." "Catch on his head, Lloyd." That was easier said than done. Gorgeous George was whipping his head wildly from side to side. He was sitting in the corner of his rumpus room and the walls were cinder block and he kept rapping his head against them. "Didn't even seem to feel it. Catch him," Polk said serenely, and ripped another piece of tape from the roll. Lloyd at last got him by the hair and managed to hold him still long enough for Polk to slap the second strip of adhesive neatly across George's nose, thereby sealing all of his tubes. George went purely crazy. He rolled out of the corner, belly hopped, and then lay there, humping the floor and making muffled sounds which Lloyd supposed were supposed to be screams. Poor old fellow, it went on for almost 5 minutes before George was completely still. He bucked and scrabbled and thumped. His face got as red as the side of old Dad's barn. The last thing he did was to lift both legs 8 or 10 inches straight up off the floor and bring them down with a crash. It reminded Lloyd of something he had seen in a Bugs Bunny cartoon or something, and he chuckled a little, feeling a bit cheered up. Up until then it had been sort of gruesome to see. Polk squatted beside George and felt for his pulse. "Well," Lloyd said. "Nothin' titchkeen but his watch, old buddy," Polk said, speaking of which ... He lifted George's meaty arm and looked at his wrist. "No, just a Timex. I was thinking it might be a Casio, something like that." He let George's arm drop. George's car keys were in his front pants pocket. And in an upstairs cupboard they found a Skippy peanut butter jar half filled with dimes, and they took those too. There was $20.60 in dimes. George's car was a wheezy old Mustang with a 4 on the floor and lousy shocks and tires that were as bald as Telly Savalas. They left Vegas on US 93 and went southeast into Arizona. By noon of the next day, day before yesterday, they had skirted Phoenix on the back roads. Yesterday around 9 they had stopped at a dusty old general store 2 miles beyond Sheldon on Arizona Highway 75. They knocked over the store and pokerized the proprietor, an elderly gentleman with mail-order false teeth. They got $63 and the old Dudemar's pickup truck. The pickup truck had blown 2 tires this morning, 2 tires at the same time. And neither of them could find any tacks or nails on the road at all, although they spent nearly half an hour looking, swapping a bomber joint back and forth as they did so. Polk finally said it must have been a coincidence. Lloyd said he had heard of stranger things. By God, then along came the White Connie, like an answer to their prayers. They had crossed the state line from Arizona into New Mexico earlier on, although neither of them knew it, and so they had become meat for the FBI. The Connie's driver had pulled over, leaned out, and said, "Need any help?" "Sure do," Polk had said, and pokerized the guy right on the spot. Got him dead bang between the eyes with the .357 mag. Poor sucker probably never even knew what had hit him. "Why don't you turn here?" Lloyd said, pointing to the junction coming up. He was pleasantly stoned. "Sure could," Polk said cheerfully. He let the Connie's speed drop from 80 to 60. Drifted it to the left, right wheels barely leaving the ground, and then a new piece of road was unrolling in front of them, Route 78, due west. And so, not knowing they had ever left it or that they were now the perpetrators of what the newspapers were calling a tri-state kill spree, they re-entered Arizona. About an hour later a sign came up on their right, Borac 6. "Burlap," Lloyd said foggily. "Borac," Polk said, and began twisting the Connie's wheel so that the car made big graceful loops back and forth across the road. "Whoop, whoop, you want to stop there?" "I'm hungry, man. You're always hungry." "Fuck you, when I get stoned, I get the munchies." "You can munch my 9-inch hog leg. How's that?" "Whoop, whoop, seriously, Polk, let's stop." "Okay, got to get some cash, too. We've thrown off enough fucking pursuit for a while. We got to get some money and shag us north." "This dessert shit makes no sense to me." "Okay," Lloyd said. He didn't know if it was the dope working on him or what, but all of a sudden he felt paranoid as hell, even worse than when they had been on the turnpike. Polk was right. Stop outside this Borac and pull a score like they had outside of Sheldon. Get some money and some gas station maps. Ditch this fucking Connie for something that would blend into the scenery. Then head north and east by the secondary roads. Get the fuck out of Arizona. "I'll tell you the truth, man," Polk said. "All of a sudden I feel as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs." "I know what you mean, Jellybean," Lloyd said gravely, and then it hit them both funny and they broke up. Borac was a wide place in the road. They shot through it, and on the other side was a combination cafe, store, and gas station. There was an old Ford wagon and a dust-streaked Olds with a horse trailer behind it in the dirt parking lot. The horse stared out at them as Polk wheeled the Connie in. "This looks like just the ticket," Lloyd said. Polk agreed. He reached into the back for the .357 and checked the loads. "You ready?" "I guess so," Lloyd said, and took hold of the Schmeisser. They walked across the baked parking lot. The police had known who they were for days now. They had left their fingerprints all over Gorgeous George's house, and in the store where the old man with the mail-order dentures had been pokerized. The old man's pickup had been found within 50 feet of the bodies of the 3 people who belonged with the Continental, and it seemed reasonable to assume that the men who had killed Gorgeous George and the store owner had also killed these 3. If they had been listening to the Connie's radio instead of the tape player, they would have known that Arizona and New Mexico police were coordinating the largest manhunt in 40 years. All for a couple of small-time grifters who could not quite comprehend what they might have done to start such a fuss. The gas was self-service. The clerk had to turn on the pump. So they went up the steps and inside. 3 aisles of canned goods went up the room toward the counter. At the counter a man in cowboy clothes was paying for a pack of smokes and half a dozen Slim Jims. Halfway down the middle aisle a tired-looking woman with coarse black hair was trying to decide between 2 brands of spaghetti sauce. The place smelled of stale licorice and sun and tobacco and age. The proprietor was a freckled man in a gray shirt. He was wearing a company cap that said Shell in red letters against a white field. He looked up as the screen door slapped shut and his eyes widened. Lloyd put the wire stock of the Schmeisser against his shoulder and fired a burst at the ceiling. The 2 hanging light bulbs shattered like bombs. The man in the cowboy clothes began to turn around. "Just hold still and nobody'll get hurt," Lloyd shouted, and Polk immediately made him a liar by blowing a hole through the woman looking at the sauces. She flew out of her shoes. "Holy gee, Polk," Lloyd hollered, "you didn't have to." "Pokerized her, old buddy," Polk yelled. She never watched Jerry Falwell again. Whoop, whoop, the man in the cowboy clothes kept turning. He was holding his smokes in his left hand. The harsh light falling through the show window and the screen door pricked out bright stars on the dark lenses of his sunglasses. There was a .45 revolver tucked into his belt, and now he plucked it out unhurriedly as Lloyd and Polk were staring at the dead woman. He aimed, fired, and the left side of Polk's face suddenly disappeared in a spray of blood and tissue and teeth. Shot, Polk screamed, dropping the .357 and flailing backward. His flailing hands raked potato chips and taco chips and cheese doodles onto the splintery wooden floor. "Shot me, Lloyd. Look out. Shot me. Shot me." He hit the screen door and it slammed open, and Polk sat down hard on the porch outside, pulling one of the aged door hinges loose. Lloyd, stunned, fired more in reflex than in self-defense. The Schmeisser's roar filled the room. Cans flew. Bottles crashed, spilling catsup, pickles, olives. The glass front of the Pepsi cooler jingled inward. Bottles of Dr. Pepper and Jolt and Orange Crush exploded like clay pigeons. Foam ran everywhere. The man in the cowboy clothes, cool, calm, and collected, fired his piece again. Lloyd felt rather than heard the bullet as it droned by, nearly close enough to part hair. He raked the Schmeisser across the room, from left to right. The man in the SHELL cap dropped behind the counter with such suddenness that an observer might have thought a trapdoor had been sprung on him. A gumball machine disintegrated. Red, blue, and green shoes rolled everywhere. The glass bottles on the counter exploded. One of them had contained pickled eggs, another pickled pig's feet. Immediately the room was filled with the sharp odor of vinegar. The Schmeisser put 3 bullet holes in the cowboy's khaki shirt, and most of his innards exited from the back to splatter all over Spuds Mackenzie. The cowboy went down, still clutching his .45 in one hand and his deck of Luckies in the other. Lloyd, bullshit with fear, continued to fire. The machine pistol was growing hot in his hands. A box filled with returnable soda bottles tinkled and fell over. A calendar girl wearing hot pants took a bullet hole in one magical peach-colored thigh. A rack of paperbacks with no covers crashed over. Then the Schmeisser was empty, and the new silence was deafening. The smell of gunpowder was heavy and rank. "Holy gee," Lloyd said. He looked cautiously at the cowboy. It didn't look like the cowboy was going to be a problem in either the near or distant future. "Shot me," Polk brayed, and staggered back inside. He clawed the screen door out of his way with such force that the other hinge popped and the door slapped onto the porch. "Shot me, Lloyd. Look out. I got him." "Polk," Lloyd soothed. But Polk seemed not to hear. He was a mess. His right eye blazed like a baleful sapphire. The left was gone. His left cheek had been vaporized. You could watch his jaw work on that side as he talked. Most of his teeth were gone over there, too. His shirt was soaked with blood. When you got right down to it, Polk was sort of a mess. "Stupid fuck blew me up," Polk screamed. He bent over and got the .357 mag. "I'll teach you to shoot me, you dumb fuck." He advanced on the cowboy, a rural Dr. Sardonicus. He put one foot on the cowboy's, but like a hunter posing for a picture with the bear which would soon be decorating the wall of his den, and prepared to empty the .357 into his head. Lloyd stood watching, gape-mouthed, the smoking machine pistol dangling from one hand, still trying to figure out how all of this had happened. At that moment the man in the SHELL cap popped back up from behind the counter like Jack from his box, his face screwed up in an expression of desperate intent. A double-barreled shotgun clutched in both hands. "Huh?" Polk said, and looked up just in time to get both barrels. He went down, his face a worse mess than ever and not caring a bit. Lloyd decided it was time to leave. Fuck the money, there was money everywhere. The time to throw off a little more pursuit had clearly come. He wheeled and exited the store in large shambling strides, his boots barely touching the boards. He was halfway down the steps when an Arizona State Police cruiser wheeled into the yard. A trooper got out on the passenger side and pulled his pistol. "Hold it right there. What's going on in there?" "3 people dead," Lloyd cried. "Hell of a mess." "Guy that did it went out the back? I'm getting the fuck out." He ran to the Connie, had actually slipped behind the wheel, and was just remembering that the keys were in Polk's pocket when the trooper yelled, "Halt! Halt or I'll shoot." Lloyd halted. After examining the radical surgery on Polk's face, it didn't take a long time to decide he'd just as soon pass. "Holy gee," he said miserably as a second trooper laid a big horse pistol upside his head. The first one cuffed in the back of the cruiser, Sonny Jim. The man in the shell cap had come out onto the porch, still clutching his shotgun. "He shot Bill Markson," he yelled in a high, queer voice. "T'other one shot Mrs. Storm. Hell of a note. I shot t'other one. He's deader'n a shitbug. Like to shoot this one too, if'n you boys'll stand away." "Calm down, Pop," one of the troopers said. "Fun's over. I'll shoot him where he stands." The old guy yelled, "I'll lay him low." Then he leaned forward like an English butler making a bow and threw up on his shoes. "You boys get me away from that guy, would you?" Lloyd said. "I believe he's crazy. You got this coming out of the store," Sonny Jim, the trooper who had thrown down on him in the first place, said. The barrel of his pistol looped up and up, catching the sun. And then it crashed down on Lloyd Henride's head, and he never woke up until that evening in the Apache County Jail's infirmary. Chapter 17. Starkey was standing in front of Monitor 2, keeping a close eye on Tech Second Class Frank D. Bruce. When we last saw Bruce, he was face down in a bowl of chunky sirloin soup, no change except for the positive ID situation normal, all fucked up. Thoughtfully, hands locked behind his back like a general reviewing troops, like General Blackjack Pershing, his boyhood idol, Starkey moved down to Monitor 4. Where the situation had changed for the better, Dr. Emmanuel Eswick still lay dead on the floor, but the centrifuge had stopped. At 1940 hours last night, the centrifuge had begun to emit fine tendrils of smoke. At 1995 hours, the sound pickups in Eswick's lab had transmitted a whunga 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 sort of sound that deepened into a fuller, richer, and more satisfying ronk, ronk, ronk. At 2107 hours, the centrifuge had ronked its last ronk and had slowly come to rest. Was it Newton who had said that somewhere, beyond the farthest star, there may be a body perfectly at rest? Newton had been right about everything but the distance, Starkey thought. You didn't have to go far at all. Project Blue was perfectly at rest. Starkey was very glad. The centrifuge had been the last illusion of life, and the problem he'd had Steffens run through the main computer bank. Steffens had looked at him as though he were crazy. And yes, Starkey thought he might be was, how long could that centrifuge be expected to run? The answer, which had come back in 6.6 seconds, was plus or minus 3 years, probable malfunction next 2 weeks. The computer communed with the engineering systems databank and confirmed that the centrifuge had indeed burned out its bearings. Remember that, Starkey thought as his collar began to beep urgently behind him. The sound of burning bearings in the final stages of collapse is ronk, ronk, ronk. He went to the collar and pushed the button that snapped off the beeper. "Yes, Len." "Billy, I've got an urgent from one of our teams in a town called Sipe Springs, Texas, almost 400 miles from Ornate. They say they have to talk to you. It's a command decision." "What is it, Len?" he asked calmly. He had taken over 16 downers in the last 10 hours, and was, generally speaking, feeling fine. Not a sign of a ronk. "Press." "Oh, Jesus," Starkey said mildly, "patch them through." There was a muffled roar of static with a voice talking unintelligibly behind it. "Wait a minute," Len said. The static slowly cleared. "Lion, Team Lion, do you read? Blue base, can you read? 1 to ... 3 ... for ... This is Team Lion." "I've got you, Team Lion," Starkey said. "This is Blue Base 1. Problem is coded flowerpot in the contingency book," the tinny voice said. "Repeat." "Flowerpot, I know what the fuck flowerpot is," Starkey said. "What's the situation?" The tinny voice coming from Sipe Springs talked and interrupted for almost 5 minutes. The situation itself was unimportant, Starkey thought, because the computer had informed him 2 days ago that just this sort of situation in some shape or form was apt to occur before the end of June. 88% probability. The specifics didn't matter. If it had 2 legs and belt loops, it was a pair of pants. Never mind the color, a doctor in Sipe Springs had made some good guesses. And a pair of reporters for a Houston daily had linked what was happening in Sipe Springs with what had already happened in Arnett, Verona, Commerce City, and a town called Palestine, Kansas. Those were the towns where the problem had gotten so bad so fast that the army had been sent into quarantine. The computer had a list of 25 other towns in 10 states where traces of blue were beginning to show up. The Sipe Springs situation wasn't important because it wasn't unique. They'd had their chance at unique in Arnett, well, maybe, and flubbed it. What was important was that the situation was finally going to see print on something besides yellow military flimsy. Anyway, unless Starkey took steps, he hadn't decided whether to do that or not. But when the tinny voice stopped talking, Starkey realized that he had made the decision after all. He had perhaps made it as long as 20 years ago. It came down to what was important. And what was important wasn't the fact of the disease. It wasn't the fact that Atlanta's integrity had somehow been breached and they were going to have to switch the whole preventative operation to much less satisfactory facilities in Stovington, Vermont. It wasn't the fact that blue spread in such sneaky common cold disguise. What is important? Say again, Blue Base 1, the voice said anxiously. We did not copy. What was important was that a regrettable incident had occurred. Starkey flashed back in time 22 years to 1968. He had been in the officers' club in San Diego when the news came about Kelly and what had happened at MEI Layford. Starkey had been playing poker with 4 other men, 2 of whom now sat on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The poker game had been forgotten, utterly forgotten. In a discussion of exactly what this was going to do to the military, not any one branch but the entire military in the witch hunt atmosphere of Washington's 4th Estate, and one of their number, a man who could now dial directly to the miserable worm who had been masquerading as a chief executive since January 20th, 1989, had laid his cards carefully down on the green felt table and he had said, "Gentlemen, a regrettable incident has occurred. And when a regrettable incident occurs which involves any branch of the United States military, we don't question the roots of that incident, but rather how the branches may best be pruned. The service is mother and father to us, and if you find your mother raped or your father beaten and robbed, before you call the police or begin an investigation, you cover their nakedness. Because you love them." Starkey had never heard anyone talk so well before or since. Now he unlocked the bottom drawer of his desk and fumbled out a thin blue folder bound with red tape. The legend written on the cover read, "If tape is broken, notify all security divisions at once." Starkey broke the tape. "Are you there, Blue Base 1s?" The voice was asking. "We do not copy you." "Repeat, do not copy. I'm here, Lion," Starkey said. He had flipped to the last page of the book and now ran his finger down a column labeled Extreme Covert Countermeasures. "Lion, do you read?" "We read 5 by Blue Base 1, Troy," Starkey said deliberately. "I repeat, Lion, Troy, repeat back, please." "Over to you." Silence, a faraway mumble of static. Starkey was fleetingly reminded of the walkie-talkies they made as kids, to 10 Del Monte cans and 20 yards of waxed string. "I say again, oh Jesus," a very young voice in Sipe Springs gulped. "Repeat back, son," Starkey said. "T. Troy," the voice said, then, more strongly, "Troy." "Very good," Starkey said calmly. "God bless you, son." "Over and out, and you, sir, over and out." A click, followed by heavy static, followed by another click, silence, and Len Creighton's voice. "Billy, yes, Len, I copied the whole thing." "That's fine, Len," Starkey said tiredly. "You make your report as you see fit, of course." "You don't understand, Billy," Len said. "You did the right thing, don't you think I know that?" Starkey let his eyes slip closed. For a moment all the sweet downers deserted him. "God bless you, too, Len," he said, and his voice was close to breaking. He switched off and went back to stand in front of monitor 2. He put his hands behind his back like a blackjack Pershing reviewing troops. He regarded Frank D. Bruce and his final resting place. In a little while he felt calm again. Going southeast out of Sipe Springs, if you get on US 36, you are headed in the general direction of Houston, a day's drive away. The car burning up the road was a 3-year-old Pontiac Bonneville, doing 80, and when it came over the rise and saw the nondescript Ford blocking the road, there was nearly an accident. The driver, a 36-year-old stringer for a large Houston daily, tromped on the power brake and the tires began to screech, the Pontiac's nose first dipping down toward the road and then beginning to brake to the left. "Holy God!" the photographer in the shotgun seat cried. He dropped his camera to the floor and began to scramble his seat belt across his middle. The driver let up on the brake, skirted the Ford on the shoulder, and then felt his left wheels start to drag in the soft dirt. He matted the gas pedal and the Bonneville responded with more traction. Dragging back onto the blacktop, blue smoke squirted from beneath the tires. The radio blared on and on. "Baby, can you dig your man? He's a righteous man. Baby, can you dig your man?" He tromped the brake again, and the Bonneville slewed to a stop in the middle of the hot and deserted afternoon. He drew in a ragged, terrified breath and then coughed it out in a series of bursts. He began to be angry. He threw the Pontiac into reverse and backed toward the Ford and the two men standing behind it. "Listen," the photographer said nervously. He was fat and hadn't been in a fight since the 9th grade. "Listen. Maybe we're just better." He was thrown forward with a grunt as the stringer brought the Pontiac to another screeching halt, threw the transmission lever into park with one hard thrust of his hand, and got out. He began to walk toward the two young men behind the Ford, his hands doubled into fists. "All right, motherfuckers," he shouted. "You almost got us fucking killed and I want." He had been in the service, for years in the Army, volunteer. He had just time to identify the rifles as the new M3S when they brought them up from below the rear deck of the Ford. He stood shocked in the hot Texas sunshine and made water in his pants. He began to scream, and in his mind he was turning to run back to the Bonneville, but his feet never moved. They opened up on him, and slugs blew out his chest and groin as he dropped to his knees. Holding both hands out mutely for mercy, a slug struck him an inch over his left eye and tore off the top of his head. The photographer, who had been twisted over the back seat, found it impossible to comprehend exactly what had happened until the two young men stepped over the stringer's body and began to walk toward him, rifles raised. He slid across the Pontiac's seat, warm bubbles of saliva collecting at the corners of his mouth. The keys were still in the ignition. He turned the car on and screamed out just as they began shooting. He felt the car lurch to the right as if a giant had kicked the left rear, and the wheel began to shimmy wildly in his hands. The photographer bounced up and down as the Bonneville pogoed up the road on the flat tire. A second later, the giant kicked the other side of the car. The shimmy got worse. Sparks flew off the blacktop. The photographer was whining. The Pontiac's rear tires shimmied and flapped like black rags. The two young men ran back to their Ford, whose serial number was listed among the multitude in the Army Vehicles Division at the Pentagon, and one of them drove it around in a tight, swaying circle. The nose bounced wildly as it came off the shoulder and drove over the body of the stringer. The sergeant in the passenger seat sprayed a startled sneeze onto the windshield ahead of them. The Pontiac washing machined along on its two flat rear tires, the nose bouncing up and down. Behind the wheel, the fat photographer had begun to weep at the sight of the dark Ford growing in the rearview mirror. He had the accelerator pressed to the floor, but the Pontiac would do no more than 40, and it was all over the road. On the radio, Larry Underwood had been replaced by Madonna. Madonna was asserting that she was a material girl. The Ford swung around the Bonneville, and for 1 second of crystal hope the photographer thought it was going to keep right on going, to just disappear over the desolate horizon and let him alone. Then it pulled back in, and the Pontiac's wildly jittering nose caught its mudguard. There was a scream of pulling metal. The photographer's head flew forward into the wheel and blood sprayed from his nose. Throwing terrified, creaky-necked glances back over his shoulder, he slid across the warm plastic seat as if it were grease and got out on the passenger's side. He ran down the shoulder. There was a barbed wire fence and he leapt over it, sailing up and up like a blimp, and he thought, I'm going to make it. I can run forever. He fell down on the other side with his leg caught in the barbs, screaming at the sky. He was still trying to free his pants and dimpled white flesh when the two young men came down the shoulder with their guns in their hands. Why, he tried to ask them. But all that came out of him was a low and helpless squawk, and then his brains exited the back of his head. There was no published report of disease or any other trouble in Sipe Springs, Texas, that day. Chapter 18. Nick opened the door between Sheriff Baker's office and the jail cells, and they started razzing him right off. Vincent Hogan and Billy Warner were in the two saltine box cells on Nick's left. Mike Childress was in one of the two on the right. The other was empty, and it was empty because Ray Booth, he of the purple LSU fraternity ring, had flown the coop. "Hey, dummy," Childress called. "Hey, you fucking dummy. What's gonna happen to you when we get out of here? Huh? What the fuck's gonna happen to you? I'm personally gonna rip your balls off and stuff 'em down your throat until you strangle on him," Billy Warner told him. "You understand me?" Only Vince Hogan didn't participate in the razzing. Mike and Billy didn't have too much use for him on this day, June 23rd, when they were to be taken up to the Calhoun County seat and judged pending trial. Sheriff Baker had leaned on Vince, and Vince had spilled his yellow guts. Baker had told Nick he could get an indictment against these old boys, but when it got to a jury trial, it was going to be Nick's word against these 3-4 if they picked up Ray Booth. Nick had gained a healthy respect for Sheriff John Baker these last couple of days. He was a 250-pound ex-farmer who was predictably called Big Bad John by his constituents. The respect Nick felt for him was not because Baker had given him this job swamping out the holding area to make up for his lost week's pay, but because he had gone after the men who had beaten and robbed Nick. He had done it as if Nick were a member of one of the oldest and most respected families in town instead of just a deaf-mute drifter. There were plenty of sheriffs here in the border south, Nick knew, who would have seen him on a work farm or road gang for 6 months instead. They had driven out to the sawmill where Vince Hogan worked, taking Baker's private car, a power wagon. Instead of the county prowler car, there was a shotgun under the dash, always locked up and always loaded, Baker said, and a bubble light Baker put on the dash when he was on police business. He put it up there when they swung into the lumberyard parking area 2 days ago now. Baker had hawked, spat out the window, blew his nose, and dabbed at his red eyes with a handkerchief. His voice had acquired a nasal foghorn quality. Nick couldn't hear it, of course, but he didn't need to. It was clear enough that the man had a nasty cold. "Now, when we see him, I'll grab him by the arm," Baker said. "I'll ask you, is this one of them?" You give me a big nod yes. I don't care if it was or not. You just nod, get it? Nick nodded. He got it. Vince was working the board planer, feeding rough planks into the machine, standing in sawdust almost to the top of his work boots. He gave John Baker a nervous smile, and his eyes flicked uneasily to Nick standing beside the sheriff. Nick's face was thin and battered and still too pale. "Hi, Big John. What you doing out with the workin' folk?" The other men in the crew were watching all this, their eyes shifting gravely from Nick to Vince to Baker and then back the other way like men watching some complicated new version of tennis. One of them spat a stream of honeycut into the fresh sawdust and wiped off his chin with the heel of his hand. Baker grabbed Vince Hogan by one flabby, sunburned arm and pulled him forward. "Hey, what's the idea, Big John?" Baker turned his head so Nick could see his lips. "Is this one of them?" Nick nodded firmly and pointed at Vince for good measure. "What is this?" Vince protested again. "I don't know this dummy from Adam." "Then how come you know he's a dummy?" "Come on, Vince, you're going to the cooler. Toot sweet, you can send one of these boys to get your toothbrush." Protesting, Vince was led to the power wagon and deposited inside. Protesting, he was taken back to town. Protesting, he was locked up and left to stew for a couple of hours. Baker didn't bother with reading him his rights. Damn fool, just get confused, he told Nick. When Baker went back around noon, Vince was too hungry and too scared to do any more protesting. He just spilled everything. Mike Childress was in the jug by 1 o'clock. And Baker got Billy Warner at his house just as Billy was packing up his old Chrysler to go someplace a long piece from the look of all the packed liquor store boxes and strapped-together luggage. But somebody had talked to Ray Booth, and Ray had been just smart enough to move a little quicker. Baker took Nick home to meet his wife and have some supper. In the car, Nick wrote on the memo pad, "I am sure sorry it's her brother. How is she taking it?" "She's bearing up," Baker said, both his voice and the set of his body almost formal. "I guess she's done some crying over him. But she knew what he was, and she knows you can't pick your relatives like you do your friends." Jane Baker was a small, pretty woman who had indeed been crying. Looking at her deeply socketed eyes made Nick uncomfortable. But she shook his hand warmly and said, "I'm pleased to know you, Nick, and I apologize deeply for your trouble. I feel responsible, with one of mine being a part of it and all." Nick shook his head and shuffled his feet awkwardly. "I offered him a job around the place," Baker said. "Station's gone right to hell since Bradley moved up to Little Rock, painting and picking up, mostly. He's gonna have to stick around for a while anyway for the ... you know, the trial." "Yes," she said. There was a moment then in which the silence was so heavy even Nick found it painful. Then, with forced gaiety, she said, "I hope you eat red-eye ham, Nick. That's what there is. Along with some corn and a big bowl of slaw. My slaw's never been up to what his mother used to make." "That's what he says. Anyway," Nick rubbed his stomach and smiled. Over dessert, a strawberry shortcake. Nick, who had been on short rations during the last couple of weeks, had 2 helpings. Jane Baker said to her husband, "Your cold sounds worse. You've been taking too much on, John Baker, and you didn't eat enough to keep a fly alive." Baker looked guiltily at his plate for a moment, then shrugged. "I can afford to miss a meal now and then," he said, and palpated his double chin. Nick, watching them, wondered how 2 people of such radically different size got along in bed. "I guess they manage," he thought with an interior grin. "They sure look comfortable enough with each other. And not that it's any of my business anyway. You're flushed, too. You carrying a fever?" Baker shrugged. "No, ... well, maybe a touch. Well, you're not going out again tonight?" "That's final, my dear. I have prisoners. If they don't specially need to be watched, they do need to be fed and watered. Nick can do it," she said with finality. "You're going to bed. And don't go on about your insomnia. It won't do you any good." "I can't send Nick," he said weakly. "He's a deaf-mute. Besides, he ain't a deputy." "Well then, you just up and deputize him." "He ain't a resident. I won't tell if you won't," Jane Baker said inexorably. She stood up and began clearing the table. "Now you just go on and do it, John." And that was how Nick Andrus went from Shoyo prisoner to Shoyo deputy in less than 24 hours. As he was preparing to go up to the sheriff's office, Baker came into the downstairs hall, looking large and ghostly in a frayed bathrobe. He seemed embarrassed to be on view in such attire. "I never should have let her talk me into this," he said. "Wouldn't have done, either, if I didn't feel so punk. My chest's all clogged up and I'm as hot as a fire sale 2 days before Christmas." "Weak, too," Nick nodded sympathetically. "I'm stuck between deputies. Bradley Cade and his wife went up to Little Rock after their baby passed away. One of those crib deaths, awful thing. I don't blame them for going." Nick pointed at his own chest and made a circle with his thumb and forefinger. "Sure, you'll be okay. You just take normal care, you hear? There's a point for 5 in the 3rd drawer of my desk. But don't you be talking it back there. Nor the keys either, understand?" Nick nodded. "If you go back there, stay out of their reach. If any of 'em tries playing sick, Don't you fall for it. It's the oldest dodge in the world. If one of them should get sick, Doc Soames can see them just as easy in the morning. I'll be in then. Nick took his pad from his pocket and wrote, I appreciate you trusting me. Thanks for locking them up and thanks for the job. Baker read this carefully. You're a purity caution. Boy, where you from? How come you're out on your own like this? That's a long story, Nick jotted. I'll write some of it down for you tonight. If you want, you do that, Baker said. I guess you know I put your name on the wire, Nick nodded. It was Sop. But he was clean. I'll get Jane to call Ma's truck stop out by the highway. Those boys'll be hollering police brutality if they don't get their supper, Nick wrote. Have her tell whoever brings it to come right in. I can't hear him if he knocks. Okay, Baker hesitated a moment longer. You got your cot in the corner. It's hard, but it's clean. You just remember to be careful, Nick. You can't call for help if there's trouble. Nick nodded and wrote, I can take care of myself. Yeah, I believe you can still. I'd get someone from town if I thought any of them would. He broke off as Jane came in. You still jawing this poor boy. You let him go on now. Before my stupid brother comes along and breaks them all out. Baker laughed sourly. He'll be in Tennessee by now, I guess. He whistled out a long sigh that broke up into a series of phlegmy, booming coughs. I believe I'll go upstairs and lie down, Janie. I'll bring you some aspirin to cut that fever, she said. She looked back over her shoulder at Nick as she went to the stairs with her husband. It was a pleasure meeting you, Nick. Whatever the circumstances, you be just as careful as he says. Nick bowed to her, and she dropped half a curtsy in return. He thought he saw a gleam of tears in her eyes, a pimply, curious boy in a dirty busboy's jacket brought 3 dinner trays about half an hour after Nick had gotten down to the jail. Nick motioned for the busboy to put the trays on the cot, and while he did, Nick scribbled, Is this paid for? The busboy read this with all the concentration of a college freshman tackling Moby Dick. Sure, he said, Sheriff's office runs a tab. Say, can't you talk? Nick shook his head. That's a bitch, the busboy said, and left in a hurry, as if the condition might be catching. Nick took the trays in one at a time and pushed each one through the slot in the bottom of the cell door with a broom handle. He looked up in time to catch chick-shit bastard, ain't he? From Mike Childress, smiling. Nick showed him his middle finger. I'll give you the finger, you dummy, Childress said, grinning unpleasantly. When I get out of here Nick turned away. Missing the rest, back in the office, sitting in Baker's chair, he drew the memo pad into the center of the blotter, sat thinking for a moment, and then jotted at the top. Life History, by Nick Andrus. He stopped, smiling a little. He had been in some funny places, but never in his wildest dreams had he expected to be sitting in a sheriff's office, deputized, in charge of 3 men who had beaten him up, and writing his life story. After a moment he began to write again. I was born in Caslin, Nebraska, on November 14, 1968. My daddy was an independent farmer. He and my mom were always on the edge of getting squeezed out. They owed 3 different banks. My mother was 6 months pregnant with me, and my dad was taking her to see the doctor in town when a tie rod on his truck let go and they went into the ditch. My daddy had a heart attack and died. Anyway, 3 months after, my mom had me and I was born the way I am. Sure was a tough break on top of losing her husband that way. She carried on with the farm until 1973 and then lost it to the big operators, as she always called them. She had no family but wrote to some friends in Big Springs, Iowa, and one of them got her a job in a bakery. We lived here until 1977 when she was killed in an accident. A man on a motorcycle hit her while she was crossing the street on her way home from work. It wasn't even his fault, but only bad luck as his brakes failed. He wasn't even speeding or anything. The Baptist church gave my mama a charity funeral. This same church, the Grace Baptist, sent me to the Children of Jesus Christ Orphanage in Des Moines. This is a place that all sorts of churches chip together to support. That was where I learned to read and write ... He stopped there. His hand was aching from writing so much, but that wasn't why. He felt uneasy, hot and uncomfortable at having to relive all that again. He went back to the jail quarters and looked in. Childress and Warner were asleep. Vince Hogan was standing by the bars, smoking a cigarette and looking across the corridor at the empty cell where Ray Booth would have been tonight if he hadn't run so quick. Hogan looked as if he might have been crying. And that led him back in time to that small mute scrap of humanity, Nick Andrus. There was a word he had learned at the movies as a kid. That word was incommunicado. It was a word that had always had fantastic, Lovecraftian overtones to Nick, a fearful word that echoed and clanged in the brain. A word that inscribed all the nuances of fear that live only outside the sane universe and inside the human soul. He had been incommunicado all his life. He sat down and reread the last line he'd written. That was where I learned to read and write, but it hadn't been as simple as that. He lived in a silent world. Writing was code. Speech was the moving of lips, the rise and fall of teeth, the dance of a tongue. His mother had taught him to read lips, and had taught him how to write his name in struggling, sprawling letters. "That's your name," she had said. "That's you, Nicky," but of course she had said it silently, meaninglessly. The prime connection had come when she tapped the paper, then tapped his chest. The worst part about being deaf-mute was not living in the silent movie world. The worst part was not knowing the names of things. He had not really begun to understand the concept of naming until he was 4. He had not known that you called the tall green things trees until he was 6. He had wanted to know, but no one had thought to tell him, and he had no way to ask. He was incommunicado. When she died, he had retreated almost all the way. The orphanage was a place of roaring silence where grim-faced thin boys made fun of his silence. 2 boys would run up to him, one boy with his hands plastered over his mouth, one boy with his hands plastered over his ears. If none of the staff happened to be near, they would punch him out. Why, no reason. Except that maybe in the vast white class of victims there is a subclass, the victims of victims. He stopped wanting to communicate. And when that happened, the thinking process itself began to rust and disintegrate. He began to wander from place to place vacantly, looking at the nameless things that filled the world. He watched groups of children in the play yard move their lips, raise and lower their teeth like white drawbridges, dance their tongues in the ritual meeting of speech. He sometimes found himself looking at a single cloud for as long as an hour at a time. Then Rudy had come, a big man with scars on his face and a bald head. 6 feet, 5 inches tall. Might as well have been 20 to runty Nick Andrus. They met for the first time in a basement room where there was a table, 6 or 7 chairs, and a TV that only worked when it felt like it. Rudy squatted, putting his eyes on approximately the same level as Nick's. Then he took his huge, scarred hands and put them over his mouth, his ears. "I am a deaf-mute." Nick turned his face sullenly away. "Who gives a fuck?" Rudy slapped him. Nick fell down. His mouth opened and silent tears began to leak from his eyes. He didn't want to be here with this scarred troll, this bald boogie. He was no deaf-mute. It was a cruel joke. Rudy pulled him gently to his feet and led him to the table. A blank sheet of paper was there. Rudy pointed at it, then at Nick. Nick stared sullenly at the paper and then at the bald man. He shook his head. Rudy nodded and pointed at the empty paper again. He produced a pencil and handed it to Nick. Nick put it down as if it were hot. He shook his head. Rudy pointed at the pencil, then at Nick, then at the paper. Nick shook his head. Rudy slapped him again. More silent tears. The scarred face looking at him with nothing but deadly patience. Rudy pointed at the paper again, at the pencil, at Nick. Nick grasped the pencil in his fist. He wrote the 4 words that he knew, calling them forth from the cobwebby, rusting mechanism that was in his thinking brain. He wrote. Then he broke the pencil in half and looked sullenly and defiantly at Rudy, but Rudy was smiling. Suddenly he reached across the table and held Nick's head steady between his hard, calloused palms. His hands were warm, gentle. Nick could not remember the last time he had been touched with such love. His mother had touched him like that. Rudy removed his hands from Nick's face. He picked up the half of the pencil with the point on it. He turned the paper over to the blank side. He tapped the empty white space with the tip of the pencil, and then tapped Nick. He did it again, and again, and again, and finally Nick understood. "You are this blank page." Nick began to cry. "Rudy came for the next 6 years, where I learned to read and write. A man named Rudy Spartman came to help me. I was very lucky to have him. In 1980, the orphanage went broke. They placed as many kids that they could, but I was not one of them. They said I would get in with a family after a while and the state would pay them for keeping me. I wanted to go with Rudy, but Rudy was in Africa working for the Peace Corps, so I ran away. Being 16, I don't think they looked for me too hard. I figured if I could stay out of trouble I would be all right, and so far so good. I have been taking the high school correspondence courses one at a time, because Rudy always said education is the most important. When I settle down for a while I'm going to take that high school equivalency test. I will be able to pass it soon. I like school. Maybe I will go to college someday. I know that sounds crazy. A deaf-mute bum like me, but I don't think it's impossible. Anyway, that's my story." Yesterday morning Baker had come in around 7:30 while Nick was emptying waste baskets. The sheriff looked better. "How you feeling?" Nick wrote, "Pretty good. I was burning up until midnight. Worst fever I've had since I was a kid. Aspirin didn't seem to help it. Jamie wanted to call the doc, but around 12:30 the fever just broke. I slept like a log after that. How are you doing?" Nick made a thumb and forefinger circle. "How's our guests?" Nick opened and closed his mouth several times in a mime jabbering. Looked furious, made banging gestures on invisible bars. Baker threw back his head and laughed, then sneezed several times. "You ought to be on TV, he said. "Did you write your life story down like you said you was gonna try to do?" Nick nodded and handed the 2 sheets of longhand over. The sheriff sat down and read them carefully. When he was done he looked at Nick so long and so piercingly that Nick stared down at his feet for a moment, embarrassed and confused. When he looked up again Baker said, "You've been on your own since you were 16. "For 6 years, Nick nodded. "And you've really taken all these high school courses?" Nick wrote for some time on one of the memo sheets. "I was way behind because I started to read and write so late. When the orphanage closed I was just starting to catch up. I got 6 H.S. credits from there and another 6 since then from La Salle in Chicago. I learned about them from a matchbook cover. I need for more credits." "What courses do you still need?" Baker asked, then turned his head and shouted, "Shut up in there. You'll get your hotcakes and coffee when I'm damned good and ready and not before." Nick wrote, "Geometry, advanced math, 2 years of a language. Those are the college requirements." "A language? You mean like French, German, Spanish?" Nick nodded. Baker laughed and shook his head. "Don't that beat all? A deaf-mute learning to talk a foreign language. Nothing against you, boy. You understand that?" Nick smiled and nodded. "So why you been drifting around so much?" "While I was still a minor I didn't dare stay in one place for too long," Nick wrote. "Afraid they'd try to stick me in another orphanage or something. When I got old enough to look for a steady job, times got worse. They said the stock market crashed or something, but since I'm deaf I didn't hear it. Ha. Most places would have just let you ramble on," Baker said. "In hard times the milk of human kindness don't flow so free, Nick. As for a steady job, I might be able to put you onto something around here, unless those boys soured you on Shoyle and Arkansas for good." "What?" "We ain't all like that." Nick nodded to show he understood. "How's your teeth? That was quite a shot in the mouth you took." Nick shrugged. "Take any of those pain pills." Nick held up 2 fingers. "Well, look, I got some paperwork to do on those boys. You go on with what you were doing. We'll talk more later." Dr. Soames, the man who had almost hit Nick with his car, came by around 9:30 a.m. the same morning. He was a man of about 60 with shaggy white hair, a scrawny chicken neck, and very sharp blue eyes. "Big John tells me you read lips," he said. "He also says he wants to see you gainfully employed. So I guess I'd better make sure you're not going to die on his hands. Take off your shirt." Nick unbuttoned his blue work shirt and took it off. "Holy Jesus, look at him," Baker said. "They did a job of work, all right." Soames looked at Nick and said dryly, "Boy, you almost lost your left tit." He pointed to a crescent-shaped scab just above the nipple. Nick's belly and ribcage looked like a Canadian sunrise. Soames poked and prodded him and looked carefully into the pupils of his eyes. At last he examined the shattered remains of Nick's front teeth, the only part of him that really hurt now, in spite of the spectacular bruises. "That must hurt like a son of Fabbage," he said, and Nick nodded ruefully. "You're gonna lose them," Soames went on. He sneezed 3 times in quick succession. "Excuse me." He began to put his tools back into his black bag. "The prognosis is favorable, young man, barring strokes of lightning or further trips to Zock's gin mill. Is your speaking problem physical, or does it come from being deaf?" Nick wrote, "Physical birth defect." Soames nodded. "Damn shame. Got to think positive, though, and thank God that he didn't decide to give your brains a stir while he was at it." "Put your shirt on," Nick did. He liked Soames in his way. He was very much like Rudy Sparkman, who had told him once that God had given all deaf-mute males an extra 2 inches below the waist to make up for the little bit he had subtracted from above the collar bones. Soames said, "I'll tell him to give you a refill on that pain medication down at the drugstore. Tell Moneybags here to pay for it." "Ho-ho," John Baker said. "He's got more dough stashed away in fruit jars than a hog has warts," Soames went on. He sneezed again, wiped his nose, rummaged around in his bag, and brought out a stethoscope. "You want to look out, Gramps. I'll lock you up for drunk and disorderly," Baker said with a smile. Yeah, Soames said. "You'll open your mouth too wide one day and fall right in. Take off your shirt, John, and let's see if your boobs are as big as they used to be." "Take off my shirt. Why?" "Because your wife wants me to look at you. That's why. She thinks you're a sick man and she doesn't want you to get any sicker. God knows why. Ain't I told her enough times that she and I wouldn't have to sneak around anymore if you were underground? Come on, Johnny, show us some skin. It was just a cold," Baker said, reluctantly unbuttoning his shirt. "I feel fine this morning, honest to God, Ambrose. You sound worse'n I do." "You don't tell the doctor. The doctor tells you." As Baker pulled his shirt off, Soames turned to Nick and said, "But you know it's funny how a cold will just start making the rounds. Mrs. Lathrop is down sick, and the whole Ritchie family, and most of those no-accounts out on the Barker Road are coughing their brains out. Even Billy Warner in there's hacking away." Baker had wormed out of his undershirt. "There, what did I tell you?" Soames asked. "Ain't he got a set of knockers on him? Even an old shit like me could get horny looking at that." Baker gasped as the stethoscope touched his chest. "Jesus, that's cold. What do you do? Keep it in a deep freeze." "Breathe in," Soames said, frowning. "Now let it out." Baker's exhale turned into a weak cough. Soames kept at the sheriff for a long time, front and back both. At last he put away his stethoscope and used a tongue depressor to look down Baker's throat. Finished, he broke it into and tossed it into the wastebasket. "Well," Baker said. Soames pressed the fingers of his right hand into the flesh of Baker's neck under the jaw. Baker winced away from it. "I don't have to ask if that hurt," Soames said. "John, you go home and go to bed, and that isn't advice. That's an order." The sheriff blinked. "Ambrose," he said quietly. "Come on. You know I can't do that. I've got 3 prisoners who have to go up to Camden this afternoon. I left this kid with them last night, but I had no business doing it, and I won't do it again. He's mute. I wouldn't have agreed to it last night if I had been thinking right." "You never mind them, John. You got problems of your own. It's some kind of respiratory infection." A damn good one by the sound, and a feeder to go with it. Your pipes are sick, Johnny, and to be perfectly frank, that's no joke for a man who's carrying around the extra meat you are. Go to bed. If you still feel okay tomorrow morning, get rid of them then. Better still, call the state patrol to come down and get them. Baker looked apologetically at Nick. You know, he said, I do feel kind of dragged out, maybe some rest. Go home and lie down, Nick wrote. I'll be careful. Besides, I have to earn enough to pay for those pills. Nobody works so hard for you as a junkie, Soames said, and cackled. Baker picked up the 2 sheets of paper with Nick's background on them. Could I take these home for Janie to read? She took a real shine to you, Nick. Nick scrawled on the pad. Sure can, she's very nice. One of a kind, Baker said, and sighed as he buttoned his shirt back up. This fever's coming on strong again, thought I had it licked. Take aspirin, Soames said, latching his bag. It's that glandular infection I don't like. There's a cigar box in the bottom desk drawer, Baker said. Petty cash fund, you can go out for lunch and get your medication on the way. Those boys are more dildos than desperados. They'll be okay, just leave a voucher for how much money you take. I'll get in touch with the state police and you'll be shut of them by late this afternoon. Nick made a thumb and forefinger circle. I've been trusting you a lot on short notice, Baker said soberly, but Janie says it's all right. You have a care, Nick nodded. Jane Baker had come in around 6 yesterday evening with a covered dish supper and a carton of milk. Nick wrote, thanks very much. How's your husband? She laughed. A small woman with chestnut brown hair, dressed prettily in a checked shirt and faded jeans. He wanted to come down himself, but I talked him out of it. His fever was up so high this afternoon that it scared me, but it's almost normal tonight. I think it's because of the state patrol. Johnny's never really happy unless he can be mad at the state patrol. Nick looked at her quizzically. They told him they couldn't send anybody down for his prisoners until 9 tomorrow morning. They've had a bad sick day, 20 or more troopers out. And a lot of the people who are on have been fetching people to the hospital up at Camden or even Pine Bluff. There's a lot of this sickness around. I think A.M. Soames is a lot more worried than he's letting on. She looked worried herself. Then she took the 2 folded sheets of memo paper from her breast pocket. This is quite a story, she said quietly, handing the papers back to him. You've had just about the worst luck of anyone I ever heard of. I think the way you've risen above your handicaps is admirable. And I have to apologize again for my brother Nick, embarrassed. Could only shrug. I hope you'll stay on in Shoyo, she said, standing. My husband likes you, and I do, too. Be careful of those men in there. I will, Nick wrote. Tell the sheriff I hope he feels better. I'll take him your good wishes. She left then, and Nick passed a night of broken rest, getting up occasionally to check on his 3 wards. Desperados they were not. By 10 o'clock they were all sleeping. 2 town fellows came in to check and make sure Nick was all right, and Nick noticed that both of them seemed to have colds. He dreamed oddly, and all he could remember upon waking was that he seemed to have been walking through endless rows of green corn, looking for something and terribly afraid of something else that seemed to be behind him. This morning he was up early, carefully sweeping out the back of the jail and ignoring Billy Warner and Mike Childress. As he went out, Billy called after him, Ray's gonna be back, you know, and when he catches you, you're gonna wish you were blind as well as deaf and dumb. Nick, his back turned, missed most of this. Back in the office, he picked up an old copy of Time magazine and began to read. He considered putting his feet up on the desk and decided that would be a very good way to get in trouble if the sheriff came by. By 8 o'clock he was wondering uneasily if Sheriff Baker might have had a relapse in the night. Nick had expected him by now, ready to turn the 3 prisoners in his jail over to the county when the state patrol came for them. Also, Nick's stomach was rumbling uncomfortably. No one had showed up from the truck stop down the road, and he looked at the telephone, more with disgust than with longing. He was quite fond of science fiction. picking up falling apart paperbacks from time to time on the dusty back shelves of antique barns for a nickel or a dime, and he found himself thinking, not for the first time, that it was going to be a great day for the deaf-mutes of the world when the telephone view screens the science fiction novels were always predicting finally came into general use. By 9:15 he was acutely uneasy. He went to the door which gave on the cells and looked in. Billy and Mike were both standing at their cell doors. Both of them had been banging on the bars with their shoes. Which just went to show you that people who can't talk only made up a small percentage of the world's dummies. Vince Hogan was lying down. He only turned his head and stared at Nick when he came to the door. Hogan's face was pallid except for a hectic flush on his cheeks, and there were dark patches under his eyes. Beads of sweat were standing out on his forehead. Nick met his apathetic, fevered gaze and realized that the man was sick. His uneasiness deepened. "Hey, dummy, how about some breakfast?" Mike called down to him, and "Oh, Vince, there seems like he could use a doctor." "Tattletale don't agree with him, does it, Bill?" Bill didn't want to banter. "I'm sorry I yelled at you before, man. Vince, he's sick, all right. He needs the doctor." Nick nodded and went out, trying to figure out what he should do next. He bent over the desk and wrote on the memo pad, "Sheriff Baker, or whoever. I've gone to get the prisoners some breakfast and to see if I can hunt Dr. Soames up for Vincent Hogan. He appears to be really sick, not just playing possum, Nick Andrus." He tore the sheet off the pad and left it in the middle of the desk. Then, tucking the pad into his pocket, he went out into the street. The first thing that struck him was the still heat of the day and the smell of greenery. By afternoon it was going to be a scorcher. It was the sort of day when people like to get their chores and errands done early so they can spend the afternoon as quietly as possible. But to Nick, Shoyo's main street looked strangely indolent this forenoon, more like a Sunday than a workday. Most of the diagonal parking spaces in front of the stores were empty. A few cars and farm trucks were going up and down the street, but not many. The hardware store looked open, but the shades of the mercantile bank were still drawn, although it was past 9 now. Nick turned right, toward the truck stop, which was 5 blocks down. He was on the corner of the 3rd block when he saw Dr. Soames's car moving slowly up the street toward him, weaving a little from side to side, as if with exhaustion. Nick waved vigorously, not sure if Soames would stop, but Soames pulled in at the curb, indifferently taking up 4 of the slanted parking spaces. He didn't get out but nearly sat behind the wheel. The look of the man shocked Nick. Soames had aged 20 years since he had last seen him bantering casually with the sheriff. It was partly exhaustion, but exhaustion couldn't be the whole explanation. Even Nick could see that. As if to confirm his thought, the doctor produced a wrinkled handkerchief from his breast pocket like an old magician doing a creaky trick that does not interest him much anymore, and sneezed into it repeatedly. When he was done he leaned his head back against the car's seat, mouth half open to draw breath. "He died a little after 2 o'clock this morning. Now Janie's sick with it." Nick's eyes widened. Sheriff Baker dead. But his wife had been in just last night and said he was feeling better, and she had been fine. No, it just wasn't possible. "Dead, all right," Soames said, as though Nick had spoken his thought aloud, "and he's not the only one. I've signed 12 death certificates in the last 12 hours. And I know of another 20 that are going to be dead by noon unless God shows mercy, but I doubt if this is God's doing. I suspect he'll keep right out of it as a consequence." Nick pulled the pad from his pocket and wrote, "What's the matter with them? I don't know," Soames said, crumpling the sheet slowly and tossing the ball into the gutter. "But everyone in town seems to be coming down with it, and I'm more frightened than I ever have been in my life. I have it myself. Although what I'm suffering most from right now is exhaustion. I'm not a young man anymore. I can't go these long hours without paying the price. You know, tired." Frightened petulance had entered his voice, which Nick fortunately couldn't hear. "And feeling sorry for myself won't help." Nick, who hadn't been aware Soames was feeling sorry for himself, could only look at him, puzzled. Soames got out of his car, holding on to Nick's arm for a minute to help himself. He had an old man's grip, weak and a little frenzied. Come on over to that bench. Nick, you're good to talk to. I suppose you've been told that before. Nick pointed back toward the jail. They're not going anywhere, Soames said, and if they're down with it. Right now they're on the bottom of my list. They sat on the bench, which was painted bright green and bore an advertisement on the backrest for a local insurance company. Soames turned his face gratefully up to the warmth of the sun. Chills and fever, he said, ever since about 10 o'clock last night. Just lately it's been the chills. His eyes slipped shut and Nick thought he had gone to sleep. He wondered if he should go on down to the truck stop and get Billy and Mike some breakfast. Then Dr. Soames spoke again. Without opening his eyes, Nick watched his lips. The symptoms are all very common, he said, and began to enumerate them on his fingers until all 10 were spread out in front of him like a fan. Chills, fever, headache, weakness, and general debilitation. Loss of appetite, painful urination, swelling of the glands, progressing from minor to acute. Swelling in the armpits and in the groin. Respiratory weakness and failure. He looked at Nick. They are the symptoms of the common cold, of influenza, of pneumonia. We can cure all of those things, Nick. Unless the patient is very young or very old, or perhaps already weakened by a previous illness, antibiotics will knock them out. But not this. It comes on the patient quickly or slowly. It doesn't seem to matter. Nothing helps. The thing escalates, backs up, escalates again. Debilitation increases. The swelling gets worse. Finally, death. Somebody made a mistake, and they're trying to cover it up. Nick looked at him doubtfully, wondering if he had picked the words rightly from the doctor's lips, wondering if Soames might be raving. It sounds slightly paranoid, doesn't it? Soames asked, looking at him with weary humor. I used to be frightened of the younger generation's paranoia. Do you know that? Always afraid someone was tapping their phones, ... following them, ... running computer checks on them, ... And now I find out they were right and I was wrong. Life is a fine thing, Nick, but old age takes an unpleasantly high toll on one's dearly held prejudices, I find. What do you mean? Nick wrote. None of the phones in Shoya work, Soames said. Nick had no idea if this was an answer to his question. Soames seemed to have given Nick's last note only the most cursory of glances. Or if the doctor had gone off on some new tack, the fever could be making Soames's mind jump around, he supposed. The doctor observed Nick's puzzled face, and seemed to think the deaf-mute might not believe him. Quite true, he said. If you try to dial any number not on this town circuit, you get a recorded announcement. Furthermore, the two Shoyo exits and entrances from the turnpike are closed off with barriers which say road construction, but there is no construction, only the barriers. I was out there. I believe it would be possible to move the barriers aside, but the traffic on the turnpike seems very light this morning. And most of it seems to consist of army vehicles, trucks and jeeps. What about the other roads? Nick wrote. Route 63 has been torn up at the east end of town to replace a culvert, Soames said. At the west end of town there appears to have been a rather nasty car accident. 2 cars across the road, blocking it entirely. There are smudge pots out, but no sign of state troopers or wreckers. He paused, removed his handkerchief, and blew his nose. The men working on the culvert are going very slowly, according to Joe Rackman, who lives out that way. I was at the Rackmans about 2 hours ago, looking at their little boy, who is very ill indeed. Joe said that he thinks that the men at the culvert are in fact soldiers, though they're dressed in state road crew coveralls and driving a state truck, Nick wrote. How does he know? Standing up, Soames said, workmen rarely salute each other. Nick got up, too. Back roads, he jotted, possibly. Soames nodded. But I am a doctor, not a hero. Joe said he saw guns in the cab of that truck, Army-issue carbines. If one tried to leave Shoyo by the back roads and if they were watched, who knows? And what might one find beyond Shoyo? I repeat, someone made a mistake. And now they're trying to cover it up. Madness, madness. Of course the news of something like this will get out, and it won't take long. And in the meantime, how many will die? Nick, frightened, only looked at Dr. Soames as he went back to his car and climbed slowly in. And you, Nick, Soames said, looking out the window at him. How do you feel? A cold, sneezing, coughing. Nick shook his head to each one. Will you try to leave town? I think you could, if you went by the fields. Nick shook his head and wrote, those men are locked up. I can't just leave them. Vincent Hogan is sick, but the other two seem okay. I'll get them their breakfast and then go see Mrs. Baker. You're a thoughtful boy, Soames said. That's rare. A boy in this degraded age who has a sense of responsibility is even rarer. She'd appreciate that. Nick, I know Mr. Braceman, the Methodist minister, also said he would stop by. I'm afraid he'll have a lot of calls to make before the day is over. You'll be careful of those 3 you have locked up, won't you? Nick nodded soberly. Good. I'll try to drop by and check on you this afternoon. He dropped the car into gear and drove away, looking weary and red-eyed and shriveled. Nick stared after him, his face troubled, and then began to walk down to the truck stop again. It was open, but one of the 2 cooks was not in and 3 of the 4 waitresses hadn't shown up for the 7-to-3 shift. Nick had to wait a long time to get his order. When he got back to the jail, both Billy and Mike looked badly frightened. Vince Hogan was delirious, and by 6 o'clock that evening he was dead. Chapter 19. It had been so long since Larry had been in Times Square that he expected it to look different somehow, magical. Things would look smaller and yet better there, and he would not feel intimidated by the rank, smelly, and sometimes dangerous vitality of the place the way he had as a child, when he and Buddy Marks or just he alone would scuttle down here to see the 99-cent double features or to stare at the glittering junk in the windows of the shops and arcades and pool halls. But it all looked just the same more than it should have because some things really had changed when you came up the stairs from the subway. The newsstand that had been on the corner as you came out was gone, half a block down, where there had been a penny arcade full of flashing lights and bells and dangerous-looking young men with cigarettes dangling from the corners of their mouths as they played the Gottlieb Desert Isle or Space Race. Where that had been there was now an orange Julius with a flock of young blacks standing in front of it, their lower bodies moving gently as if somewhere jive played on and on. Jive that only black ears could hear. There were more massage parlors and X-rated movies. Still, it was much the same, and this made him sad. In a way, the only real difference made things seem worse. He felt like a tourist here now, but maybe even native New Yorkers felt like tourists in the square, dwarfed, wanting to look up and read the electronic headlines as they marched around and around up there. He couldn't tell. He had forgotten what it was like to be a part of New York. He had no particular urge to relearn. His mother hadn't gone to work that morning. She'd been fighting a cold for the last couple of days and had gotten up early this morning with a fever. He had heard her from the narrow, safe bed in his old room, banging around out in the kitchen, sneezing and saying shit under her breath, getting ready for breakfast. The sound of the TV being turned on, then the news on the Today program. An attempted coup in India, a power station blown up in Wyoming. The Supreme Court was expected to hand down a landmark decision having to do with gay rights. By the time Larry came out into the kitchen, buttoning his shirt, the news was over and Gene Shalit was interviewing a man with a bald head. The man with the bald head was showing a number of small animals he had hand-blown. Glass blowing, he said, had been his hobby for 40 years, and his book would be published by a Random House. Then he sneezed. "Excuse you," Gene Shalit said, and chuckled. "You want 'em fried or scrambled?" Alice Underwood asked. She was in her bathrobe. "Scrambled," Larry said, knowing it would do no good to protest the eggs, in Alice's view. It wasn't breakfast without eggs, which she called crackleberries when she was in a good humor. They had protein and nutrition. Her idea of nutrition was vague but all-encompassing. She kept a list of nutritious items in her head, Larry knew, as well as their opposite numbers: jujubes, pickles, Slim Jims, the slice of pink bubble gum that came with baseball cards, and oh dear God, so many others. He sat down and watched her make the eggs, pouring them into the same old black skillet, stirring them with the same wire whisk that she had used to stir his eggs when he had been going to the first grade at PS 162. She pulled her hanky out of her bathrobe pocket, coughed into it, sneezed into it, and muttered shit indistinctly into it before putting it back. "Day off, Mom. I called in sick. This cold wants to break me. I hate to call in sick on Fridays, so many do, but I've got to get off my feet. I'm running a fever, swollen glands, too. Did you call the doctor?" When I was a charming maid, doctors made house calls. She said, "Now if you're sick, you have to go to the hospital emergency room. That, or spend the day waiting for some quack to see you in one of those places where they're supposed to have walk-in medical care. Walk in and get ready to collect your Medicare. That's what I think. Those places are worse than the Green Stamp Redemption Center a week before Christmas. I'll stay home and take aspirin. And by tomorrow this time I'll be on the downhill side of it." He stayed most of the morning, trying to help out. He lugged the TV in by her bed, the cords standing out heroically on his arms. "You're going to give yourself a hernia so I can watch Let's Make a Deal," she sniffed. Brought her juice and an old bottle of NyQuil for her stuffiness, and ran down to the market to get her a couple of paperbacks. After that there wasn't much for them to do except get on each other's nerves. She marveled how much poorer the TV reception was in the bedroom, and he had to bite back an acid comment to the effect that poor reception was better than no reception at all. Finally, he said he might go out and see some of the city. "That's a good idea," she said with obvious relief. "I'm going to take a nap. You're a good boy, Larry." So he had gone down the narrow stairs. The elevator was still broken, and onto the street, feeling guilty relief. The day was his, and he still had some cash in his pocket, but now, in Times Square, he didn't feel so cheerful. He wandered along, his wallet long since transferred to a front pocket. He paused in front of a discount record store, transfixed by the sound of his own voice coming from the battered overhead speakers. The bridge verse, "I didn't come to ask you to stay all night, or to find out if you've seen the light. I didn't come to make a fuss or pick a fight. I just want you to tell me if you think you can, baby. Can you dig your man? Dig him, baby. Baby, can you dig your man?" That's me, he thought, looking vacantly in at the albums, but today the sound depressed him. Worse, it made him homesick. He didn't want to be here under this gray washed-up sky, smelling New York exhaust, one hand constantly playing pocket pool with his wallet to make sure it was still there. New York. Thy name is paranoia. Suddenly where he wanted to be was in a West Coast recording studio, making a new album. Larry quickened his step and turned in at an arcade. Bells and buzzers jangled in his ears. There was the amplified, ripping growl of a Deathress 2000 game, complete with the unearthly, electronic screams of the dying pedestrians. Neat game, Larry thought, soon to be followed by Dachau 2000. They'll love that one. He went to the change booth and got $10 in quarters. There was a working phone kiosk next to the Beef and Brew across the street, and he direct-dialed Jane's place from memory. Jane's was a poker parlor where Wayne Stuckey sometimes hung out. Larry plugged quarters into the slot until his hand ached, and the phone began to ring 3,000 miles away. A female voice said, "Jane's, we're open to anything," he asked, low and sexy. "Listen, wise guy, this isn't." "Hey, is this Larry?" "Yeah, it's me. Hi, Arlene." "Where are you? Nobody's seen you, Larry." "Well, I'm on the East Coast," he said cautiously. "Somebody told me there were bloodsuckers on me and I ought to get out of the pool until they dropped off. Something about a big party." "Yeah, I heard about that," she said. "Big spender. Is Wayne around, Arlene? You mean Wayne Stuckey." "I don't mean John Wayne, he's dead. You mean you haven't heard." "What would I hear? I'm on the other coast." "Hey, he's okay, isn't he?" He's in the hospital with this flu bug. Captain Trips, they're calling it out here, not that it's any laughing matter. A lot of people have died with it. They say people are scared, staying in. We've got 6 empty tables, and you know Jane's never has empty tables. How is he? Who knows? They've got wards and wards of people and none of them can have visitors. It's spooky, Larry. And there are a lot of soldiers around, on leave. Soldiers on leave don't carry guns or ride around in convoy trucks. A lot of people are really scared. You're well off out where you are. Hasn't been anything on the news. Out here there's been a few things in the papers about getting flu boosters. That's all. But some people are saying the army got careless with one of those little plague jars. Isn't that creepy? It's just scare talk. There's nothing like it where you are. No, he said. And then thought of his mother's cold, and hadn't there been a lot of sneezing and hacking going on in the subway? He remembered thinking it sounded like a TB ward, but there were plenty of sneezes and runny noses to go around in any city. Cold germs are gregarious, he thought. They like to share the wealth. Janie herself isn't in, Arlene was saying. She's got a fever and swollen glands, she said. I thought that old whore was too tough to get sick. 3 minutes are up, signal went through, the operator broke in. Larry said, well, I'll be coming back in a week or so, Arlene. We'll get together, fine by me. I always wanted to go out with a famous recording star, Arlene. You don't by any chance know a guy named Dewey the Deck, do you? Oh, she said in a very startled way. Oh wow, Larry, what? Thank God you didn't hang up. I did see Wayne. Just about 2 days before he went into the hospital, I forgot all about it. Oh, gee. Well, what is it? It's an envelope. He said it was for you, but he asked me to keep it in my cash drawer for a week or so, or give it to you if I saw you. He said something like he's goddamn lucky Dewey the Deck isn't collecting it instead of in. What's in it? He switched the phone from one hand to the other. Just a minute. I'll see. There was a moment of silence, then ripping paper. Arlene said, it's a savings account book. First Commercial Bank of California. There's a balance of ... Wow. Just over $13,000. If you ask me to go somewhere Dutch, I'll brain you. You won't have to, he said, grinning. Thanks, Arlene. Hang on to that for me now. No, I'll throw it down a storm drain, asshole. It's so good to be loved, she sighed. You're too much, Larry. I'll put it in an envelope with both our names on it. Then you can't duck me when you come in. I wouldn't do that, sugar. They hung up and then the operator was there, demanding $3 more from Bell. Larry, still feeling the wide and foolish grin on his face, plugged it willingly into the slot. He looked at the change still scattered on the phone booth's shelf, picked out a quarter, and dropped it into the slot. A moment later his mother's phone was ringing. Your first impulse is to share good news. Your second is to club someone with it. He thought no. He believed that this was entirely the former. He wanted to relieve both of them with the news that he was solvent again. The smile faded off his lips little by little. The phone was only ringing. Maybe she had decided to go into work after all. He thought of her flushed, feverish face, and of her coughing and sneezing and saying shit impatiently into her handkerchief. He didn't think she would have gone in, the truth was. He didn't think she was strong enough to go in. He hung up and absently removed his quarter from the slot when it clicked back. He went out, jingling the change in his hand. When he saw a cab he hailed it, and as the cab pulled back into the flow of traffic it began to spatter rain. The door was locked and after knocking 2 or 3 times he was sure the apartment was empty. He had rapped loud enough to make someone on the floor above rap back, like an exasperated ghost. But he would have to go in and make sure, and he didn't have a key. He turned to go down the stairs to Mr. Freeman's apartment, and that was when he heard the low groan from behind the door. There were 3 different locks on his mother's door, but she was indifferent about using them all in spite of her obsession with the Puerto Ricans. Larry hit the door with his shoulder and it rattled loudly in its frame. He hit it again and the lock gave. The door swung back and banged off the wall. "Mom," that groan again. The apartment was dim. The day had grown dark very suddenly, and now there was thick thunder and the sound of rain had swelled. The living room window was half open, the white curtains bellying out over the table, then being sucked back through the opening and into the air shaft beyond. There was a glistening wet patch on the floor where the rain had come in. "Mom, where are you?" A louder groan. He went through into the kitchen, and thunder rumbled again. He almost tripped over her. She was lying on the floor, half in and half out of her bedroom. "Mom, Jesus, Mom." She tried to roll over at the sound of his voice, but only her head would move, pivoting on the chin, coming to rest on the left cheek. Her breathing was stertorous and clogged with phlegm. But the worst thing, the thing he never forgot, was the way her visible eye rolled up to look at him, like the eye of a hog in a slaughtering pen. Her face was bright with fever. "Larry, going to put you on your bed, Mom." He bent, locking his knees fiercely against the trembling that wanted to start up in them, and got her in his arms. Her housecoat fell open, revealing a wash-faded nightgown and fish-belly white legs sewn with puffy varicose veins. Her heat was immense. That terrified him. No one could remain so hot and live. Her brains must be frying in her head. As if to prove this, she said querulously, "Larry, go get your father." "He's in the bar. Be quiet," he said, distraught. "Just be quiet and go to sleep, Mom. He's in the bar with that photographer," she said shrilly into the palpable afternoon darkness, and thunder cracked viciously outside. Larry's body felt as if it was coated with slowly running slime. A cool breeze was moving through the apartment, coming from the half-open window in the living room, as if in response to it. Alice began to shiver and the flesh of her arms humped up in goose-flesh. Her teeth clicked. Her face was a full moon in the bedroom's semi-darkness. Larry scrambled the covers down, put her legs in, and pulled the blankets up to her chin. Still she shivered helplessly, making the top blanket quiver and quake. Her face was dry and sweatless. "You go tell him I said come out of there," she cried, and then was silent, except for the heavy bronchial sound of her breathing. He went back into the living room, approached the telephone, then detoured around it. He shut the window with a bang and then went back to the phone. The books were on a shelf underneath the little table it sat on. He looked up the number of Mercy Hospital and dialed it while more thunder cracked outside. A stroke of lightning turned the window he'd just closed into a blue and white X-ray plate. In the bedroom his mother screamed breathlessly, chilling his blood. The phone rang once. There was a buzzing sound, then a click. A mechanically bright voice said, "This is a recording made at Mercy General Hospital. Right now all of our circuits are busy. If you will hold, your call will be taken as soon as possible. Thank you. This is a recording made at Mercy General Hospital. At the time of your call, we put the mop heads downstairs." His mother cried out. Thunder rolled. "Those Puerto Ricans don't know nothing. Call will be taken as soon as." He thumped the phone down and stood over it, sweating. What kind of goddamn hospital was that? Where you got a fucking recorded announcement when your mother was dying? What was going on there? Larry decided to go down and see if Mr. Freeman could watch her while he got over to the hospital. Or should he call a private ambulance? Christ, how come nobody knew about these things when they needed to know about them? Why didn't they teach it in schools? In the bedroom his mother's laborious breathing went on and on. "I'll be back," he muttered, and went to the door. He was scared, terrified for her. But underneath another voice was saying things like, "These things always happen to me." And why did it have to happen after I got the good news? And most despicable of all, how bad is this going to screw up my plans? How many things am I going to have to change around? He hated that voice, wished it would die a quick, nasty death, but it just went on and on. He ran down the stairs to Mr. Freeman's apartment, and thunder boomed through the dark clouds. As he reached the first-floor landing, the door blew open and a curtain of rain swept in. Chapter 20. The Harbor Side was the oldest hotel in Ogunquit. The view was not so good since they had built the new yacht club over on the other side, but on an afternoon like this, when the sky had been poxed with intermittent thunderstorms, the view was good enough. Franny had been sitting by the window for almost 3 hours, trying to write a letter to Grace Duggan, a high school chum who was now going to Smith. It wasn't a confessional letter dealing with her pregnancy, or the scene with her mother writing about those things would do nothing but depress her, and she supposed Grace would hear soon enough from her own sources in town. She had only been trying to write a friendly letter. The bicycle trip Jessie and I took to Rangeley in May with Sam Lothrop and Sally Wencelas, the biology final I lucked out on. Peggy Tate's another high school friend and mutual acquaintance new job as a Senate page. The impending marriage of Amy Lauder, the letter just wouldn't allow itself to be written. The interesting pyrotechnics of the day had played a part. How could you write while pocket thunderstorms kept coming and going over the water? More to the point, none of the news in the letter seemed precisely honest. It had twisted slightly, like a knife in the hand that gives you a superficial cut instead of peeling the potato as you had expected it to do. The bicycle trip had been jolly, but she and Jess were no longer on such jolly terms. She had indeed lucked out on her BY7 final, but had not been lucky at all on the biology final that really counted. Neither she nor Grace had ever cared all that much for Peggy Tate, and Amy's forthcoming nuptials, in Fran's present state, seemed more like one of those ghastly sick jokes than an occasion of joy. Amy's getting married, but I'm having the baby. Ha ha ha. Feeling that the letter had to be finished if only so she wouldn't have to wrestle with it anymore, she wrote, I've got problems of my own. Boy, do I have problems. But I just don't have the heart to write them all down. Bad enough just having to think about them. But I expect to see you by the 4th, unless your plans have changed since your last letter. 1 letter in 6 weeks. I was beginning to think someone had chopped your typing fingers off, Kit. When I see you I'll tell you all. I could sure use your advice. Believe in me and I'll believe in you, Fran. She signed her name with her customary flamboyant comic scrawl, so it took up half of the remaining white space on the note sheet. Just doing that made her feel more like an imposter than ever. She folded it into the envelope and addressed it and put it against the mirror standing up. Finished business. There, now what? The day was darkening again. She got up and walked restlessly around the room, thinking she ought to go out before it started to rain again. But where was there to go? A movie? She'd seen the only one in town. With Jessie, to Portland to look at clothes, no fun. The only clothes she could look at realistically these days were the ones with the elastic waistbands. Room for 2. She'd had 3 calls today, the first one good news, the second indifferent, the third bad. She wished they'd come in reverse order. Outside the rain had begun to fall, darkening the marina's pier again. She decided she'd go out and walk, and to hell with the impending rain. The fresh air, the summer damp, might make her feel better. She might even stop somewhere and have a glass of beer. Happiness in a bottle, equilibrium, anyway. The first call had been from Debbie Smith in Somersworth. Fran was more than welcome, Debbie said warmly. In fact, she was needed. One of the 3 girls who had been sharing the apartment had moved out in May, had gotten a job in a warehousing firm as a secretary. She and Rhoda couldn't swing the rent much longer without a third. And we both come from big families, Debbie said. Crying babies don't bother us. Fran said she'd be ready to move in by the 1st of July, and when she hung up she found warm tears coursing down her cheeks. Relief tears. If she could get away from this town where she had grown up, she thought she would be all right. Away from her mother, away from her father, even. The fact of the baby and her singleness would then assume some sort of sane proportion in her life. A large factor, surely, but not the only one. There was some sort of animal, a bug or a frog, she thought, that swelled up to twice its normal size when it felt threatened. The predator, in theory at least, saw this, got scared, and slunk off. She felt a little like that bug. And it was this whole town, the total environment gestalt was maybe an even better word, that made her feel that way. She knew that nobody was going to make her wear a scarlet letter. But she also knew that for her mind to finish convincing her nerves of that fact, a break with Ogunquit was necessary. When she went out on the street she could feel people, not looking at her, but getting ready to look at her, the year-round residents, of course, not the summer people. The year-round residents always had to have someone to look at, a tosspot, a welfare slacker. The kid from a good family who had been picked up shoplifting in Portland or Old Orchard Beach. Or the girl with the levitating belly. The second call, the so-so one, had been from Jess Ryder. He had called from Portland and he had tried the house first. Luckily, he had gotten Peter, who gave him Fran's telephone number at the harborside with no editorial comment. Still, almost the first thing he'd said was, "You got a lot of static at home, huh?" "Well, I got some," she said cautiously, not wanting to go into it. That would make them conspirators of a kind. "Your mother, why do you say that?" "She looks like the type that might freak out. It's something in the eyes, Franny." "It says if you shoot my sacred cows, I'll shoot yours." She was silent. "I'm sorry, I don't want to offend you." "You didn't," she said. His description was actually quite apt, surface apt anyway, but she was still trying to get over the surprise of that verb, offend. It was a strange word to hear from him. Maybe there's a postulate here, she thought. When your lover begins to talk about offending you, he's not your lover anymore, Franny. The offer still stands. If you say yes, I can get a couple of rings and be there this afternoon. On your bike, she thought, and almost giggled. A giggle would be a horrible, unnecessary thing to do to him, and she covered the phone for a second just to be sure it wasn't going to escape. She had done more weeping and giggling in the last 6 days than she had done since she was 15 and starting to date. "No, Jess," she said, and her voice was quite calm. "I mean it." He said with startling vehemence, as if he had seen her struggling with laughter. "I know you do," she said. "But I'm not ready to get married. I know that about me, Jess. It has nothing to do with you. What about the baby?" "I'm going to have it, and give it up." "I haven't decided." For a moment he was silent, and she could hear other voices in other rooms. They had their own problems, she supposed. Baby, the world is a daytime drama. We love our lives, and so we look for the guiding light as we search for tomorrow. I wonder about that baby. Jessie said finally. She really doubted if he did, but it was maybe the only thing he could have said that would cut her. "It did, Jess." "So where are you going?" he asked briskly. "You can't stay at the harborside all summer. If you need a place, I can look around in Portland." "I've got a place. Where? Or am I not supposed to ask?" "You're not supposed to," she said, and bit her tongue for not finding a more diplomatic way of saying it. "Oh," he said. His voice was queerly flat. Finally he said cautiously, "Can I ask you something and not piss you off, Franny? Because I really want to know. It's not a rhetorical question or anything." "You can ask," she agreed warily. Mentally she did gird herself not to be pissed off. Because when Jess prefaced something like that, it was usually just before he came out with some hideous and totally unaware piece of chauvinism. "Don't I have any rights in this at all?" Jess asked. "Can't I share the responsibility and the decision?" For a moment she was pissed off, and then the feeling was gone. Jess was just being Jess, trying to protect his image of himself to himself, the way all thinking people do so they can get to sleep at night. She had always liked him for his intelligence, but in a situation like this, intelligence could be a bore. People like Jess and herself, too, had been taught all their lives that the good thing to do was commit and be active. Sometimes you had to hurt yourself and badly to find out it could be better to lie back in the tall weeds and procrastinate. His toils were kind, but they were still toils. He didn't want to let her get away. "Jessie," she said, "neither of us wanted this baby. We agreed on the pill so the baby wouldn't happen. You don't have any responsibility." "But no, Jess," she said, quite firmly. He sighed. "Will you get in touch when you get settled?" "I think so. Are you still planning to go back to schools?" "Eventually. I'm going to take the fall semester off." Maybe with something CD. If you need me, Franny, you know where I'll be. I'm not running out. I know that, Jesse, if you need dough. Yes, get in touch. I won't press you. But I'll want to see you, all right, Jess. Goodbye, friend, goodbye. When she hung up, the goodbyes had seemed to final, the conversation unfinished. It struck her why. They had not added I love you, and that was a first. It made her sad, and she told herself not to be, but the telling didn't help. The last call had come around noon, and it was from her father. They had had lunch the day before yesterday, and he told her he was worried about the effect this was having on Carla. She hadn't come to bed last night. She had spent it in the parlor, poring over the old genealogical records. He had gone in around 11:30 to ask her when she was coming up. Her hair had been down, flowing over her shoulders and the bodice of her nightgown, and Peter said she looked wild and not strictly in touch with things. That heavy book was on her lap, and she hadn't even looked up at him, only continued to turn the pages. She said she wasn't sleepy. She would be up in a while. She had a cold, Peter told her as they sat in a booth at the Cummer lunch, more looking at hamburgers than eating them, the sniffles. When Peter asked her if she would like a glass of hot milk, she didn't answer at all. He had found her yesterday morning asleep in the chair, the book on her lap. When she finally woke up, she had seemed better, more herself, but her cold was worse. She dismissed the idea of having Dr. Edmonton in, saying it was just a chest cold. She had put Vicks on her chest and a flannel square of cloth, and she thought her sinuses were clearing already. But Peter hadn't cared for the way she looked, he told Franny. Although she refused to let him take her temperature, he thought she was running a couple of degrees of fever. He had called Fran today just after the first thunderstorm had begun. The clouds, purple and black, had piled up silently over the harbor, and the rain began, at first gentle and then torrential. As they talked, she could look out her window and see the lightning stab down at the water beyond the breakwater, and each time it happened there would be a little scratching noise on the wire, like a phonograph needle digging a record. She's in bed today, Peter said. She finally agreed to let Tom Edmonton take a look at her. Has he been yet? He just left. He thinks she's got the flu. Oh, Lord, Franny said, closing her eyes. That's no joke for a woman her age. No, it isn't. He paused. I told him everything, Franny. About the baby, about the fight you and Carla had. Tom's taken care of you since you were a baby yourself, and he keeps his lip buttoned. I wanted to know if that could have caused this. He said no, flu is flu, flu made who, Fran said bleakly. Pardon, never mind, Fran said. Her father was amazingly broad-minded, but an AC/DC fan he was not. Go on. Well, there's not much further to go, hon. He said there's a lot of it around. A particularly nasty breed. It seems to have migrated out of the South, and New York is swamped with it. But sleeping in the parlor all night, she began doubtfully. Actually, he said being in an upright position was probably better for her lungs and her bronchial tubes. He didn't say anything else, but Alberta Edmonton belongs to all the organizations Carla belongs to. So he didn't have to. Both of us knew she's been inviting something like this. Fran, she's president of the town historical committee. She's spending 20 hours a week in the library. She's secretary of the Women's Club and the Lovers of Literature Club. She's been running the March of Dimes here in town since before Fred died, and last winter she took on the Heart Fund. For good measure, on top of all that, she's been trying to drum up interest in a Southern Maine genealogical society. She's run down, worn out, and that's part of the reason she blew up at you. All Edmonton said was that she had the welcome mat out for the first evil germ that passed her way. That's all he had to say, Franny. She's getting old and she doesn't want to. She's been working harder than I have. How sick is she, Daddy? She's in bed, drinking juice and taking the pills that Tom prescribed. I took the day off, and Mrs. Halliday is going to come in and sit with her tomorrow. She wants Mrs. Halliday so they can work out an agenda for the July meeting of the Historical Society. He sighed windily and lightning scratched the wire again. I sometimes think she wants to die in harness." Timidly, Fran said, "Do you think she'd mind if right now she would. But give her time, Fran, she come around." Now, for hours later, tying her rain scarf over her hair, she wondered if her mother would come around, maybe if she gave up the baby. No one in town would ever get wind of it. That was unlikely, though. In small towns people scent the wind with noses of uncommon keenness, and of course if she kept the baby. But she wasn't really thinking of that, was she? She could feel guilt working in her as she pulled on her light coat. Her mother was run down, of course she was. Fran had seen that when she came home from college and the two of them exchanged kisses on the cheek. Carla had bags under her eyes, her skin looked yellow, and the gray in her hair, which was always beauty shop neat, had progressed visibly in spite of the $30 rinses. But still she had been hysterical, absolutely hysterical. And Franny was left asking herself exactly how she was going to assess responsibility if her mother's flu developed into pneumonia, or if she had some kind of breakdown, or even died. God, what an awful thought. That couldn't happen. Please God, no, of course not. The drugs she was taking would knock it out. And once Franny was out of her line of visibility and incubating her little stranger quietly in Somersworth, her mother would recover from the knock she had been forced to take. She would. The phone began to ring. She looked at it blankly for a moment, and outside more lightning flickered, followed by a clap of thunder so close and vicious that she jumped, wincing. Jangle, 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 but she had had her 3 calls. Who else could it be? Debbie wouldn't need to call her back, and she didn't think Jess would, either. Maybe it was dialing for dollars. Or a Saladmaster salesman. Maybe it was Jess after all, giving it the old college try. As she went to pick it up, she felt sure it was her father and that the news would be worse. It's a pie, she told herself. Responsibility is a pie. Some of the responsibility goes with all the charity work she does, but you're only kidding if you think you're not going to have to cut a big, juicy, bitter piece for yourself and eat every bite. Hello. There was nothing but silence for a moment, and she frowned, puzzled, and said hello again. Then her father said, "Fran," and made a strange, gulping sound. Franny. That gulping sound again, and Fran realized with dawning horror that her father was fighting back tears. One of her hands crept to her throat and clutched at the knot where the rain scarf was tied. "Daddy, what is it? Is it Mom, Franny? I'll have to pick you up." "I'll just swing by and pick you up. That's what I'll do. Is Mom all right?" She screamed into the phone. Thunder whacked over the harbor side again and frightened her, and she began to cry. "Tell me, Daddy, she got worse. That's all I know. Peter said, about an hour after I talked to you she got worse." Her fever went up. She started to rave. "I tried to get Tom ... and Rachel said he was out. That a lot of people were really sick. So I called the Sanford Hospital and they said their ambulances were out on calls, both of them, but they'd add Carla to the list. The list, Franny. What the hell is this list? All of a sudden, I know Jim Warrington. He drives one of the Sanford ambulances, and unless there's a car wreck on 95, he sits around and plays gin rummy all day. What's this list?" He was nearly screaming. "Calm down, Daddy, calm down." "Calm down." She burst into tears again, and her hand left the knot in her scarf and went to her eyes. "If she's still there, you better take her yourself." No, they came about 15 minutes ago. And Christ, Franny, there were 6 people in the back of that ambulance. One of them was Will Ronson, the man who runs the drugstore, and Carla ... your mother. She came out of it a little as they put her in, and she just kept saying, "I can't catch my breath, Peter, I can't catch my breath. Why can't I breathe? Oh, Christ," he finished in a breaking, childish voice that frightened her. "Can you drive, Daddy? Can you drive over here?" "Yes," he said, "yes, sure." He seemed to be pulling himself together. "I'll be on the front porch." She hung up and went down the stairs quickly, her knees trembling. On the porch she saw that, although it was still raining, The clouds of this latest thunder shower were already breaking up and late afternoon sun was beaming through. She looked automatically for the rainbow and saw it, far out over the water, a misty and mystic crescent. Guilt gnawed and worried at her furry bodies inside her belly, in where that other thing was, and she began to cry again. "Eat your pie," she told herself as she waited for her father to come. "It tastes terrible, so eat your pie. You can have seconds, even thirds. Eat your pie, Franny, eat every bite." Chapter 21. Stu Redman was frightened. He looked out the barred window of his new room in Stovington, Vermont, and what he saw was a small town far below, miniature gas station signs, some sort of mill, a main street, a river, the turnpike, and beyond the turnpike the granite backbone of far western New England, the Green Mountains. He was frightened because this was more like a jail cell than a hospital room. He was frightened because Denninger was gone. He hadn't seen Denninger since the whole crazy three-ring circus moved from Atlanta to here. Dates was gone, too. Stu thought that maybe Denninger and Dates were sick, perhaps dead already. Somebody had slipped. Either that, or the disease that Charles D. Campion had brought to Ornate was a lot more communicable than anyone had guessed. Either way, the integrity of the Atlanta Plague Center had been breached. And Stu thought that everyone who had been there was now getting a chance to do a little first-hand research on the virus they called a prime or the superflu. They still did tests on him here, but they seemed desultory. The schedule had become slipshod. Results were scrawled down, and he had a suspicion that someone looked at them cursorily, shook his head, and dumped them in the nearest shredder. That wasn't the worst, though. The worst was the guns. The nurses who came in to take blood or spit or urine were now always accompanied by a soldier in a white suit, and the soldier had a gun in a plastic baggie. The baggie was fastened over the wrist of the soldier's right gauntlet. The gun was an Army issue .45, and Stu had no doubt that, if he tried any of the games he had tried with Dates, 45 would tear the end of the baggie into smoking, burning shreds, and Stu Redman would become a golden oldie. If they were just going through the motions now, then he had become expendable. Being under detention was bad. Being under detention and being expendable ... that was very bad. He watched the 6 o'clock news very carefully every night now. The men who had attempted the coup in India had been branded outside agitators and shot. The police were still looking for the person or persons who had blown a power station in Laramie, Wyoming. Yesterday, the Supreme Court had decided 63 that known homosexuals could not be fired from civil service jobs. And for the first time, there had been a whisper of other things. Officials in Miller County, Arkansas, had denied there was any chance of a reactor meltdown. The atomic power plant in the small town of Fouke, about 30 miles from the Texas border, had been plagued with minor circuitry problems in the equipment that controlled the pile's cooling cycle, but there was no cause for alarm. The Army units in that area were merely a precautionary measure. Stu wondered what precautions the Army could take if the Fouke reactor did indeed go China syndrome. He thought the Army might be in southwestern Arkansas for other reasons altogether. Fouke wasn't all that far from Ornate. Another item reported that an East Coast flu epidemic seemed to be in the early stages, the Russian strain. Nothing to really worrying about except for the very old and the very young. A tired New York City doctor was interviewed in a hallway of Brooklyn's Mercy Hospital. He said the flu was exceptionally tenacious for Russia, and he urged viewers to get flu boosters. Then he suddenly started to say something else, but the sound cut off and you could only see his lips moving. The picture cut back to the newscaster in the studio, who said, "There have been some reported deaths in New York as a result of this latest flu outbreak, but contributing causes such as urban pollution and perhaps even the AIDS virus have been present in many of those fatal cases. Government health officials emphasize that this is Russian flu, not the more dangerous swine flu. In the meantime, old advice is good advice. The doctors say stay in bed, get lots of rest, drink fluids, and take aspirin for the fever." The newscaster smiled reassuringly. And off camera, someone sneezed. The sun was touching the horizon now, tinting it a gold that would turn to red and fading orange soon. The nights were the worst. They had flown him to a part of the country that was alien to him, and it was somehow more alien at night. In this early summer season, the amount of green he could see from his window seemed abnormal, excessive, a little scary. He had no friends. As far as he knew, all the people who had been on the plane with him when it flew from Braintree to Atlanta were now dead. He was surrounded by automatons who took his blood at gunpoint. He was afraid for his life, although he still felt fine and had begun to believe he wasn't going to catch it, whatever it was. Thoughtfully, still wondered if it would be possible to escape from here. Chapter 22. When Creighton came in on June 24th, he found Starkey looking at the monitors, his hands behind his back. He could see the old man's West Point ring glittering on his right hand, and he felt a wave of pity for him. Starkey had been cruising on pills for 10 days, and he was close to the inevitable crash, but Creighton thought, if his suspicion about the phone call was correct, the real crash had already occurred. "Len," Starkey said, as if surprised, "good of you to come in." "Another," Creighton said with a slight smile. "You know who that was on the phone? It was really him, then?" "The president. Yes, I've been relieved." "The dirty alderman relieved me, Len. Of course I knew it was coming, but it still hurts. Hurts like hell. It hurts coming from that grinning, glad-handing sack of shit." Len Creighton nodded. "Well," Starkey said, passing a hand over his face. "It's done. Can't be undone. You're in charge now. He wants you in Washington as soon as you can get there. He'll have you on the carpet and he'll chew your ass to a bloody rag. But you just stand there and yes-sir him and take it. We've salvaged what we can. It's enough. I'm convinced it's enough. If so, this country ought to get down on its knees to you." The throttle burned my hand, but I held it as long as I could. Len, I held it. He spoke with quiet vehemence, but his eyes wandered back to the monitor, and for a moment his mouth quivered infirmly. "I couldn't have done it without you. Well, we go back a country mile or 3, Billy, don't we?" "You can say that again, soldier. Now listen. One thing is top priority. You've got to see Jack Cleveland, first chance you get. He knows who we've got behind both curtains, iron and bamboo. He knows how to get in touch with them. And he won't stick at what has to be done. He'll know it'll have to be quick. I don't understand, Billy." "We have to assume the worst," Starkey said, and a queer grin came over his face. It lifted his upper lip and made it wrinkle like the snout of a dog protecting a farmyard. He pointed a finger at the sheets of yellow flimsy on the table. "It's out of control now. It's popped up in Oregon, Nebraska, Louisiana, Florida, tentative cases in Mexico and Chile. When we lost Atlanta, we lost the 3 men best equipped to deal with the problem. We're getting exactly nowhere with Mr. Stuart Prince Redman. Did you know they actually injected him with the blue virus? He thought it was a sedative. He killed it. And no one has the slightest idea how, if we had 6 weeks, we might be able to turn the trick. But we don't. The flu story is the best one. But it is imperative that the other side never sees this as an artificial situation created in America. It might give them ideas. Cleveland has between 8 and 20 men and women in the USSR and between 5 and 10 in each of the European satellite countries. Not even I know how many he has in Red China." Starkey's mouth was trembling again. "When you see Cleveland this afternoon, all you need tell him is Rome Falls. You won't forget, no," Len said. His lips felt curiously cold. "But do you really expect that they'll do it? Those men and women? Our people got those vials 1 week ago. They believe they contain radioactive particles to be charted by our Sky Cruise satellites. That's all they need to know, isn't it, Len?" "Yes, Billy. And if things do go from bad to ... to worse, no one will ever know. Project Blue was uninfiltrated to the very end. We're sure of that. A new virus, a mutation ... our opposite numbers may suspect, but there won't be time enough. Share and share alike, Len, yes. Starkey was looking at the monitors again. My daughter gave me a book of poems some years ago. By a man named Yeats. She said every military man should read Yeats. I think it was her idea of a joke. You ever heard of Yeats, Len? I think so, Creighton said, considering and rejecting the idea of telling Starkey the man's name was pronounced Yates. I read every line, Starkey said, as he peered into the eternal silence of the cafeteria. Mostly because she thought I wouldn't. It's a mistake to become too predictable. I didn't understand much of it. I believe the man must have been crazy, but I read it. Funny poetry, didn't always rhyme. But there was one poem in that book that I've never been able to get out of my mind. It seemed as if that man was describing everything I dedicated my life to. Its hopelessness, its damned nobility. He said that things fall apart. He said the center doesn't hold. I believe he meant that things get flaky, Len. That's what I believe he meant. Yeats knew that sooner or later things get goddamn flaky around the edges, even if he didn't know anything else. Yes, sir, Creighton said quietly. The end of it gave me goosebumps the first time I read it, and it still does. I've got that part by heart. What rough beast, it's our come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born. Creighton stood silent. He had nothing to say. The beast is on its way, Starkey said, turning around. He was weeping and grinning. It's on its way. And it's a good deal rougher than that fellow Yeats ever could have imagined. Things are falling apart. The job is to hold as much as we can for as long as we can. Yes, sir, Creighton said. And for the first time he felt the sting of tears in his own eyes. Yes, Billy. Starkey put out his hand and Creighton took it in both of his own. Starkey's hand was old and cold, like the shed skin of a snake in which some small prairie animal has died, leaving its own fragile skeleton within the husk of the reptile. Tears overspilled the lower arcs of Starkey's eyes and ran down his meticulously shaved cheeks. I have business to attend to, Starkey said. Yes, sir. Starkey slipped his West Point ring off his right hand and his wedding band off his left. For Cindy, he said, for my daughter. See that she gets them. Len, I will. Starkey went to the door. Billy, Len Creighton called after him. Starkey turned. Creighton stood ramrod straight, the tears still running down his own cheeks. He saluted. Starkey returned it and then stepped out the door. The elevator hummed efficiently, marking off the floors. An alarm began to hoot mournfully, as if it somehow knew it was warning of a situation which had already become a lost cause when he used his special key to open it at the top, so he could enter the motor pool area. Starkey imagined Len Creighton watching him on a succession of monitors as he first picked out a jeep and then drove it across the desert floor of the sprawling test site and through a gate marked HEG. Each security zone nitrogen monoxide admittance without special clearance. The checkpoints looked like turnpike toll booths. They were still manned. But the soldiers behind the yellowish glass were dead and rapidly mummifying in the dry desert heat. The booths were bulletproof, but they hadn't been germ-proof. Their glazed and sunken eyes stared vacantly at Starkey as he motored past, the only moving thing along the tangle of dirt roads among the Quonset huts and low cinder-block buildings. He stopped outside a squat blockhouse with a sign reading absolutely no admittance without A1A clearance on the door. He used one key to get in, and another to summon the elevator. A guard, dead as a doornail and stiff as a poker, stared at him from the glass-encased security station to the left of the elevator doors. When the elevator arrived and the doors opened, Starkey stepped in quickly. He seemed to feel the gaze of the dead guard on him, a small weight of eyes like to dusty stones. The elevator sank so rapidly his stomach turned over. A bell dinged softly when it came to a halt. The doors slid open, and the sweet odor of decay hit him like a soft slap. It wasn't as strong because the air purifiers were still working, but not even the purifiers could dispose of that smell completely. When a man has died, he wants you to know about it, Starkey thought. There were almost a dozen bodies sprawled in front of the elevator. Starkey minced among them, not wanting to tread on a decaying, waxy hand or trip over an outstretched leg. That might make him scream, and he most definitely didn't want to do that. You didn't want to scream in a tomb because the sound of it might drive you mad, and that's exactly where he was, in a tomb. It looked like a well-financed scientific research project, but what it really was now was a tomb. The elevator doors slid shut behind him. There was a hum as it began to go up automatically. It wouldn't come down again unless somebody else keyed it, Starkey knew. As soon as the installation's integrity had been breached, the computers had switched all the elevators to the general containment program. Why were these poor men and women lying here? Obviously, they had been hoping the computers would fuck up the switch over to the emergency procedures. Why not? It even had a certain logic. Everything else had fucked up. Starkey walked down the corridor which led to the cafeteria, his heels clicking hollowly. Above, the fluorescents embedded in their long fixtures like inverted ice cube trays threw a hard, shadowless light. There were more bodies, a man and a woman with their clothes off and holes in their heads. They screwed, Starkey thought, and then he shot her. And then he shot himself. Love among the viruses, the pistol, an army-issue .45, was still clutched in his hand. The tile floor was spotted with blood and gray stuff that looked like oatmeal. He felt a terrible and thankfully transient urge to bend down and touch the dead woman's breasts, to see if they were hard or flaccid. Farther down the hall a man sat with his back propped against a closed door, a sign tied around his neck with a shoelace. His chin had fallen forward, obscuring what was written there. Starkey put his fingers under the man's chin and pushed his head back. As he did so, the man's eyeballs fell back into his head with a meaty little thud. The words on the sign had been written in red magic marker. "Now you know it works," the sign said. "Any questions?" Starkey let go of the man's chin. The head remained cocked at its stiff angle, the dark eye sockets staring raptly upward. Starkey stepped back. He was crying again. He suspected he was crying because he didn't have any questions. The cafeteria doors were propped open. Outside them was a large cork bulletin board. There was to have been a league bowl off on June 20th, Starkey saw. The Grim Gutter Bowlers versus the first strikers for the Project Championship also. Anna Floss wanted a ride to Denver or Boulder on July 9th. She would share driving and expenses. Also, Richard Betts wanted to give away some friendly pups, half collie and half St. Bernard. Also, there were weekly non-denominational religious services in the caf. Starkey read every announcement on the bulletin board, and then he went inside. The smell in here was worse rancid food as well as dead bodies. Starkey looked around with dull horror. Some of them seemed to be looking at him. "Men," Starkey said, and then choked. He had no idea what he had been about to say. He walked slowly over to where Frank D. Bruce lay with his face in his soup. He looked down at Frank D. Bruce for several moments. Then he pulled Frank D. Bruce's head up by the hair. The soup bowl came with him, still stuck on his face by soup which had long since congealed, and Starkey struck at it in horror, finally knocking it off. The bowl clunked to the floor, upside down. Most of the soup still clung to Frank D. Bruce's face like moldy jelly. Starkey produced his handkerchief and wiped off as much of it as he could. Frank D. Bruce's eyes appeared to be gummed shut by soup, but Starkey forbore to wipe the lids. He was afraid Frank D. Bruce's eyes would fall back into his skull, like the eyes of the man with the sign. He was even more afraid that the lids, freed of the glue which held them, might roll up like window shades. He was mostly afraid of what the expression in Frank D. Bruce's eyes might be. "Private Bruce," Starkey said softly, at ease. He put the handkerchief carefully over the face of Frank D. Bruce. It stuck there. Starkey turned and walked out of the cafeteria in long, even strides, as if on a parade ground. Halfway back to the elevator he came to the man with the sign around his neck. Starkey sat down beside him, loosened the strap over the butt of his pistol, and put the barrel of the gun into his mouth. When the shot came, it was muffled and undramatic. None of the corpses took the slightest notice. The air purifiers took care of the puff of smoke. In the bowels of Project Blue, There was silence. In the cafeteria, Starkey's handkerchief came unstuck from Private Frank D. Bruce's face and wafted to the floor. Frank D. Bruce did not seem to mind. But Len Creighton found himself looking into the monitor, which showed Bruce more and more often, and wondering why in hell Billy couldn't have gotten the soup out of the man's eyebrows while he was at it. He was going to have to face the President of the United States soon, very soon. But the soup congealing in Frank D. Bruce's eyebrows worried him more. Much more. Chapter 23. Randall Flagg, the dark man, strode south on US 51, listening to the night sounds that pressed close on both sides of this narrow road that would take him sooner or later out of Idaho and into Nevada. From Nevada he might go anywhere. From New Orleans to Nogales, from Portland, Oregon, to Portland, Maine. It was his country, and none knew or loved it better. He knew where the roads went, and he walked them at night, now. An hour before dawn, he was somewhere between Grassmere and Riddle, west of Twin Falls, still north of the Duck Valley Reservation that spreads across to states, and wasn't it fine? He walked rapidly. Run-down Boothiel's clocking against the paved surface of the road, and if car lights showed on the horizon he faded back and back, down over the soft shoulder to the high grass where the night bugs made their homes. And the car would pass him, the driver perhaps feeling a slight chill as if he had driven through an air pocket, his sleeping wife and children stirring uneasily, as if all had been touched with a bad dream at the same instant. He walked south on US 51. The worn heels of his sharp-toed cowboy boots clocking on the pavement. A tall man of no age in faded, pegged jeans and a denim jacket. His pockets were stuffed with 50 different kinds of conflicting literature pamphlets for all seasons, rhetoric for all reasons. When this man handed you a tract you took it no matter what the subject, the dangers of atomic power plants, the role played by the international Jewish cartel in the overthrow of friendly governments, the CIA-Contra cocaine connection, the farm workers' unions, the Jehovah's Witnesses. If you can answer these 10 questions yes, you have been saved. The blacks for militant equality, the code of the Klan, he had them all, and more, too. There was a button on each breast of his denim jacket. On the right, a yellow smile face. On the left, a pig wearing a policeman's cap. The legend was written beneath in red letters which dripped to simulate blood. "How's your pork?" He moved on, not pausing, not slowing, but alive to the night. His eyes seemed almost frantic with the night's possibilities. There was a Boy Scout knapsack on his back, old and battered. There was a dark hilarity in his face, and perhaps in his heart, too. You would think, and you would be right. It was the face of a hatefully happy man, a face that radiated a horrible, handsome warmth. A face to make water glasses shatter in the hands of tired truck stop waitresses. To make small children crash their trikes into board fences and then run wailing to their mommies with stake-shaped splinters sticking out of their knees. It was a face guaranteed to make barroom arguments over batting averages turn bloody. He moved on south, somewhere on US 51 between Grassmere and Riddle, now closer to Nevada. Soon he would camp and sleep the day away, waking up as evening drew on. He would read as his supper cooked over a small, smokeless campfire. It didn't matter what. Words from some battered and coverless paperback Pana novel, or maybe Mein Kampf, or an R-Crumb comic book, or one of the baying reactionary position papers from the America Firsters or the Sons of the Patriots. When it came to the printed word, Flagg was an equal opportunity reader. After supper he would commence walking again, walking south on this excellent two-lane highway cutting through this God-forsaken wilderness, watching and smelling and listening as the climate grew more arid, strangling everything down to sagebrush and tumbleweed, watching as the mountains began to poke out of the earth like dinosaur spines. By dawn tomorrow or the day after that he would pass into Nevada, striking Ohi first and then Mountain City. And in Mountain City there was a man named Christopher Bradenton who would see that he had a clean car and some clean papers, and then the country would come alive in all its glorious possibilities. A body politic with its network of roads embedded in its skin like marvelous capillaries, ready to take in the dark speck of foreign matter, anywhere or everywhere heart, liver, lights, brain. He was a clot looking for a place to happen, a splinter of bone hunting a soft organ to puncture. A lonely lunatic cell looking for a mate they would set up housekeeping and raise themselves a cozy little malignant tumor. He hammered along, arms swinging by his sides. He was known, well known, along the highways in hiding that are traveled by the poor and the mad, by the professional revolutionaries and by those who have been taught to hate so well that their hate shows on their faces like hair lips and they are unwanted except by others like them, who welcome them to cheap rooms with slogans and posters on the walls, to basements where lengths of sawed-off pipe are held in padded vices while they are stuffed with high explosives, to back rooms where lunatic plans are laid, to kill a cabinet member, to kidnap the child of a visiting dignitary, or to break into a boardroom meeting of Standard Oil with grenades and machine guns and murder in the name of the people. He was known there. And even the maddest of them could only gaze upon his dark and grinning face at an oblique angle. The women he took to bed with him, even if they reduced intercourse to something as casual as getting a snack from the refrigerator, accepted him with a stiffening of the body, a turning away of countenance. They took him the way they might take a ram with golden eyes or a black dog, and when it was done they were cold, so cold it seemed impossible they could ever be warm again. When he walked into a meeting, the hysterical babble ceased, the backbiting, recriminations, accusations, the ideological rhetoric. For a moment there would be dead silence, and they would start to turn to him and then turn away, as if he had come to them with some old and terrible engine of destruction cradled in his arms. Something 1,000 times worse than the plastic explosive made in the basement labs of renegade chemistry students or the black market arms obtained from some greedy army post supply sergeant. It seemed that he had come to them with a device gone rusty with blood and packed for centuries in the cosmoline of screams, but now ready again, carried to their meeting like some infernal gift, a birthday cake with nitroglycerin candles. And when the talk began again, it would be rational and disciplined as madmen can make it, and things would be agreed upon. He rocked along, his feet easy in the boots, which were comfortably sprung in all the right places. His feet and these boots were old lovers. Christopher Bradenton in Mountain City knew him as Richard Fry. Bradenton was a conductor on one of the underground railway systems by which fugitives moved, 6 different organizations. From the Weathermen to the Guevara Brigade, saw that Bradenton had money. He was a poet who sometimes taught free university classes or traveled in the western states of Utah, Nevada, and Arizona, speaking to high school English classes, stunning middle-class boys and girls. He hoped with the news that poetry was a live narcoleptic, to be sure, but still possessed of a certain hideous vitality. He was in his late 50s now, but Bradenton had been dismissed from one California college 20-some years ago for getting too chummy with the SDS. He had been busted in the Great Chicago Pit Convention of 1968, formed his ties to one radical group after another, first embracing the craziness of these groups, then being swallowed whole. The dark men walked and smiled. Bradenton represented just one end of one conduit, and there were thousands of them, the pipes the crazies moved through, carrying their books and bombs. The pipes were interconnected, the signposts disguised but readable to the initiate. In New York he was known as Robert Frank, and his claim that he was a black man had never been disputed. Although his skin was very light, he and a black veteran of Nom the Black had more than enough hate to make up for his missing left leg. Had offed 6 cops in New York and New Jersey. In Georgia he was Ramsey Forrest, a distant descendant of Nathan Bedford Forrest, and in his white sheet he had participated in 2 rapes, a castration, and the burning of a nigger shanty town. But that had been long ago, in the early 60s, during the first civil rights surge. He sometimes thought that he might have been born in that strife. He certainly could not remember much that had happened to him before that, except that he came originally from Nebraska and that he had once attended high school classes with a red-haired, bandy-legged boy named Charles Starkweather. He remembered the civil rights marches of 1960 and 1961 better, the beatings, the night rides, the churches that had exploded as if some miracle inside them had grown too large to be contained. He remembered drifting down to New Orleans in 1962 and meeting a demented young man who was handing out tracts urging America to leave Cuba alone. That man had been a certain Mr. Oswald, and he had taken some of Oswald's tracts, and he still had a couple, very old and crumpled, in one of his many pockets. He had sat on 100 different committees of responsibility. He had walked in demonstrations against the same dozen companies on 100 different college campuses. He wrote the questions that most discomfited those in power when they came to lecture, but he never asked the questions himself. Those power merchants might have seen his grinning, burning face as some cause for alarm and fled from the podium. Likewise, he never spoke at rallies because the microphones would scream with hysterical feedback and circuits would blow. But he had written speeches for those who did speak, and on several occasions those speeches had ended in riots, overturned cars, student strike votes, and violent demonstrations. For a while in the early 70s he had been acquainted with a man named Donald DeFreeze, and had suggested that DeFreeze take the name Sink. He had helped lay plans that resulted in the kidnapping of an heiress, and it had been he who suggested that the heiress be made crazy instead of simply ransomed. He had left the small Los Angeles house where DeFreeze and the others had fried not 20 minutes before the police moved in. He slunk away up the street, his bulging and dusty boots clocking on the pavement, a fiery grin on his face that made mothers grab up their children and pull them into the house, a grin that made pregnant women feel premature labor pains. And later, when a few tattered remnants of the group were swept up, all they knew was there had been someone else associated with the group. Maybe someone important, maybe a hanger-on, a man of no age, a man called the Walking Dude, or sometimes the Boogeyman. He strode on at a steady, ground-eating pace. 2 days ago he had been in Laramie, Wyoming, part of an ecotage group that had blown a power station. Today he was on US 51, between Grassmere and Riddle, on his way to Mountain City. Tomorrow he would be somewhere else, and he was happier than he had ever been, because... He stopped, because something was coming. He could feel it, almost taste it on the night air. He could taste it. A sooty hot taste that came from everywhere, as if God was planning a cookout and all of civilization was going to be the barbecue. Already the charcoal was hot, white and flaky outside, as red as demons' eyes inside, a huge thing, a great thing. His time of transfiguration was at hand. He was going to be born for the second time. He was going to be squeezed out of the laboring cunt of some great sand-colored beast that even now lay in the throes of its contractions, its legs moving slowly as the birth blood gushed, its sun-hot eyes glaring into the emptiness. He had been born when times changed, and the times were going to change again. It was in the wind, in the wind of this soft Idaho evening. It was almost time to be reborn. He knew, why else could he suddenly do magic? He closed his eyes, his hot face turning up slightly to the dark sky, which was prepared to receive the dawn. He concentrated, smiled. The dusty, run-down heels of his boots began to rise off the road, an inch, 2-3 inches. The smile broadened into a grin. Now he was a foot up. And to feed off the ground, he hung steady over the road with a little dust blowing beneath him. Then he felt the first inches of dawn stain the sky, and he lowered himself down again. The time was not yet, but the time was soon. He began to walk again, grinning, now looking for a place to lay up for the day. The time was soon, and that was enough to know for now.